I swear to God, I will hold you in my
And welcome back, everyone, to the 2016 LPL. My name is Julian, Patriot Time Card. Joining me, as always, Zach Rusty Pie. It's our last day of week number 1. It's been a pretty interesting week so far. Lots of teams that we may not have expected to do that well have done very well. Some teams we may have expected a bit more of haven't done too well, but we are here on the last day to finish off what's been a pretty fun week to start the season.
Definitely has been, and of course, as you mentioned, a couple of standout performances. First and foremost, you have to look at EDG. I mean, we expected so much more from these guys coming into this first week. They didn't have a whole lot of roster changes. Only really the infrastructure and subs were changed around, but didn't actually meet expectations this time.
No, actually a good note. We did, of course, have EDG play yesterday. They started the week 0-2, so not a great start for them, and are currently 0-3 with some games left to play. We did have some technical difficulties yesterday over at the venue in China, I believe, so the match has been rescheduled. It's for February 21st at this point, and that's what we've been told, and LPL officials did have a look at the game. IG have won that first game, so the score will stand at 1-0. They'll replay in February for those last 2 games, so going to make the schedule a bit more fun when February rolls around.
It definitely will be, but of course, Invictus Gaming do start with that advantage you mentioned. I think a lot of opportunities now for EDG to sit back and look at what went wrong in that first game, address the issue, and they actually get a lot of time to grow now.
Yep.
Before they finish the best of 3.
They're also going to have plenty of games to play, like exactly before they have to play it. So not been a good start for EDG and EDG fans, starting effectively 0-3 in games, and I guess 1.5 down. I don't know. That's complicated to start their week off. But we are going to move into our next match, which actually seems like quite a lot of fun. 2 winning teams. So a team here will finish the week 2-0. One team will finish 1-1. Xiaogu versus World Elite.
Yeah, and where to start with this particular match? I have to go over to World Elite, and they actually won their first best of 3 series, but they won it against Energy Pacemaker All. And now EPA are a new side that aren't being predicted to do all that well. So what do we actually know about World Elite? So they've shown some marked improvements. I think overall they do look like they're a much more refined side. They had a decent off-season, and they came into the first week of the LPL and did win their first best of 3, but it wasn't convincing.
Yeah, unlike a lot of other teams, World Elite did make roster changes, which is true of all the teams almost, but there's no real upgrades necessarily. Maybe Zero's support is an upgrade depending on how you feel about him as a player. He's had quite a long history in the LPL now. And Condi is a great player, but he's not Spirit. So that is, in some elements, at least a downgrade, given how good Spirit is. Now going over, of course, to the EULCS. These are, of course, our groups. Just taking a look. We are going to have a match from Group A today. So Xiaogu versus World Elite. That's been fun. I like best of 3, to be perfectly honest with you.
Yeah, absolutely right. Best of 3 is great. We get closure on every single match, so we do know who's going to win. And as we are about to go through today's matchup, Xiaogu and World Elite.
Yep, so that's what we'll start off with, of course, a best of 3 between these two teams to see which of these two will remain undefeated for the week. Always a nice place to be in week 1. Then M3 versus Energy Pacemaker. We just mentioned their match against World Elite. M3 been looking okay as well, but we'll see how they shake out in our second matchup today. And we do have one more as well. Just to make it more fun, LGD are going to be taking on Snake. Another big game for LGD.
Definitely a big game, and I'm very excited to see how Snake turns up in this particular season of the LPL. Haven't seen them yet, but what we know, they still should be a very good side.
Yep, Flundry in the top lane, still going to cause havoc, and plenty of strong players. Again, Snake making some changes, but mostly upgrades or staying fairly neutral on their side as well. So always fun to see Snake play. Will be great to see them play all the way at the end. And speaking of LGD, that's who Xiaogu beat 2-0 to get to their 1-0 spot currently in the week.
Exactly right. Nice segues so far. It's been really crisp. I'll say Xiaogu, they came in, and LGD Xiaogu was looking to be a feature match. That is for certain. They were two massive teams that have actually performed throughout the entire summer split. Even in coming into Worlds, LG looked a bit shaky, but they still showed that they had what it takes if that came down to the crunch, right? Getting to the first week of the LPL, and they didn't exist.
No, I mean, LGD, we kind of saw some of these problems at Worlds, I guess. It seems like some of that's carrying over. They have plenty of good players on their side. That's not the problem for LGD. It's just getting them all together cohesively as a team, both on and off the Rift, still seems to be a struggle. So LGD, like a lot of their seasons, I guess, they'll likely kind of build up strength as they figure stuff out as a team. But you would think that adding Marin would instantly upgrade your team, and it does, but they're not quite showing that team play just yet here. It seems like there's still some rough edges to the LGD team.
And of course, credit where it's due to Xiaogu actually being able to dismantle their opponents so very convincingly in that best of 3 series. It almost looked like it took no effort. And there have been interviews with Xiaogu afterwards saying, what was your strategy? And they said, well, Marin's new to the team. He doesn't have a whole lot of communication yet, you would have to assume. They don't actually know. So what they did was camp Marin. And it was actually proven true.
That's one of the things about Swift as a player who, and him and Doinby definitely showed up in that game they played against LGD. Swift is so good at locking down a single player on the enemy team and is making his life miserable. Absolutely miserable.
Oh, yeah. And he started with Marin in that first game, getting Tom Kench on V as well, starting to get him ahead, and the rest of the map did snowball from there. The same thing happened in the second game, but it was the middle lane that was a bigger point of contention.
Doinby, still good.
Exactly right, getting Doinby going, and he did go beast mode. MVP twice in a row in that best of 3.
And again, it seems like the Xiaogu roster, they kept the same. They've added some pretty star-studded backup, I guess.
Oh, yeah.
And the subs as well. Don't know if we'll see the subs today. Would be nice to see Uzi play a game or two, but we'll have to see later. Seems like the initial Xiaogu lineup that they went to the finals of IM Cologne with did so well at the end of last season in spring. Working out so far for them. Sorry, summer. Working out so well for them. Yeah. Stupid hemispheres.
No, definitely right, of course. This roster, being able to have Uzi on the bench says a lot about the strength of them right now.
Well, we are going to see. It seems like they are going to be playing their normal starting 5. Not too surprising here for Xiaogu. Imagine they're taking some time to integrate new players into their roster, but they do have some heavy hitters on the bench if they do need to bring them out. So we'll see what happens. Maybe when they drop again, that's when they finally unveil Uzi and possibly Dade as well, I believe, is sitting on their bench.
Yeah, so Dade's definitely on the bench.
Got some fun stuff there, but see TCT, better known as More, I think known as More now. Having a smile, we are going to have a look through that Xiaogu Reapers lineup and see some of their pretty handsome subs in the back there as well. But they are going to be fielding their standard 5 to start things off. V in the top lane, Swift in the jungle, Doinby in mid, Peko, of course, formerly known as TNT in the AD carry, and then More, better known as TCT from last season.
And then better known as More before that.
Yep,
beforehand in the LCS. So
there's V though.
Yeah, and that's a KDA. I tell you right now, that is
damn.
That is the freakiest KDA ever. All of Xiaogu, I will say, have the best KDAs. They died 4 times total in their game against LGD.
I believe one of those was a
Two of them were a fountain dive, yeah.
As you can see, Swift looking still very crisp on the rec side. Doinby back-to-back LeBlanc games, but this man, don't worry, he's got plenty of champions in the back pocket if it does get banned away from him. And again, QG just seem like they have no weaknesses. We expected them to come in being a top 3 team. They added so much more. They showed so much promise. See Pekko a little slow on the KDA train. At only 11.5.
Oh, only 11 times more kills than deaths.
And Outmore is beating him in KDA.
Of course.
Outplayed.
The bottom lane of Xiaogu, they didn't actually have to do a whole lot in that last game that they played against LGD. They kind of just sat down there and facilitated the rest of the team, carrying very hard.
Yep, and that's sort of, I think, the preferred role for Pekko and Moore. They just want to be solid. They're great team fighters. They lane very consistently. So just get to a point mid-late game, start helping to carry, and, you know, let your heavy hitters, let V, Doinby, and Swift do the heavy lifting, because they've done and are capable of doing quite a lot of lifting.
Definitely right. If Doinby gets going in that middle lane, he will just start to roam around, rotate on the map, and work with Swift hand in hand and dominate the entire Rift. So dangerous game to be played if Xiaogu's middle lane does get going.
Well, let's talk a little bit at the Water Elite lineup now, as we are going to take a look at their side. You can see at Water Elite, lots of changes here. Of course, the biggest one being Spirit leaving for EULCS was a big change for the roster, but they are going to be playing their standard 5 as well. 957 in that top lane, Kondi in the jungle, Xie in mid, Mystic their AD carry, and now paired with Korean support as well, Zero.
Exactly right. And of course, starting in that top lane, 957, he showed that he's very strong as a laner, but the rotations and teleports weren't always where they needed to be. Good signs and a very good start, though, for the World Elite top
and
laner.
Kondi, one of the other upgrades you have to think... Oh, sorry, one of the better
Upgrades.
plays to get in.
Ooh.
Sorry, better plays to get in now that Spirit's left. Kondi... Shush you. Kondi, of course, coming over from M3. Pretty solid player there. Xie also coming up in his own as a player, but he has a very specific champion pool, it feels like. That's maybe the one worry.
It does kind of feel that way, but I will say those specific can be considered diverse because he has the Diana and Cassiopeia to fall back on.
Yep, even Ari as well, we've seen from him a few times, as there's Mystic. Back on the standard stuff, pretty much. Tristana and Ezreal was a big Jinx and Vayne player from last season, so always has though. And then Zero, one of the region's best Threshers. Of course, he can play a bunch of other stuff as well, but still looking good on the Thresh.
Yeah, the Thresh is S+ levels if you were to give him a rating. Of course, can play so many other champions as you're seeing right there, but the whole roster has seemed to have come together quite nicely.
Yeah, and that was the thing about World Elite in the offseason with all these teams making changes. World Elite sort of had the unfortunate thing of having to pick up the scraps, if you will. They lost Spirit. They couldn't really get any more superstar players onto the lineup, so they just sort of consolidated their good lineup and tried to upgrade where they can. Again, Kondi, a downgrade from Spirit, but a very solid player. Top lane probably saw an upgrade there from Aluka with 957. And bottom lane, Zero's a fine player. Paired in with Mystic, you have to think the language barrier is a bit better there as well.
Definitely.
So it was conservative changes for World Elite. That was the way it's been touted to us, but very smart changes. And this should pay off for them long term, especially already here with a winning week 1. Not too bad to kick things off.
The best kind of conservative changes is the way to look at it. Of course, Kondi has stepped up. He was an MVP-worthy performance in one of the best of 3 games that he played when he went 2-1 against EPA. Was 5-0 at one stage. They had 6 kills, and he was involved with every single one of them in the early game.
Yep.
Kondi is still a force to be reckoned with. Hard to compare to Spirit.
Yes.
And in his absence, Kondi is doing a very good job to fill those shoes.
Kondi definitely had a decent season last year on M3, but we are into Champ Select. We'll see how Kondi and friends do today. Xiaogu Reapers over on the left-hand side. Team World Elite going to be on the right for game number 1. Alistar and Rise banned pretty quickly away by these two teams.
And rightly so, of course. Alistar hasn't seen a lot of bans for the first 2 or 3 days, but it's very much noticed as a trend now. Picked and banned in every single game so far.
And there's Graves, banned away by QG as well. So pretty popular jungler. Not going to be present in this game. As World Elite now consider their next pick. Got about 12 seconds or so to decide. We've seen lots of different draft strategies, actually. Drafting speed is really interesting from ban 1 to last pick here. As Tom Kench does get taken away.
Definitely has been. I think the biggest trend that I'm surprised isn't happening is everyone bans away from Swift. They don't want him to have a lot of his champions. And Swift actually banning away from Kondi is the weirdest change to see so far.
Kondi definitely a competent Lee Sin player, but it's an interesting ban, certainly. QG going straight for Kondi there with that particular ban. So I wonder what Swift has in mind here. As of course a very strong Rek'Sai player, but can play just about anything, as Nidalee was the product of a few highlight clips last year.
I mean, I'd ban Lissandra here, to be honest with you. It's just, but there's no Alistar on the board. It's the other optional first pick that you would go for, and it's just so powerful.
Well, it's LeBlanc actually banned away from Doinby. We have seen him play only LeBlanc so far, but Doinby definitely has a much bigger champion pool than that. You can see Doinby there. Yeah, that is Doinby, sorry. Thought it was more for a second, got trolled. Kind of saying, hey, they banned my LeBlanc, probably not a big problem. Do you guys want Nautilus again? His team probably saying, no, not right now.
What about Maokai? I can play Maokai mid, guys.
And I wouldn't be surprised to see Lissandra, of course, be the first pick here. 35 seconds on the clock here for QG as V's looking to pick up a champion.
Yeah, so if they want to go for the Lissandra, it'd be a very smart decision for them to do so. There's always the Rek'Sai, something that is a point of contention between both of these junglers.
Yep.
They do have a Rek'Sai played in their last games. And there's also the fact that bottom lane, Moore could just go for the Thresh if need be. It seems to be the other very good first rotation option.
Yep, some plenty of picks here, but you have to be careful with these blue side picks. You only get one, but you do get the first one, so got to make it count here. Rek'Sai, like you mentioned, would be a perfectly fine pick here. Swift is a very, very good Rek'Sai, and he is going to take it away. So get it for himself and also deny it from Condi. 3 for 3 so far on the Jungle Champions for Xiaogu.
Yeah, absolutely right. A lot of focus towards Condi. The question then has to be arisen of, is his champion pool extensive enough to deal with all of these things being picked away from him? What does he have in store that can actually deal with it? And we forgot one champion.
Lulu. Hi.
Why?
I mean, that's the other Lissandra, right?
Yeah.
Sort of talking about it yesterday. Two very flexible champions, can go in different roles, lots of utility. I mean, they could take both here if they really wanted to, but certainly Lulu being left up does leave over the possibility. We'll see what Elite wants to do, but this would be perfectly good picks.
Yeah, that's a great first draft. And, I mean, the thing with that is, though they're considered flex picks, it's very obviously defined as to what they're going to be, right? You can pick your lanes against them knowing they're the same thing.
Yep. And let's go for what Elite. They're like, we'll pick the slightly better matchup where we can. You can even move one into support if you wanted to. There are still plenty of picks open that might give up the Lissandra. They are, in fact, as Trundle and Lulu are going to be the pickups here for World Elite.
And a lot of other champions, we have to say, have been left completely available because of these targeted bans. So a unique strategy put in place here. And yes, that champion being hovered should definitely be selected.
That's right, the Pirates are open. I forgot about that. Both MF and Gangplank seen a lot of attention, mostly on the bench in a lot of games this week. It could be. We'll see what Xiaogu do want to go with. 30 seconds now to draft this few picks. But this is the thing that I love about draft right now, is that there's lots of good picks, but you still have to build a team comp by the end of your picks, right? So you need to make sure you pick them carefully.
I mean, they've played Misfortune once already, Pico, from Xiaogu, and they just basically put the Braum with it. That's their denial tool. And now that they've seen the Trundle selected, I think they feel much more free to hover this champion and potentially lock it in, because there's not going to be the Braum to deny it, or they just pick the bottom lane that they want.
Yeah, I mean, why really show too much here? Xiaogu going to save his soul lands. That's Braum. That's Misfortune. A revisit to the bottom lane here for Xiaogu.
And it feels like it must be the comfort matchup here for Xiaogu, picking the Braum with Misfortune opposed to... I think it's less of a denial because the Trundle's there, but of course Trundle can still flex. And I guess Xiaogu's saying better safe than sorry in that regard.
Just get more info.
Exactly right.
And that's the big thing. You look at these picks, just so much flexibility in the top half of the draft. So World Elite now going to have to show a little bit more. Again, we've seen Red Side drafting be pretty good. There's 30 seconds remaining here. They've got Kindred and Callista as their current hovers. Two perfectly good champions, but see exactly what Condi wants to do. He knows his jungle matchup. He's going to be Rek'Sai here against Swift, unless some real massive shenanigans are on the way.
And Kindred's still a very good champion to consider. They've banned away, I would say, the strongest champions from Condi, but at all times, they're still going to have a lot of good options available for them. Well, they could just not reveal it yet.
Well, 5 seconds left. Might not have to. I mean, the lanes are so flexible they don't really have to leave a counterpick. They can leave a counterpick open anyway. There's Callista.
Such a good draft.
And looks like Lissandra's going to be locked in as well. Yeah, this is Red Side drafting on this patch at its finest.
That's amazing. The fact that they can get all of these champions. The Callista isn't an overbearing powerhouse anymore, like we used to see from Callista being picked really early in the rotation. Instead, they've gone for Lissandra and Lulu, who have wave clear. They can swap lanes freely if one's going poorly. They've got a Trundle, who you would have to say is supporting now. There's the option of jungling, but it's not ideal. And at the moment, there's still a Mundo available.
That's true. They actually don't have a jungler, which is kind of weird. But yeah, we'll see what Elite want to do with their draft. This last pick's going to be fun, no matter what happens, I think. Xiaogu making sure they lock in these last few picks. They have a decent idea what to expect in these solo lanes. And of course, they picked a pretty comfortable bottom lane for themselves. So probably not too worried about what's happening. Doinby might just go straight back to a comfort pick here as well. 10 seconds left for Xiaogu Reapers.
Yeah, the mid lane is always looking for wave clear at the moment, and Doinby is perfectly suited towards his Victor. The Gangplank's still an option.
Yep.
V does, well, I guess he can play that in the top lane, and they need to pick something.
They do. I want to know what he wants. Okay, whoa, Nautilus. having another go here. Nautilus Victor, the last picks here for QG.
Interesting stuff. And we have already seen a Nautilus be played in the LPL from...
We did see it yesterday. Koro played it at top lane.
That's going to be questionable, I will say. The assumption that it's going to be an AP top laner does help with your itemization as the Nautilus, but again, I don't see the merit in the champion being picked away, because it's not being picked away.
Yeah, I mean, it used to be, you know, a big counter to Kalista, especially as support, because you could lock her down, but I feel like, unlike the old Kalista comps, there's like 2 or 3 threats or more in these comps nowadays versus the 1 or 2 that you'd normally see. So all that lockdown CC, and Nautilus does have a lot of it, just doesn't feel quite as effective as it was when Nautilus was super in vogue.
Yeah. No, seriously.
Yeah, and there's Kindred, last pick for World Elite. Add another threat.
Yeah, it's a lot of threats on this World Elite side. That's a dangerous composition if it gets ahead at all. And when it's behind, it still feels like it's got its strengths and very good at making picks. A lot of wave clear. The team fighting in terms of having a tank is a little bit lackluster. It's going to come down to how they actually engage, because if QG Reapers engage first, they're so tanky.
I feel like we've said this a lot about especially Graves or Kindred-based comps where we've seen coming out of the jungle. We use the phrase execution heavy a lot to describe them. I would say that's probably true here of World Elite's comp, but we'll run by them once more. Nautilus, Rek'Sai, Victor, MF, and Braum for QG, and WE with Lysandra, Kindred, Lulu, Kalista, and Trundle for Zero. Big troll.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like Xiaogu, they're comfortable with the matchups that they've got at the moment. They've picked them into World Elite, but World Elite's team comp is just so good that it's very difficult to beat on paper. I do think, though, that deep down World Elite have just picked the champions because they're strong.
Yep.
And I'm worried that that is the only reason they've picked the champions.
Yep. And we can see QG have definitely put emphasis on Swift's jungle pick once again. So if he can start going off and run over the early game, big strong comp from World Elite, it's going to fall down pretty quickly.
Yeah. And of course, Xiaogu on comfort picks is the biggest thing to take away from this. And really, if there is a team composition that can beat World Elites, it's the comfort comp that they've got.
Certainly is. Well, you can see the team comps here. The teams are lining up. Let's get ourselves onto the rift for game number 1. And here we are for our first game of the final day of week 1 of the LPL. Xiaogu taking on World Elite. Game 1 of our best of 3. Good drafts from both teams. World Elite, you might think Rusty got the better of it, but still a lot to play for here in the early stages of this game especially.
Yeah, World Elite, they got the better of the draft for what is considered meta. They definitely got all of the strong power picks that is very relevant to the current meta. They've got the wave clear, they've got early pressure, and they've got mid-game item spikes where they can rotate around the map. So in a comfortable position here, World Elite. In saying that, QG just love every single champion that they're on at the moment.
They certainly do. They play to the beat of their own drum, most certainly, and they got a comfort comp here for them to start things off. Quick to note that double TP for World Elite as well to add to the things that this already very versatile comp can do. You can see QG just getting a couple wards in near that Gromp blue buff intersection, and Mystic is actually in the top lane already as Kalista, so a lane swap early on here for WE.
And it's funny, last time I saw a teleport on a Lulu mid lane, it was against Faker, and that was the last time I saw it for quite some time, because Faker showed them exactly why you're not meant to have it. Doinb, can't really compare the two, but it's the way he should play the laning phase, knowing he's got extra power just from having an extra summoner.
And keep talking about him, Swift. Always wanted to get aggressive, although V's been moved all the way out of the jungle by Zero there. Swift actually starting on the red side. Done the Krugs already, so V going to join up. I feel like they might have miscommunicated some of the lane swap, because V's going to be a little starved of experience. You can see 957 already sticking with Condi.
No, absolutely, they were unaware of the lane swap happening. They didn't get vision of the junglers from World Elite, or the duo, on the bottom side of the map. And so V assumed it was free for him to do the small blue buff minion by himself, get a bit of experience, go to lane. Zero, naturally, when they initiate the lane swap, checks the blue buff to see if they're there, finds him, and now V's going to be a little bit behind on experience.
Yep, coming over to check as well. 3v2 actually, if QG do walk into this section. Yep, the Wolves are started. I think they might have seen them, so they're probably not going to get caught out here. Swift is marked by Kindred as well, I believe, so he's going to have to be extra careful.
Got a bit of gold there, Swift. Prey Seeker found a small wolf.
Well, he can maybe get his blue buff taken here as well, which is a bad time here for QG. World Elite doing the right thing and pretty much playing to the strong side of the map. You can see Peko all the way down there. We do have Brom coming up as well for more, but there's going to have to be a snipe or nothing, and it's just going to be nothing this time.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sold on the strategy here from Xiaogu. They're going to get to the tower and potentially deny the push, and it kind of slows the map down a little bit. They're still getting free farm onto Pico in the bottom lane, but it's such a big risk to actually send all of these members here, and now essentially leaving V alone while just sitting on the outskirts.
Oh, Doinby really close to 957. He's going to eat a Q, but trades plenty of damage back in there. Doinby says, get out of my lane. He's pushing Xie quite far forward towards this turret.
But Doinby, also very low in mana at the moment, is going to get poked out of lane 100% if he overcommits. Needs to only last hit minions and not use spells, and then his pressure is out the window.
Swift is so aggressive. Straight into the jungle, but Condi's right next to him, so Swift's not going to get that steal. He will be 3 buffed here, and that's a poor start for the Xiaogu jungler.
He's ready to gank in the middle lane. He's watched himself be 3 buffed, but the aggression that he's putting down is honestly just to get experience and vision.
Yeah, WE also know is on this side at least because of the Scuttlecrab vision, so this is not a surprise. I'll spot Zero here with the Tremor Sense. They're going to go in for it. Xie in trouble. They gets exhausted, tagged by Moore as well, and Zero is going to pillar them away. No kill there. Xie gets away safely.
And we mentioned about a minute and a half ago, Doinby's mana pool was sparing, doesn't really have the capacity to use all of these spells without running out quickly, and they wanted to come in, push the wave, help Doinby get some CS, and then recall with the wave resetting under the turret. The teleport, though, from Xie is going to prevent that from happening. And in fact, he might find himself with a small CS lead.
Yeah, you can see the casual 1v2 there from the level 2 Trundle. Zero showcasing some of the power of the champion. Xie has returned to the mid lane, though. He's going to be just fine here as Doinby is forced back. He gets a Hex Core upgrade and a Negatron Click as V gets himself away. Tried to block the Q there with the pillar, I think. That was quite cute.
I do wonder how that interaction goes, because Nautilus's
Dredge line?
Dredge line actually counteracts a lot of things, like a Blitzcrank hook as an example. If you throw out the Dredge line, it connects to the wall. Blitz will hook you, you'll just go back to your Dredge line. Yeah. So I'm very curious to see how that interaction works.
See how V can handle the Nautilus here. He's doing just fine in CS, actually. That's probably the other win for QG, despite maybe some early fumbles here by Swift. Is that 957 is zoned all the way off the wave, 2v1 in bottom side. Can't duel MF and Brom. Pretty difficult duo lane in general to play against, but 1v2 even harder there for Lissandra.
Yeah, and this is actually a major win for Xiaogu because V hasn't been dove. There's nothing that World Elite could actually do to dive him, solely because Swift was following Condi around. He sacrificed 3 buffs just to have vision of the jungler and let V know that he is safe under that turret. The way that the lane swaps have been going at the moment, everyone fast pushes down 2 turrets. But because of the way that Swift played the jungle, they weren't able to fast push down 1 turret, and now V is just monumentally ahead of a Lissandra.
Well, they're going to come back again here. 4 members top now. 957 doing a lot of roaming, given that he doesn't really want to be in that lane. But you can see Moore and Swift already heading towards the top side as well. V's going to back off the turret as also. Going to make sure he's not in range, and they might be able to defend here. 3v4 with a turret in play as Doinby roams up as well. World Elite have to give this up. That turret takes barely any damage.
And meanwhile, in the bottom lane, of course, Pico's just going to be casually sitting here. He's going to be farming his heart out, trying to get all of his items before he goes back, and well and truly on the way to a big spike is this Misfortune already being level 6, and no one from World Elite is here to catch these waves. Time and again, 957 doesn't have his teleport, and he has 3 CS.
And it's funny how in so many games, it's always Peko that seems to be the big benefactor here. You talk about the top half of the map for QG being very aggressive in setting up a lot of plays, but Peko is a super reliable mid to late game AD carry player, and he's getting a lot of help early on here. 61 to 56 CS in the AD carry war, but it's still 957. It's completely, very, very starving.
7 minutes in the game, and he finally goes to the bottom lane to take some farm and gets above 4 CS. It's a miracle.
It's almost actually like down in 3 levels as well. V's pretty close to his ultimate, so
yeah,
957 struggling. But he's going to get a couple waves now.
And the craziest part is Swift, without getting a single big buff, is keeping up with levels because you get so much experience now from big jungle monsters regardless. You've got the new items that give bonus experience with each large monster as well.
And the nice thing was, didn't have to share much of that with V.
Nope.
It looked like a mistake earlier for QG, and it was, but the way they've played it to protect this top lane tower, they've effectively reset all their lanes back to almost standard ones, and now 5-7 still struggling in the bottom lane.
And as he should be, only having a Doran's ring is not in a position to fight against the BF Sword Misfortune. The thing here, though, is because there's such a big advantage for V, he's itemized towards magic resistance, and he's actually almost ready for a dragon or objective-based fight. He could almost group up now, utilize that teleport that's there, because 957 could do nothing about it.
Nope, not right now. No TP level 4 for the poor Lissandra, as Peko does return to the bottom side with that BF sword. Swift now level 6 as well. Going to start stalking around looking for wards. Could be a dive in this bottom side here. Might just want to secure this outer turret. It's going down by the looks of things.
It certainly should be going down. The numbers advantage is there, and Condi is in base. So he's going to have to basically cut his losses, go towards some more jungle camps, and continue to farm. It's pretty sad to consider that the farm is the exact same as Swift, though.
Yeah, after that 3 buff.
Seriously, he got a 3 buff start. He's had the jungle advantage, and Swift spent about a minute and a half watching him jungle and just sitting in middle lane as well. So, good job from Swift.
Yeah, well played early game certainly here for Xiaogu. You can see some early itemization starting as well. We've got Swiftness Boots, Tracker's Knife. That's the current jungle meta special by the looks of things. Spectre's Cal up for V already, like you highlighted. And Doinby's got the 1-2 hex score, I believe, as they also take the dragon after that bottom tower.
Yeah.
About 1,000 gold up now for Xiaogu, just based on very good macro play.
Exactly right. And this is an interesting change. I have not seen a team play the early game like this until right now. Because at the moment, the meta, basically in every single region, is the 2 turrets, and then they play an ARAM in the middle lane until someone concedes.
Just hope the wave clear somehow gives away in mid.
They just poke until one of the wave clear sources isn't there anymore, and then they're the ones who snowball. So it's nice to see a refreshing change and a very unique strategy, I would have to say, from Xiaogu.
Well, I have to agree, but good news here in the top side for World Elite. 957 is going to start collecting much needed creeps and experience. He's still 25 CS down. And Swift actually looks to dive in. A really smart rotation here from Condi.
He knows Condi's there, though.
Could spot him out with the Tremor Sense.
He also knows he hasn't moved.
Yep. And now going in. No, actually moves out for 957. Swift looks for the dive. Dredgeline does land in. The knockups there as well. Ulti going to follow there from Nautilus. Damage is down and Condi is dead. First blood to Swift.
4 members from QG are here at the exact same time, so they can continue to push the top lane turret. And World Elite, they just feel outclassed on a macro level at the moment. Every single time Condi's somewhere, he's not going to get anything from it. In fact, he's just there as a helping hand to try and get someone out.
And look at this, a TP down for V to secure this tower. Very inventive lane swap from QG Reapers. And Mystic can just sit here and farm, but V has no issues at all against a low early game Kalista with a Glacial Shroud.
And that's because V had recalled to get the Glacial Shroud that you just mentioned. Mid-game items completed for this Nautilus, and he is in a fantastic position moving forward, because if a tank is ever ahead, they generally stay ahead. Now Xiaogu are able to get this second turret after denying as many minions as possible from 957, potentially make it bounce back a little bit. They're diving?
Trouble, yeah, they are diving. 957's here as well. V's still not going down. The Ren stacks are in there. Mystic is going to get the execute, but he might die to the tower hit. Made it close, but he does secure the kill.
He flashes out from that last tower shot. 4 members from World Elite. Finally a proactive play out of this team. They do get the bottom turret and a single kill for their troubles. And now the gold leader started to claw back a little bit more.
Yeah, equalized somewhat here. Only about 2k up for QG. So they were playing relatively patiently.
He's not going to spot the ward because it's on the backside of the red
He's
kit.
going to see it.
Oh, he's done it.
Nice pathing there from Swift. Checks all checked all the nooks and crannies. Did find it, had to use the lens just to clear it out, but make sure he gets that vision out of his jungle.
But I'm going to be honest, he didn't need to sweep it. He did not need to sweep that at all. That vision that you get from that ward being there is only relevant when the red buff is spawned. It is going to be out relatively soon, but I don't think it was necessary for him to use that when it could be better suited to a jungle entrance instead.
Perhaps a message being sent now by Swift as he does zoom out back in towards the mid lane.
Now. Oh, no, he's got a pink. No, you know what? You do you, Swift.
Needs to set up for some vision here. Going to take the Scuttle Crab as well. So lots of vision being set up on this right-hand side. Doinby going to chase Zero out of his lane. He's come visiting in mid for the second time here. And Doinby is continuing to do what Victor loves to do. Constantly pressure up and wave clear. Blue buff up for him as well. Chie is CSing nicely, but going to be relatively farm heavy here in the mid for now, although we are looking at some sort of gank.
So World Elite looking to gank Doinby. They even had a Lissandra rotating, but not to any avail. This is crazy. 12 minutes in the game, you're usually looking at basically the recipe for the Rod of Ages to be completed. They get it around 12 to 14 minutes, depending on how laning phase went. Here's a blasting one.
Yep.
That's 12 minutes.
957's not having a good time in this early game. We are even getting tier 2 pressure. Dive actually from Swift is 0 the one locked up. He's only level 4. Tagged in there by the Bromq. Swift going to move in. Stun needs to proc. One more auto is enough. Peko flashes in and he will secure it.
Very well played. One more time from Xiaogu. Swift does not care about a Trundle support trying to solo defend a turret. You have no reason to be in that position, and it's unfortunate for World Elite, but very proactive play once again from Xiaogu, playing with such confidence, they get themselves a second turret in that bottom lane.
Yep, they take the turret and go up to now 3k ahead in this particular game. We can see why they prioritize the Rek'Sai. Swift just knows exactly what he wants to be doing with it. Top tower is going to fall though. Mystic able to take that one out, so it'll equalize the gold a little bit more. Only about 2k up now for Xiaogu. And a minute 30 onto that next dragon as Doinby has been very slowed.
Okay, so everyone, I mean, yeah, look, Xiaogu, they just look like they're in such a dominating position at the moment. Very dangerous stuff here as V's going to take away the big one.
Yep, going to clear things away. All good stuff there. And everything's just going to reset a bit here. We can see Essence Reaver done there for Peko. So he does have his first major item. We do have the Blade done for Mystic as well, so AD carries not too far away from each other as far as early itemization goes. And Frost Queen's claim done for Sheer with a Catalyst there as well. So are going to see delayed Rod of Ages for both the mid and the top laners of World Elite. But they are getting those item builds going. It's just again 957. Still down a very healthy amount of CS. 40 down still.
Look, it hit the point where he was going to go for Rod of Ages and instead he's gone for Boots of Lucidity, not a Catalyst. And I guess my assumption behind this is he's not going to go for Rod of Ages. He has to forego that item and get maybe an Abyssal Scepter, survive laning phase, and then work towards, I mean, honestly, potentially a Sheen item of some kind because he needs the mana pool.
Well, or a Phoenix. We could find out. Doinby looking for the steal, doesn't get it. Condi able to smite that away. We get a recall in from V as well, who's doing some shopping relatively soon. Got Swiftness Boots. Going to build in towards a few more components. Got Crystalline Bracer there now. QG though, just trying the ARAM strat, wanting to get this tower down and really open up this map. But like you've mentioned, Rusty, all the wave clear mid laners make this pretty tricky.
Exactly right. Not only wave clear mid laners, the top laners in this particular game have just the same amount of wave clear. So we'll find these teams butting heads a lot, but not a whole lot coming from it until they make a pick. The best way to make those picks is with poke, and that's what Victor is doing at the moment instead of using it for wave clear.
Oh, V going straight in, but doesn't quite use the ult. He just hooks onto a minion. Dragon is up as well. Swift's currently soloing it, so QG going to secure themselves even more objectives here. Should be pretty easy to take it away. World Elite not wanting to leave that mid lane turret in case of the pressure. And Moore's going to come in for a little bit of help. Smite away. And that's going to be Dragon. No, never mind. Dragon number 2 for QG. No smite needed.
Yeah, honestly, just easy done. It's so simple for Xiaogu to rotate at the moment. No vision control around the Dragon area for World Elite. They're basically consolidating every single loss, making their best attempts towards farming and just trying to catch up. Keep the Kalista as close as possible to even, because that's their saving grace at the moment, World Elite. They've got the Lulu, and they've got Lissandra, who's always going to be able to engage and stay alive for at least quite some time with that ultimate. They're just relying on Mystic to be huge.
Yep, well, it's getting pretty strong here. This blue buff does go over to Doinby. Mystic actually doing a bit of jungling for himself, going to take that Scuttle Crab away. Potentially give them a view to the Rift Tower if they want to take it, but right now it just seems like a siege is being set up by World Elite in the mid lane. Plenty of poke here and good wave clear. Doinby really the only one that can clear this out, but he's pretty strong right now on Victor. Yeah. So not a problem at all there for the mid laner.
He has had blue buff for a very extended period of time. I've very rarely seen him without it this game. So Doinby putting in overtime with that wave clear duty. And this is the ARAM we were talking about earlier. It's the way that the meta is going at the moment. Clear top turret, rotate to the bottom turret, or vice versa, depending on where you start. And then you work mid. Whoever breaks mid first generally opens up the map and starts to find more opportunities to snowball. But actually breaking mid is so difficult.
Yep, because again, all the wave clear mid laners. We do have maybe an opportunity in the bottom lane because they did take out the tier 2 to Xiaogu away from World Elite. So a little bit more space there. Huge wave actually for Peko. Going to push this all the way back. Although World Elite now going to start pulling the trigger and moving into mid lane. TP is up for V, but he's going to have to get here pretty quickly.
This is the rinse and repeat nature once again. It's going to be so hard to kill Doinby because he's got a Braum to defend him. Nautilus has the teleport. And this is why people are actually picking hyper tanks in the current meta, is because the wave clear is there. They need to either siege or dive. And it is so hard to siege when they have wave clear. Your only resort is to actually dive. So picking champions like the Nautilus, who can just press the big go button or be a super tank to either dive or prevent dive, is doing work.
Well, you can see Pekko's finished pushing out that wave. V, I don't think got a push started in the top lane, but he did push it fairly far back. It is going to force 957 as a response. So once again, we see this push and pull. Xiaogu now going to be the ones grouping in towards mid. And with Baron not being an objective they can take right now, they're going to keep pressuring. And these turret pokes, they do add up. In fact, they might even go for the break here.
This looks to be the first breaking point of the game. Of course, the gold lead was already established for Xiaogu. It's now going to accelerate.
Doinby going straight in, going to force a flash out of Mystic. Barely survives that one.
That was aggressive work from Doinby, and it looks like this team don't want to slow down anytime soon. Forcing Mystic to go back to base. He had to walk the whole way. They can put some more damage and might even get the second turret.
Smart play here from Xiaogu. Teleport is going to be there. Can they cancel it? Looks at the channel. Who's going to finish? Don't have enough damage. Lissandra going to charge in. Flash in, but a beautiful knock up there from Swift. Self-ulti there for 957 is going to keep him alive, but for not too much longer as Pekko does take him out. Zero tag by Braum. Almost eats another Q. And Xiaogu get another pick and keep pushing now.
Moore is so good on Braum. The amount of times you see this guy have a dance Moore. He even blocks it with the shit. He keeps dancing. That's really cool. He stops the Lissandra from engaging and having to ult herself, but with a delay because he knocked up with the ultimate. The timing was impeccable, and Moore really helping Xiaogu to cement that advantage they just secured.
Blue buff steal here as well, and a big wave also prepped in that bottom side. Xiaogu do have to go back and spend their money, so can't probably go for more aggressive plays at this point, but they'll collect their buffs, they'll consolidate, go spend some of that money they've built up here. And that big bank now, about 6k up for QG, 5 towers to 2, and of course those 2 dragons just in case. Swift, I think, tried to take that away, but
no,
Pekko
secures. He genuinely wanted to take the small one. He said he needed the 20 gold. I'm guessing for a pink ward, if I had to make an assessment. It was just quite amusing because he had to actually walk up to it next to it and kill it with the Cinder because you can't kill red buff with it.
Yeah.
Safe to take it for Pico, and he gets a bit of extra money.
Well, the event's plate now completed, so 20G helping out there for Swift. We do see Rapid Fire Cannon also completed for Pekko, so 2 items done for MF. Banshee's done now as well for V. And of course 2 items done, Perfect Hex Score plus the Abyssal and Cooldown Boots, all completed for Doinby. So big strength now for Xiaogu. As that Rent does miss for Mystic.
You win this round, Grom. I'll be back.
Well, more steals as well as Kondi has to defend that buff for himself. We'll take it. They can't go over to the AD carry now for a few minutes, and Xiaogu is continuing to put pressure on all 3 lanes at this point.
Yeah, and of course, as we mentioned, the middle lane has been broken open, so it gives more pressure on the face of World Elite. They need to sit there and defend in a much deeper and more dangerous position. Gives more time for Xiaogu to rotate around the map. Their next objective is very evidently a 4-1 split, focusing on the top side of the map so that there's no Baron pressure whatsoever, and that V can pressure the bottom side of the map, which is completely open.
Yep, CQG going to push it for this top tier 2 now. That's the only tier 2 left actually for World Elite, so it'll be another big point to attack here.
Yeah.
V does have that summoner, of course, teleport ready to go. Dragon up in 40 seconds, so Xiaogu, plenty to play around here. And this vision's just stretched all the way into World Elite's jungle at this point. World Elite feel pretty much confined to their base area.
Absolutely do, and of course V right now is honestly doing the work of 2 laners. They're keeping Doinby in the top lane because he's not the only one with wave clear, but he's the only one that can poke and pressure down carries from World Elite. This World Elite side are not very good at clearing waves unless they're in control of the map, and Victor can very easily be in range for a laser with their short range abilities.
And I feel like QG are playing very well around World Elite's teleports here. They do have 2 of them, but they're constantly keeping track of the timer. Xie now has to go around and check things out because his TP up and 957's isn't. And like you mentioned, V's doing the work of 2 different laners, but he only has 1 teleport.
Exactly right. He's walking between the lanes, not even using that teleport, clearing mid lane, and then going back to the bottom lane, clearing that one also. World Elite need to address this issue in the top lane that was 4 people pressuring, and immediately Xiaogu, with about 10 seconds till the dragon spawns, work their way towards it, and that is the 3rd one for them. Completely uncontested again.
Yep, they'll collect it here and start applying pressure. This is the thing about Dragon. Everyone says 5 dragons is kind of unrealistic to get to. We've seen a couple games this week in different leagues around the world go there, but it's been fairly rare. And I think in general, the nice thing about Dragon is, okay, it's not that great. The first one's pretty good, but if you keep taking them, that's pressure you put on your opponent, as we do have Condi steal away that blue buff.
I will say it's very rare that teams have to resort to the 5th Dragon because gold is so accelerated and items are so accelerated. 957, you are so far
trouble.
out.
No flash here as well. Swift going to follow in. Flash on Burrow there for the knock-up, and Doinby just going to take him out. Swift gets the last hit there, and now Condi's getting chased on. Huge dredge line there for V as the Lamb's Respite popped as well, but he's not going to live for too much longer. Condi does flash and dash out of the way. He might just survive here, but another dredge line coming out. The Price Seeker lands. The ulti's good, and Condi gets dunked.
The first time that V uses that ultimate, Lissandra actually cancelled it. I think it was a vision issue that stopped it from going out. So saves the ultimate this time for Condi, ensures that he gets the last hit with it as the Lamb's Respite went down. And they're on Baron.
Yeah, QG say, you know what, Mystic? You take the mid outer. It's all yours. We're just going to take Baron here. Zero in the area, trying to poke people off it, but it's going to be really difficult to try and take this. 3v5 right now. Doinby actually in trouble. Mystic doing good damage there. Great knock up there from the Fates call. And QG just committing the Baron. Lissandra is coming in. Swift does secure it, but Pekko's going to take a lot of damage here as 957 ults himself. Damage is good. Swift is done. And QG somehow have everyone else live. Mystic couldn't finish the job. And now going in. Great knock up there. Swift with the double. Going to chase Zero in as well. Looking for the third. Pekko now going to run down there. Damage is good for the MF. Knock-up's almost there. Zero has to be careful. He does get knocked up. Pekko takes him out. And Xiaogu, 3 kills and a Baron.
And this game just became a massacre right now for World Elite. There is nothing they can do. Being run around the map, left, right, and center. Try as they might to even kill Doinby. They can't do it. The only death was a dive at around 6 minutes into this game onto V. This is an impeccable Xiaogu that we're looking at right now, and this game is getting very out of hand.
Yep, they're 8k down now, our World Elite. And Xiaogu just continuing to apply pressure after pressure. Blue buff does not belong to you, although GA does get it. Have forced a flash though, that's a pretty hefty cost for that particular buff.
I mean, Doinby, he's still going to have wave clear. They don't need the blue buff desperately.
Oh, Condi caught out again. Lamb's Respite pop. Braum going to CC him up. Pekko going to take it.
They're
now going
diving.
to chase in onto Xie. Nautilus ult pop. Braum passive there. Swift gets another kill now. And Doinby just flashes in for Mystic. Zones him out with the Chaos Storm. They're going to keep going. He'll tick down and get killed. Zero could be the next target, but Xiaogu have just busted the base open here.
They don't have any reservations right now. There's nothing to be afraid of for this Xiaogu roster. 11-1 in kills at 24 minutes into this game. They can break open the middle lane, and it doesn't look like they want to stop there because they are so far ahead.
Yeah, they might even try and finish things off here, but this game is looking grim for World Elite in this particular one. This Nexus turret, not long for this world, will go down. Do they have enough tanks to finish them off? I think they do. Pekko is going to clean things up here, and Xiaogu are going to run over WE. One death in the column. Swift's KDA going absolutely ballistic, and that's it. 25 minutes. We are done with game number 1.
Xiaogu, that is a stellar performance across the board here from this rookie team. No longer rookies, to say the least.
Not
in
at
their
all.
second split of the LPL. The first 3 games that we've seen them play, and they die 5 times total so far.
Ruthless and efficient. That's how I'm going to describe this Xiaogu lineup. We saw them play with the exact same 5 last year. They were looking pretty good, but the offseason's been very kind to this team. Good pickups on the bench. Clearly refined their play since finishing second there IM Cologne, and they are off to the best possible start almost for the LPL 2016 spring season.
It's just unbelievably efficient from this Xiaogu side. Haven't actually seen any innovation like that to the lane swaps just yet.
Yeah, that was really clever.
Season. The way that they worked around it actually got the Nautilus into a position where he's not going to die because he's a naturally tanky champion. Lissandra, 957, seriously just stuck double jungling. Look, it was a foresight on their part. They needed him in the side lane. But all in all, this Xiaogu side, once again, they showed they mean business, and it wasn't just a fluke in their first 2-0.
No, certainly not. I mean, 2-0 LGD, even though there are clearly some changes and adjustments to be made for that team, no mean feat. World Elite probably come in being, I would say, less favored than LGD might have been in that match. But that first game was just, once again, very clinical. Feels like Xiaogu are yet to show signs of weakness.
And World Elite, they also beat EPA 2-1 in rather convincing fashion in the second and third games. There was a team that was now 1-0 against Xiaogu, the other 1-0 side. And that quickly looked like a drastic difference between both of these teams. LGD, after going down to Xiaogu and seeing how they've performed so far against World Elite, I actually don't know if LGD are even bad or if Xiaogu are literally just that good.
Well, we expected EDG, Xiaogu, and LGD to be our top 3 teams starting the season. EDG are having troubles. LGD are having troubles. Xiaogu having absolutely no problem.
Yeah. And that's
0.
honestly the biggest difference right now. Speaking of 0, they didn't have any trouble with him.
No.
The way they executed the lane swaps from Xiaogu, again, very creative. It's new and it's very unique to them at the moment. I really liked it. It completely counteracted any strategy that World Elite had in place.
Again, for me, I think Swift just plays such a big part in this team. I don't know how much he's able to communicate with some of the mixed language members of his team, but Rek'Sai is such a good champion for him because it promotes so much control and so much flexibility from that role that Swift gets to do whatever he wants. And when that man is in control of the tempo of a game, he controls it from minute 1 to minute 25 when the game ends.
Well, absolutely. That's on the assumption it ends at 25 minutes. And, I mean, that was a quick game, to say the least. They were 11k ahead by the time they got to 25 minutes in this game. And they were 1,000 gold ahead from the lane swap that they put in effect. And it was just it was almost surreal to watch happen because Swift didn't do anything. He just watched Condi jungle. He seriously stalked his prey and then said, all right, well, V, you can lane top right now because we know where he is. And it was all good.
I just remember that draft from Model 8. I actually looked through some highlights as well. Some of these players were just disgusting. And Doinby especially, as always on Victor, was just outputting monstrous amounts of damage.
Yeah, banning the LeBlanc away from Doinby doesn't actually limit his champion pool at all. Honestly, you should be banning the Victor above the LeBlanc because the wave clear and the utility that Victor provides and how aggressive Doinby actually plays that. I mean, there's no answer from World Elite. They should be banning the Victor, not the LeBlanc.
I think that last play there, just a big deep dive. We had the lane pushing up in the middle as well. Then the game ends. That's it. People get dived. Nexus turrets fall. QG just way too far ahead. And like we mentioned, World Elite's draft was good. It just never had a chance to come online.
And that's the biggest problem right now is they're doing lane swaps, trying to put lane swaps into effect, World Elite, to let Lissandra get a freeze, stack up some money, get some gold, and they were just completely outplayed. It was clean cut and it was ruthless from Xiaogu.
And Top Nautilus finally wins a game there in the LPL.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know how much we can say about V's Top Nautilus. He's clearly a good, flexible player. It's funny because for the longest time, I feel like people are like, V can only play tanks. And he played Ryze and destroyed everyone. So,
well, yeah.
Yeah.
Basically.
Well, we'll see how it goes. Back on the tanks at least for now, but we're going to throw to a quick break. Can Xiaogu continue their undefeated streak and take the second game, or are World League going to bounce back for game number 3? Don't go too far away. We'll be right back with more LPL action. Welcome back, everyone, to the 2016 English coverage of the Chinese LPL. My name is Julian Pastry Timecast, still joined here by Zach Rusty Pie. We're about to get into game number 2, which could be quite a quick affair here as Xiaogu absolutely romped through Waterloo in game number 1.
They definitely did. Of course, don't count your chickens until they
Nope,
hatch.
not at all.
We have
We did
no
that last
idea
night.
on the exactly. We have no idea on the game length of number 2, but we'll start with game number 1's MVP. That doesn't surprise me at all.
Nope. 5-0-6 going to pad the already ridiculous KDA from the start of the week. 100% kill contribution. Jungled the pants off Condi in a lot of different ways there, despite what looked like maybe some early missteps here. Swift, always the backbone of his team, another great Rek'Sai game. And I wonder if he sees the ban, what else is he going to? Because we know he can play other stuff, but if he's just going to keep getting Rek'Sai, why bother?
Exactly right. He doesn't have any need to bother at all. Rek'Sai just suits him to a T. His creativity and gank pathing and just his ability to utilize the vision that Rek'Sai gives without placing vision has almost put him a step above the rest of the other junglers. So deserving of MVP. And the funny thing to take away from that is 100% kill contribution. You'll see a lot more of that at the moment. The current meta actually suits 100% kill contribution on these junglers and AD and supports generally.
Yep, I mean, still you've got to be there for all of them. So, yes, more team play will promote that, but still very impressive from Swift. And Rek'Sai, for me, is a champion that will always be aligned with Swift. He is the first champion ever played when he started in the LPL in summer of last year.
Yeah.
Absolutely went off against LGD, hilariously enough.
Level 3 tower dives.
Yep. And I saw him smash Cool with it. Even though they did lose that game, he literally made Cool sit under his tower and cry because he ganked him for about 6 minutes straight. Like, he's just amazing at the champion. We've seen him play in Italy. We've seen him play plenty of other champs as well. I'm sure he can adapt to the new jungle picks like Kindred, like Graves, if he has to. But like I said, he's a great Rek'Sai player. They keep leaving it open. He first picked it in a draft with plenty of good picks open, and it worked out. So I'm not going to question the man, at least for now.
And you know, the best part is when the new jungler item comes out, the Runic Echoes in 6.1, Swift is going to be even more comfortable.
Yep.
Because he can go back to his Nidalee one more time and revert back to one of his, let's say, 25,000 roughly champions that Swift can indeed play in the jungle. So very strong player and a very, very strong first performance here for Xiaogu in game 1 on the back of his performance.
Yep. And again, so much of this game from Xiaogu was just strong macro play. We keep talking about it. We talked about the lane swaps and how effectively they handled what they could read what Elite were doing, how they moved around the map, how they played as a team. We looked at the draft and said, what Elite's draft is great. QG draft isn't awful, but it's not stellar. It doesn't have Lulu and Lissandra in it with a Trundle and a Kindred. Like, it's not a top-tier draft, and it just didn't seem to matter.
Well, yeah, it basically didn't matter at all. World Elite's draft was great, but this was the big question that we raised during the last champion selectors. World Elite, they got great champions, but they're just great champions. Do we know if World Elite can even play those champions to a very high level? And the answer is very evidently not in comparison to that of Xiaogu, who played comfort picks. It's what they know and love. The Victor in the middle lane, maybe the only wildcard is the Nautilus in the top lane, but everyone else is so happy.
Yeah, and you could see Toynbee hanging out, wave clearing out on Victor once again. A big tank there for V is not super surprising. Nautilus is a bit of a weird one. We keep seeing it every now and then. I wonder how much more we'll see this week or weeks to come, because it feels like someone in China knows something that I don't about Nautilus, because it's not a fluke that both Koro and V have picked it.
It's a Luca.
It's a fluke.
Aluka's coming
It's always
back to
a
haunt us. If it's a tank, Aluka did it first.
I mean, why wasn't 957 playing it?
Because
should have passed up the knowledge to his
Lissandra is genuinely good.
True.
Nautilus has this
what
niche.
Are you saying about Nautilus?
He has a niche utility to him, right?
Yep.
He works against Alulu Lissandra as a last rotation because his first item can be a Spectre's Cowl, and it doesn't matter who he's against, he's going to be perfectly fine. That's the way that tanks work in the current meta, is if you are a tank such as Mundo or even Zac as an example, that can build one type of resistance as your first item, you can win team fights.
What did we call him yesterday? I think it was Budget Alistar. Was that Nautilus? I think, what's top lane Nautilus? Budget Alistar with money?
To an extent, yeah. It's like the Alistar that
Alistar?
gets money.
Okay.
Thrift Alistar works.
Middle class Alistar.
Alistar.
Gets a little bit of income. You know, he's doing okay. Farming up there in the top side. Again, though, just really strong play around the map from QG here. I don't know if it's the drafts necessarily that can inform a whole lot about that game, given how it played out with a strong 25-minute win there from QG. All what Elite have to think about now, though, is how do we adjust here, starting the champ select, and then the early game. They had a plan, was swiftly countered by QG. Pun unintended, unfortunately, but we'll take it. And, I mean, they have to adjust here. That's a really difficult way to lose a game. And QG are on track to go 2-0-4-0 in week 1 of the LPL.
Yeah, and the way they're going at the moment, they'll have well and truly under 10 deaths as well.
Yeah,
from all
that's
of
true.
these games.
I think they're at 5 now.
They're at 5. 5 deaths total so far in all of these games. What you're looking for in this next one from World Elite, honestly, avoid a lane swap, first and foremost, because Xiaogu seem to have a strategy that they don't have a counter to. That, or you actually work around your level 1 a little bit more effectively and put 957 into a solo lane in response.
Well, we'll have to find out here as we are back into Champ Select for game number 2. World Elite going to swap over to the blue side. QG over on the red. Rise and Rek'Sai actually the first 2 bans. So QG not only first pick it on the blue side in game 1, but ban it on the red side here. So don't even want to give it away to Condi, as Tom Kench will join the bans there as well. And Graves. Because why not ban more junglers, QG?
Well, Xiaogu showed they're not afraid of a Lissandra or Lulu first rotation draft. They know how to beat it. And so if they get rid of the champions that Xiaogu picked in their first rotation, then why not, you know? Prompt them. Say, go on, pick the Lulu again, and we'll see if the strategy works twice in a row.
Well, I guess we'll have to find out soon. We do have a couple more bans to go through, though. As you can see, there's the last Misfortune ban, actually, for World Elite this time. So going to make sure they get out of the way. And last ban now coming up for QG. It is Lee Sin, so 3 junglers banned on their side. Really targeting Condi here.
Yeah, definitely sending a message. Kindred's probably going to be the natural response one more time from Condi. The question is, in this rotation, knowing that either Lulu or Lissandra should be locked in, will Xiaogu take that away?
See, and that would be a really cool thing to watch, right? Because Swift has only played Rek'Sai up until this point. Obviously cannot play it in this game because they banned it. But you would expect World Elite to take something like the Lulu, like the Lissandra. That would leave QG with something like Kindred Lissandra or Kindred Lulu as their first 2 picks.
Or even, I was going to say, the Alistar potentially.
Oh, that's true. He is left open as well.
Alistar is definitely available this time to be taken. So wouldn't be surprised if that's the next rotation. Or, you know what? No hesitation.
Who needs the new jungle item? Straight for the Nidalee here for Swift.
Only Swift.
That was an insta-lock by the QG jungler.
That was a strategy right there. They put the strategy straight into effect. Ban out Condi, take away the Nidalee. I guess Swift is very confident that whatever he picks, he can beat him.
And who's the number 1 jungler to maybe match Nidalee in presence? It's probably Lee Sin, but they banned him away as well.
Yeah, Lee Sin or Rek'Sai, really.
There's Alistar also coming out for QG, so another strong pick. Alistar is once again going to see play in every single game, one way or the other, either sitting out on the sidelines in the ban list or out onto the Rift. This time in the hands of Moore from QG, as Shia is flashing the LeBlanc here. Would maybe want to deny it from Dornby. They did ban it in game number 1. Dornby, of course, went straight back to a different comfort pick in Victor, but wouldn't be a bad pick. We've seen quite a lot of successful LeBlanc, actually, this week.
We definitely have. Very strong with the Twin Ghost build as well. Well, it's not Twin Ghost anymore. I should never say that. The Spooky Ghost.
It puts us 2 ghosts. That's kind of the same.
All right, we'll go with Twin Ghost for now. But this next rotation from World Elite, actually quite standard at the moment. It seems as though whenever there's an Alistar, there's going to be a Thresh in response. And for some reason, the AD carry with the Alistar is always Callista.
Yep.
Because that's just the way that it's working.
Got to throw the cow in. I mean, Trundle could be a pick here again for Zero, but I feel like Zero just likes to default to Thresh. We've seen him play Thresh before. He's a very good Thresh player. So I do like these picks here. Thresh and LeBlanc will be the finalized choices here for World Elite. But that does give Dornby knowledge of the matchup, of course. If there's anyone that's ever going deep on a counter pick, it is often Dornby. I know you mentioned the Maokai jokingly before. I believe it was actually against the LeBlanc. Because their coach told them it was the LeBlanc counter. I'm just telling everyone the story. I don't think it's going to happen.
It's not a LeBlanc counter either. Like, he was right, but it's not something you actively pick in a competitive
They were
game.
supposed to give it to me, okay? That's apparently the rest of that story. And then Dornby was like, nah, I got this.
So keeping V in mind as well, 957 is now guaranteed to be on this Lulu in the top lane, so they're actually both getting the counter picks of their solo lanes.
That's a very good point. Usually you get one counter pick here on the red side, but they're going to get both, arguably. In fact, QG, once again, might just take up the bottom lane, although Dornby is going to flick over to that Nautilus. Only about 5 seconds left now. What's a QG want to take here? MF is banned, so Pekka will have to pick up a different AD carry. You mentioned Callista already as that pairing. It could be that, but Ezreal Nautilus are going to be pickups here, so leaving a little bit more flexibility in these lanes.
It's definitely still quite vague. You'd have to assume V one more time on that top lane Nautilus, but the Ezreal can go middle or it can go AD carry. We've seen different teams playing it in different positions. Of course, Def, the best example, was playing it as an AD carry.
Yep.
Whereas other teams have just mostly, I would have to say, go towards that mid lane.
So Ghosty played mid yesterday. Pawn actually played at mid in that same series that you mentioned with Def's Ezreal.
Oh, Condi, please.
Start of the week. I was just going straight to Rengar. I mean, they've banned effectively 4 junglers here by banning 3 and picking 1. Condi might not have too many options left.
But Kindred's still there.
That's true, but maybe he really wants to Rengar people. Maybe Zero's having some fun.
Default
Hard
to
to
solo
say.
queue. That's what you do. If they ban you out, default to your best solo queue champion that never works in competitive.
Well, I'm sure Swift knows his way around Rengar, so not going to be too fussed here. But if Condi wants to pick it, it would definitely be more in line with the aggression from the jungle. Maybe doesn't want to pick Kindred and just get run over by Nidalee, but we'll have to see how this pick works out. Are these going to be it for World Elite? Looks like it. Lucian and Rengar are their final picks.
I don't disagree with a Rengar pick, but I have this fundamental flaw with Rengar against Swift as a jungler because he will know where you are at all times from level 1 to 6, and Rengar does get a little bit low in that first jungle clear. Swift has shown that his jungling doesn't necessarily involve taking camps, it's watching you take camps.
Yep.
And if he can catch that Rengar at all with a single spear, he's going to die.
And Nidalee's still good at clearing jungle and killing people. That's kind of her MO. Swift does like to play a lot of these good duelist junglers. Nidalee's certainly up there. But we do have one more pick, of course, to come through. Could be anywhere, likely a solo lane. Probably mid lane and AD carry is the pick they're debating between. And we do see Kassadin highlighted here for more, which would, of course, mean that is going to be Ezreal over to Pekko. But 10 seconds now for QG to really lock these picks down.
And of course, one of the 2 picks into LeBlanc, you would have to say, Victor or Kassadin. The 2 options that Doinby would go for. Of course, Kassadin doesn't do that well in laning phase, but you have the Q, put some levels into it, and you're actually fine.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine, absolutely, but he's going to be looking for a bit more farm early on. But it is a lock-in here for QG. They kind of flicked between Victor and Kassadin. Did decide on Kassadin towards the end. So Doinby going to take another unique champion here. Did play, again, lots of LeBlanc and Victor, but with that being taken away, he's been forced onto some different picks, but by no means uncomfortable picks for him.
And I have to question one more time. GA, we know he's the teleport guy. If you think of GA, you think of maybe MSI when he goes Diana, gets teleport. I can't help but question it. I really can't.
We'll see if he swaps the summoner spell by the time we get into the game, but I agree. I think if anyone's going to be taking teleport, it's probably going to be Doinby's Kassadin in that mid lane.
Well, because at the moment, where are you going with the teleport besides back to your lane? Usually there's been fights on other lanes. You've been teleporting in as a mid laner because you've been irrelevant. But now that everyone's going mid and playing this fake ARAM type of style, you don't actually have a lot of use for the teleport.
No, not really. Not until the map opens up. You do see the lineups, though, on your screen. Pretty similar looking drafts for both teams. Probably the jungle mix-up might be the biggest thing there. Rengar and Nidalee, 2 very aggressive junglers, going to be going head-to-head here as Condi takes on Swift in that matchup.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how this goes. You have to look towards Swift in this matchup right now.
Always.
Of course, that's the direction you're going to direct it, but between a Rengar and a Nidalee, there's going to be someone snowballing out of control. That is the biggest thing you can take away from this draft.
Certainly is. Well, with that, we are going to get ourselves into game number 2. Can QG sweep this series or World Elite bring it back? We're going to find out shortly. And here we are for game number 2. QG find themselves up 1-0 after a very quick first game. But World Elite are going to see if they can bring it back and force a third here. So you do see Condi moving out now on Rengar this time around. But Swift on Nidalee could be a very volatile jungle matchup here. We'll have to see how things start out. But we've seen Swift do pretty disgusting things on this champion before. There's Doinby and Xie going to say hello to each other. Kassadin and LeBlanc, another interesting lane matchup to watch there in mid.
Something to consider right now, and teams may not be fully aware of this as a thing that they can do, is every single blue side jungler is starting in that same bush, that little dot bush that doesn't basically count as a bush. It's just like a gap in vision. They all start there. 100% of the time they just stand there. So if you're vigilant or you've got a team that can pick that jungler out, you can blind assume that they're in that bush at the moment and kill them.
Yep. Well, no invasion this time. It's just some movement back here towards the bottom half of the jungle for World Elite. Condi looks like he wants the Krugs, and Swift looks like he also wants the same. So red starts. They'll be on opposite sides though, so they'll make their way to different parts of the map. Although it could be Peko actually, with a bit of help from Swift, actually starting out those Krugs. So we'll see. Swift usually gets help, doesn't give help to other people.
He should be starting Krugs. He's just going to pounce over once he gets that. I forget what it's called now on the W. They hunted, sorry, when they get hunted.
Yep. Gets that passive going. Has the traps down, of course. There they are. Peko with a bit of help. Thank you very much, sir. And going to be taken this pretty easily. Once again, Italy, relatively unchanged since you've probably last seen her. Not nearly as powerful, but still flies through the jungle at lightning speed.
Definitely does. Of course, smart play there from Swift, utilizing all of the traps in combo, getting 4 resets on that jump. Very smart and efficient work as V. This time is not going to be impeded on taking away the small blue ones. He gets both.
He's not stopped by 0, but is going to have to join his jungler here. So we have had another lane swap by the looks of things. You see Condi actually with a bit of help from 957, so more double jungling once again. You can see Peko on the top side there. And of course, Mystic down the bottom. So we'll see how this lane swap goes. We saw QG really outplay World Elite in the first game.
So the biggest difference between the two right now is the exact same as the last game. Look at where Swift is. He knows they're double jungling. He's invading the blue buff. He's going to take that straight away whilst V's farming.
And there's a recall actually in the bottom lane. So V with great timing and Swift with some great play is going to actually move in and collect a bunch of farm. Level 2 now after the little creeps that he took away from the jungle. Leaves the big ones to Swift, obviously, because they're worth more experience. And QG again just seems like they've got the better start of this jungle. There's the blue buff going away from Condi.
Exactly right. Now you're looking at Xiaogu this time getting a 3 buff start and free farm, a slight advantage one more time for V on this Nautilus. The biggest difference is probably going to be middle lane. But of course, Swift knows that. And Swift only has one lane that he needs to address.
Yep. Comes into pressure mid. Doesn't get the spear, so no damage down, but we'll give Doinby a bit more room. V going straight in. That's a level 1 Lulu. Takes about 50% of the health bar down already.
And that was with a missing hook. That is not a position you want to find yourself in as 957. He's going to have to use at least one of the potions. And it's funny how such a small impact from Swift. He's walking mid and using heal on Doinby. And now Doinby is well and truly out-trading this LeBlanc.
He's just poking. She is out of mana at this point, I think. I don't know how many charges I've got left of the Corrupting Potion, but I can't imagine it's like too many.
Apiece.
Well, Doinby certainly winning the early game. Swift going for the dive now. He takes a tower hit as a result. Oh, very nice. W back there from Sheer to escape that. But Swift is getting real angry in the early stages. This is super aggressive jungle play.
Absolutely is, and this is to be expected. Rengar's early jungling, he needs to recall first before he has an impact on this map, and even then, Swift is blind looking for anyone that he possibly can find.
Gonna find a pink ward, does get it. Bounces back towards it. His blue is still up as well, by the way. So Condi, who I guess assumed it's already done, wants just going to go through his safe side of the jungle, but that could even be an early blue for Doinby, which will get him through some of the struggles he might have in lane against the LeBlanc.
So while we're not actually getting a lot of action, 2 fun facts about Nidalee that we just saw utilized by Swift is changing forms is an immediate auto attack reset, so you can change an auto attack with no delay. Makes your jungling clear a lot quicker. That and if you auto attack to last hit something, he did it with the ward in ranged form. V, you need to be careful.
Yeah, he might actually die here. We'll have to say fun facts for later. Condi does get the kill. V with no flash and a first blood for Rengar.
Jeez, that is not a situation you want to be. World Elite find their way back into this game essentially from what was a 3 buff beginning. Swift has just spent the rest of the time farming, looking for those items, whereas Condi, we said he's not great until he gets his first items and first buy. Well, he got that, and now he's got a kill.
Yep. Gonna have that longsword helping out. Gonna be moving in towards Warrior Tracker's Knife, you have to think. But Swift still moving through the jungle nice and quickly will give himself the blue buff. So lots of very aggressive farming here, you can see. Not actually too far ahead of Condi right now as far as creeps go, but should fly pretty far forward here, especially if he continues to take jungle away. But Condi's just ganking at this point.
It's not really doable to gank mid. He's just kind of here to prevent Swift from doing it. And saying that, wrong lane.
Yep. Good juke though from 957. No trap, not going to arm quite fast enough. Swift will move in. Spear's good. Will jump in. Thunderlord's procs. Does go straight for the execute. Barely misses it there. And that tower hit, no, doesn't keep finishing. Swift will live. That was a very aggressive dive.
that was actually just poke. There was a real kill threat, but it wasn't that substantial. Swift was, for the most part, just pushing 957 out of lane. We've seen when 957 is behind, he really struggles with what to do. He's a solo queue player.
Oop, play there onto Pekka. Good flash out from the Ezreal though. More now going to get locked up though as Condi's here. He's got no ult. He does flash out. Heal's good there as well. Might be enough, but the autos are coming in. Condi with another kill, but Pekka almost gets enough to kill him. But now the damage is coming back down. No more CC. Pekka will back away, and Condi gets his second kill of the game.
They absolutely tried their hardest there, the bottom lane of the Xiaogu side, to get a trade in their favor, but Condi and the rest of World Elite play it impeccably one more time. They get themselves a 2-0 and 0 Rengar. He's a big threat in mid.
GA, good juke there of that spear. Level 6 now does throw the chain out, but will go slightly wide. Doinby now level 6 can also start to get a bit more aggressive. He's got a Negatron cloak finished up nice and early as well. And Shia has a Dark Seal in his inventory.
Yeah, that is...
Baby Magize.
That's so aggressive. Decision-making wise, you can see Doinby doesn't think he should have it.
Nope, just going to go straight back in on him. Good Q there, actually. Shake off some of the other Q damage from LeBlanc.
This is a point, though, where these two trading aggressively will result in one of them dying in about a minute. Because Rengar, he's bottom, actually. He's going to be level 6 soon.
Ooh, 957 could be in trouble. Spear misses there after a flash from 957. Condi there to defend. And no kill forthcoming for QG in any of these lanes.
No, not a kill, but again, a lot of pressure is actually starting to find its way onto the map. Cassidy is still in control in a lane where he probably shouldn't be in control of, and has only just ticked over that level 6 mark. So doing very well here, Xiaogu. Swift really likes that bottom lane turret.
He does.
Wants it to hit him.
Just took 2 hits, but now V's going to get locked up. Slow there as well from the Glitterlance out as Lulu. And Vita's can't go anywhere. He's got no flash. Condi gets his third kill of the game.
Could be
and
in range.
Swift going to get leapt on. Oh, barely out of range. That would have been a bowler for sure if Swift didn't flash.
So, World Elite, they've found themselves with 3 kills onto Condi. The downside of this is that all 3 kills are onto Condi. He basically has to be an AD Rengar now.
Yep.
There is no option for him to go tank because he can't snowball the rest of the map or impact it as effectively as Swift can on this Nidalee.
Yep, and he's got Caulfield Hammer. He's going for that Warrior, which is fairly standard, but see where he goes with the build after that. He's certainly going to have to continue the snowball here. He's been gifted all of that early gold. And you can see we do have the Rune Glaive coming up for Swift. He does have that sheen. I have to say goodbye to it in the patch time, but I'm sure he'll be just fine with a new jungle item as well.
Oh, you can go Runic Echoes into Lichbane anyway.
True.
That'll probably favor Swift more, to be perfectly honest with you. Gives him the cooldown reduction and the Luden's Echo passive on it. Those spears hurt.
And here comes the good old solo queue Rengar. This is pretty common. Condi's going to line up. He's got all the Fury ready. GA dives in. He's, I think, baiting Doinby into using his ulti.
Yeah, he is. He's waiting. Probably when the chains miss, you'll find that Doinby gets over aggressive. So if GA can naturally find a spot to aim for chains, Doinby will pick his point.
Playing nice and safe though, does Rooftwalk away now. Rengar also coming in. They might just go for a dive. Chain will land. Condi leaps in. Bowler's going to be there and Doinby's going to go down. Condi again with a kill, but the trade does come through. Cassidy with the shutdown.
And that's so worth for the Cassidy. He gets a shutdown, of course, sure. LeBlanc gets an assist for this, but that's now a 4-1 Rengar. World Elite will look to get the turret in response, and they might find a beneficial trade, all things considered. V's here, though, and Swift is already at the turret to defend
Yeah,
this.
3v1. Not too sure they can get this done.
they've
We'll
got
see if
Alistar.
Nautilus can make a difference. Two-shot barrage is coming through. They're going to try and clear these minions out. They will go down. Now there's the ulti out into Shie, who'll get knocked up, but they need to peel it back. V now going to go off towards the terrain. 957 ports in as well. World Elite 4 strong now in mid lane.
Easy disengage, and they force the teleport out of 957, whereas V walked. So the big difference now is the next 5 or so minutes, you will find some strong advantages for Xiaogu in terms of map presence. The biggest concern with that is always going to be this 4-1
Yep,
Rengar.
about 10 minutes in, you can see pretty slim gold lead really. World Elite up 300 gold with no towers or objectives really being taken just yet, but 4-1 is a good score there to start World Elite off. The early game's gone quite a bit better this time around, but a lot of it does rest on the shoulders of Condi and his Rengar. He's now going to get this blue buff prepared. I assume that's for Lulu, but he might even consider taking it for the CDR.
I'm going to wager he takes it himself at this stage. He's the one who has the money.
Yep.
He's the one who needs to be far ahead and actually get the rest of his team going. So look towards using his ultimate potentially in the top lane. Will be spotted by a ward, and look at the amount of pings coming down.
Fury has been charged there, so QG do know he's in the area. Going to have to back all the way towards that turret.
V needs to recall if he wants to have an impact in any lane at the moment because he's very low on mana, so needs to respect that fact. GA is actually in the bottom lane against him as well. Interesting dynamic and change of the lanes. Careful mid lane though, Doinb.
Does not want to get ganked again. They pretty much had to use everything to dive in, but they did get the kill. He got the shutdown last time, but he's only got Abyssal this time. Going to be fighting against Lulu and the LeBlanc, but not so good against the Rengar at this point.
Very unfortunate timing from Condi there as well. He could have actually found his way over that wall.
And Doinb's actually looking for a roam. The ping missing has been made there. Doinb is going to get spotted here by Condi. We'll clear out the ward. That ping's going to help protect a pretty important choke that Condi can't invade without fearing for his life. And Pekko back in the top side, building, of course, the blue Ezreal. It's the standard we've come to expect now that Ezreal's sort of found his way back into the metagame. I'm doing just fine here. BF Sword for Lucian, but Sheen tier there for Ezreal. So apart from the early pressure in the top side with that assist for both the support and AD, with or more dying, it's actually been pretty even. In fact, Ezreal's even up slightly in CS.
I mean, I'm most surprised that they put the LeBlanc into the bottom lane. Doinb clearly being quite oppressive towards this LeBlanc on his Kassadin. Lulu is not even in a position to trade at all, though, as they've got 3 mid.
Yeah, could be problems actually, but Rengar's going to dive in. Big damage there, and the ulti actually used onto Condi as well by Lulu. V does poured in, Hook does land onto Xie, needs to get the knockup, does follow in, and Doinb takes out Zero on the edge there. This could be more aggression from Xiaogu. Will they look to dive?
They don't have the Ezreal here just yet. Lucian's about to turn up and he's got wave clear with that ultimate, so we'll see if World Elite want to do something about this, but a lot of control is now in place for Xiaogu and they're set to take this turret down.
Poke keeps coming. There's the culling out though. He's going to be blocked by the big tanky members of Xiaogu. The minions stay alive. That's the most important thing. And they might keep the pressure on Mystic. Again, going to get chunked out by Doinb. Now Xie looking for a chain, finds one out there onto Nautilus, but does not complete it. The tower will survive here by the looks of things. But Xiaogu again starting to pick up some of these early mistakes or early pressure from the Rengar and capitalize. Ulti out. Who's it going to hit? Unfortunately, no one. I think may have just brushed Zero there.
So this is the solo queue Rengar that everyone hates, that everyone says there's no counterplay towards. And we just saw a very cool interaction from Doinb. He has the reaction time to let the bowler hit him and then use his ultimate to get out to safety at the exact same time, wasting that very big lockdown spell from Rengar that lets him get the second rotation of it. Is an important deal, and Xiaogu, they seem to be quite refined. They know what they're doing against the Rengar, surprisingly, and they're executing quite well.
Yeah, I mean, Condi, like we keep saying, he's the big star of this particular game. He has all the kills on World Elite, and he's found some pretty good spots here, but we'll have to keep applying that pressure. And again, with no objectives being taken, there's lots of laning really right now, and V's ahead still on CS, about 20 or so. Do you see Swift winning in the jungle? Mid's even, and bots a little bit ahead there for Pekko. World Elite, they're going to try and look to make some real ground on this map and take out this tower. 3v2 right now with Rengar in reserve. V gets hooked up. Tower's going to fall perhaps here as well. It does clear it out with the Riptide. Teleports down. This is a big commit here for World Elite. They are going to go in for it, but the damage is going to be done. True Shot Barrage in. Mystic hooked and thrown all over the place as V takes him out. Now Doinb going straight into the back. Is forced to flash up at V. Flash Riptides forward. They're blocked in. Condi now is the next one. Swift is looking for targets. He'll hunt as much as he can as Condi on the backside does take out V. Will collect the kill there, but Doinb should be able to chase. Swift goes ballistic under the tower and does go down to Xie. And a massacre there. 5 kills total. 3 for 2. QG come out barely ahead.
Swift does find 957, but he pays for that with his own life as he's diving through people under the turret. Condi on the flip side was dealing with 3 people, and he does get V, but goes down to Doinb. And the biggest factor in that entire fight is there was no Pico. He was not to be seen. The only impact he had was the ultimate here. You can see him recalling in the top side of the map. They immediately get a pick onto Mystic, and that's what basically puts them in a fantastic position to work through the rest of this. Spears connect, and this is where Swift runs off, but this is also where Condi turns around to pick a fight with V. So at the exact same time, 2 different fights break out. The result is the exact same from these 2 different fights, but all things considered, Xiaogu, without their AD carry, actually have an even trade.
Yeah, I think they got 1 extra kill, so a slight edge there in that particular exchange. And we do see 1,000 gold up for them now. Not really a gold lead at this stage. We've gone through 15 minutes of gameplay already, but World Elite are certainly taking it to QG a bit more this time. They didn't get super far behind in the early macro game, but both champions on all sides are powering up. And especially Doinb could look pretty scary as V does get locked up here. Zero going to come in as well. That very pesky minion
is in trouble.
Actually blocking quite a lot there. Swift is now in reserve to help him. Rest of the team's coming in as well. True Shot Barrage going to clear the wave out and everyone should be okay.
They're going to be able to reset. The bottom lane outer turrets are the easiest ones for everyone to take at the moment. And this is a game of chicken. Usually we see people take the respective outer lane turrets, and that generally would have been a dive onto V right there because there was nothing to save him. This gives time for Xiaogu to rotate around the map one more time. Their tank should be able to take this coming. Easy done.
And that's a very important turret for the first one of the game. Xiaogu will take the mid outer, and they'll rotate down. They are pinging onto the dragon. It's more of a formality here. Not bad to get, especially now that we are into the mid game. 16 minutes in, they should be able to take this nice and comfortably. They'll likely lose the tower in the top lane, but only one. And getting the mid turret, we saw that in the last game. It's probably the hardest one to break, and it's probably the most important.
Definitely is. They take the outer turrets. It's still very easy, and V's actually going to defend this one, so never mind that. One thing to note is he's walked every single time. He saves the teleport for actual fights where he is needed, and he's always in the right place at the right time.
Yep, really strong roaming here for V, because 957's going to try and do what he can. V, a little scared of potential jungler presence perhaps, but now does move in and clear things out now that he thinks it seems to be safe. And that Riptide, pretty easy clearing out those waves, even with 2v1 there in the top lane. This Pekko hanging out in the mid lane, got his Iceborne Gauntlet ready. Mystic working on the Essence Reaver, but hasn't quite got it yet.
They know exactly where Condi is. We can see a ping was put onto him, even when they don't have vision there. So Xiaogu well and truly being proactive, and they're keeping tabs on this cat every single time he shows his head.
And that's the most important thing. You need to know where Rengar is. Kind of like Nocturne, you need really deep
Cassidy's
vision.
here.
Oh, he is actually looking for Xie. Motivator's on the way for Doinby. Good slow, but doesn't have any vision because of that pink ward. Now Xie going to turn around, Q out from Doinby. Does go back in, but there's a teleport. Oh, the chain misses. Doinby going to commit all in for it. He knows which one it is. Oh, no, it is the wrong one. The ulti out there for Lulu. Xie's going to dive back in, and 957 saves the day.
And that was fantastic from Xie. Honestly, baiting the fake LeBlanc clone. Very deceptive champion, but it was utilized to perfection as he baits Doinby into using the rest of his mana pool on that ultimate to get the fake one, and there is nothing he could do there.
Yep. I mean, Doinby made the aggressive play and does get punished for it. Nice TP from 957 as well. Will now convert into some pressure perhaps in the bottom half of the map. We do have 3 members of World Elite grouping up here for this turret. There is a TP up for V, might have to burn it and will, but he will save the tier 2. Won't get the outer and top that he was working on, but it should be just fine here. Nautilus more than a threat at this point. Swift down here as well. And Xiaogu continuing to hold on to quite a few turrets. Did lose one in the bottom, but they'll be okay there. As more looking for engage, World Elite, they're already back towards their own side of the jungle.
One thing to consider here is the amount of aggression that's actually being put down by Doinby on this Cassidy. It goes to show how confident he's feeling, and this is a game where you don't want Doinby to feel confident. Because if the Cassidy's feeling like he can do whatever he wants, he can run away with this entire game. One hiccup doesn't actually slow this Cassidy down whatsoever.
And he's only going to get stronger. He actually went for a late Rod of Ages, which he's completed after dying, unfortunately, in the bottom lane.
He's still beating Lulu.
Well, looking good there. 126 to 141 as far as mid lane CS goes, but once again, 957 struggling with big CS lead again for V. Condi's caught. The Lantern did disappear. True Top Barrage isn't going to find him. The ulti may just save Rengar. Now Doinby going to get jumped on here. Little too aggressive. Does get blown up, but he gets out over the wall with a Rift Walk. Forced to flash there as well. Now Moore's going to go in on Condi, and that's going to be a kill for Pekko. Xie trying to do what he can. Now Zero flashes over, puts the box up. Doinby still trying to get in there. Still alive for somehow, but Mystic will finally claim him. And it's just carnage here across the board. Xie doing a crazy amount of damage with the double. Pops back over the wall, and Swift and V just can't really run at this point. Mystic in reserve as well as V does get locked up, and that's going to be a triple kill for Xie. Mana's low, but could be more. Swift will just get out alive.
And Xie playing these fights very well. Xiaogu get over-aggressive. They think that they can fight in these situations, but time and again, Doinby cannot be here, and Swift might be dead.
Yep, dive. Oh, that's a huge amount of damage. Xie gets the unofficial quadra, and that's going to be an ace.
And I bet you he's very happy to have that Dark Seal right now, because Xie is in the most commanding possible position. That looks to be about 10 stacks, close to the maximum on that item. So, World Elite, they blow this game back to even, believe it or not.
And we thought Condi was the big one here, but Xie played some immaculate team fights. Now 5-0-3 on his LeBlanc at this stage. So now he's the one that's really set up to carry. And we've seen people do plenty of good things on snowboard LeBlancs. Condi is right there now, ready to carry this game.
Yeah, so the problem at the moment with Xiaogu is they're playing like their Cassidy has his own hourglass.
Yep.
He doesn't have one of those, and he's basically getting himself killed. Looked to put some poke onto Zero in that last fight, and actually just got ignited. So that's where he's like, oh, well, damn, and just tried to go in and do as much damage as possible. And really, that was the moment that turned the entire fight around, because Xie spent the entire time kiting perfectly.
Really nice play there. As now Pekka going to get caught. GA does crazy amounts of damage. Pekka knows this. Does juke out of the way of the chains nicely, but GA starting to really put his foot down in this game. Start to take over some of these lanes. The gold lead's still there for QG, although it shrunk pretty considerably since the last exchange. Baron is up, Dragon up in a minute 25 as well. But it's only going to be the second one for QG or the first for World Elite. Right now, it's all about these mid-game fights, and GA is king of those right now.
It definitely is. It's going to be a very dangerous game to play here from Xiaogu. They've still got a good scaling comp.
Good grab. More going to take damage. Just poke there. Couple spells there. More does not use the ulti, but if he didn't, and GA committed to that combo, that was an easy kill. Poor Alistar. Feels so squishy sometimes.
Definitely does. He's one of those champions that's only tanky when he uses the ultimate, so it's to be expected against very strong mages in the middle lane that he takes a lot of burst. Xiaogu, that Rengar's ulted.
Yep, they're going to chase in for it. They're actually not even going in for the turret. They'll take it eventually as Kondi moves back. That was sped up by the Lulu.
That was a blind Q from Ezreal to hit the invisible Rengar and slowed him down so that there was no engage. So Pico did a lot of work there, but the turret still going to fall. Xiaogu still actually lose the gold lead this time for the first time this game, I believe.
Yep, I believe so. I think maybe in the series, actually, given how game one went. They'll get a tower back here as well. So they'll reclaim or even the gold leader right back out.
Maybe in the LPL total, all of their games.
Maybe.
So
Ooh, swift grab. Zero actually going to get chased down here. True Shot Barrage is good, but it's not quite enough damage. A nice box place down there. The QG, though, aren't done. They'll keep pushing. They have quite a lot of pushing power here.
They have hit a point of power. The Manamune's completed with the Frozen Fist. They've got 2 big items on 2 of their carries.
Have to be so careful of
Kondi.
GA, though. Kondi around the side looking for the flank. Tower getting low. They are going to commit for it. Little dangerous. Pekko starting to get some more hits in, but doesn't get it down. QG are committed here, though.
This tower is going to go down in the next wave. They need GA to recall, but he's staying around. And that is just a very easy turret to take.
Big wave bottom side here as well. Dragon is back up available also, but not a large concern for either team. World Elite might just swing in to get it because they can.
Dragon number 1.
The QG are going to move out and get themselves some shopping done after taking that tier 2. They're starting to open up a bit more space. It felt like World Elite really had an opportunity to start fighting and open up the map a bit more, but it's QG that continue to play very well at the macro game.
They definitely know where they have points of power, and you can see right there, they don't have vision. They're just going to check and maybe help out with the Scuttle Crab. And Xiaogu, honestly, they are still in a position where they can fight.
They're going to take this. Mystic's bottom. He's not going to make it in time. 957 can come up as well.
Has teleport.
Even if they want to fight, I don't know if they do. That's the big issue.
They want to. They're going.
Kondi's ulted. They are going to go in for it. Who they found? V's actually around the side looking for a flank. He's onto GA, pops the ulti, but he's completely alone. Doinby going to try and join him, but the Lantern's there for Kondi. He's locked up, though. He'll just die to V. And World Elite just scattered now as Doinby goes super deep over the wall. But a flash will be forced. Mystic going to get chased down. Has to dash back with the Kali, but Pekko might keep chasing here.
They've got so much vision, honestly, Xiaogu. They can just back up and do the Dragon or Baron. And right there, why would you go for V? In what situation do you think, as World Elite with a tanky build Rengar, it's not a solo Q one-hit Rengar, that you can kill a Nautilus? The answer is never. He's above half health.
And that was a nice flank, I guess, from V. Just sort of moved through the choke point and was like, well, I'm probably going to meet the enemy here, but I don't really care. And the giant tanky Nautilus, just like you mentioned. And Dragon 2 does go there to Xiaogu.
All that they're really waiting for now, Xiaogu, is the zone.
Ooh, Doinby. Oh, more! There for the trickery. Very nice play. Ezreal going to get the shutdown. Zero going to pop the box now as well, but Doinby's going to keep chasing. He is on a mission today. Wants to chase down. He gets another kill onto Zero. Looking to get low
aggressive.
here. Does die there to Mystic. Poor KDA. Doinby starting to shred some Xiaogu's beautiful deaths. There's been more deaths in this game than I had before, as Moore does get locked up at Kondi. He could be the next target. Lulu ulti does get popped. Swift dives in for a huge amount of AoE, but he's taking too much damage. Mystic will fall on the trade-off, though. Pekko does nail that Q. Gets another one as well, but Shift not up. It seems to go over the wall. Didn't want to. And this has been a bloodthirsty game. 11 deaths for Xiaogu in this game. Twice the amount they had in any other game combined before this one.
Xiaogu is playing, I'm going to say recklessly, but it's also selflessly, because he knows that if he dies and that Xiaogu get the kills for it, it's definitely worth it. They first and foremost bait GA into trying to kill him, and Moore was just sitting around the corner. Played very well from Moore, I must say. Gets that pulverize, and they find the first pick, and Doinby's like, all right, we're going to chase you until I die, because I have a blue Ezreal to back me up that will be able to slow you down. That's exactly what we're going to see here. So Doinb baits into more. Pico picks up the first kill, and Zero. Doinb at this situation, you can see him being careful because Mystic's there. So you know what, nah, screw this. I need that kill. And then just chases Mystic. Separates him from Condi and sets up a situation where Xiaogu can fight one more time.
Well, good little fight there. As Doinb is almost at the Zhonya's there as well. So that reckless play might start to turn into very intelligent play here. Could be rewarded for a bit more of that aggression. But World Lead are grouped up nicely here to take out the tier 2. True Shot Barrage is coming. Is going to help to clear out that wave. In fact, there it goes with the Riptide help there from V. And QG are happy to chase here. But a little too far down the lane now, our World Elite. And no real buffs apart from that Baron. That could be where Xiaogu are heading. But you can see they're starting to get a little bit further ahead now. 3,000 gold up as WE just trying to claw their way back into some of these objectives and equalize this game right back up.
World Elite are just trying very hard to make picks. That's what their comp is designed to do at the moment. The LeBlanc and the Rengar need to kill someone, otherwise they're not going to win the fight. If they engage like they did onto V and chunk the Nautilus down to 60% health, then the rest of Xiaogu's carries are just going to come in and clean up every single person remaining from the World Elite lineup.
Well, looks like we might have things slowing down just a bit here. Almost 27 minutes into this particular game. And QG are backed up towards the bottom side of the map. More actually may be caught, but does use the ulti. Doinb, nice chain there, and the Kung's going to follow in. Zero will miss the play, and the Polymorph's out, and Swift just assassinates the poor support. Now Pekko going to come in around the side as 957's dead. Shie's clones along for this world either as V hooks onto it. Mystic just going to get obliterated there as well. And that's 3 clean kills on the World Elite push.
And Xiaogu again, not even keeping up with the kill score that World Elite have put in place. But they are still so far ahead in gold, and it just feels like every decision that Xiaogu makes impacts the game positively. They can work towards the Baron, they can try and siege the middle lane at the moment. They've got options. Every single time they do something, they have options. Whereas World Elite, they feel like they're streamlined and they're desperate.
Yep, and they just keep picking team fights and losing them. And that means QG are now up 5,000 gold in this particular game. Looking around that Baron as Doinb just wants it. He wants everyone dead at this game. Going to rip walk in again. Condi going to take the Lantern to safety. But Doinb is starting to get a menace. This is what people fear when they see Kassadin.
Yeah, he's 2 levels away from just plain ridiculous. He's got his Zhonya's Hourglass completed, and Xiaogu, the team, have just said, well, this is a good time to do Baron. We just forced Condi to go back with half of his health missing.
Certainly is. Slaps down the blue trinket as well, so a little bit of vision there. Another one up. Does get denied by the sweeper, I believe. Condi looking for the snipe. Pekka knows he's there. They're just going to have to finish it. Swift! Oh my god, he missed the snipe, but Condi couldn't jump in. And now QG might start a fight. Mystic calls away. Doinb gets to about 40% health, but Doinb happy to dive back in. Shie off to the side looking for someone. Spear lands. Zero barely lifts through that one. And Xiaogu successfully get Baron.
They want the engage though, Xiaogu. They're going to have to back up a little bit right now. I would recall for some mana, consolidate the gold income that they just got, and then look to push the rest of this map down. The wave clear that World Elite have is sparing at best, because it's mostly a Lulu who's going to be sitting inside waves. And when they've got the Baron buff, a LeBlanc can't afford to do that. So they've got a culling for one wave, and then nothing for the next.
Yeah, and you could see the blue trinket's not quite lasting long enough there for vision. I think if Condi had seen what happened in that pit, he was instantly flashing to smite it away. But
yes, Real Q got it.
Yes, Real Q did secure the Baron. Dragging up in a minute now, and QG avoids some potential disaster and actually continue to rocket up ahead in gold. 6,500 gold up now in this particular game. And forgot to mention this, by the way, because I think it was implied. Swift's gone full damage. His spears are really starting to hurt.
Oh, it goes without saying. We've seen how much damage Swift has been putting on this map, so he'll be getting, you would have to say, the zone users his next item. It does mean that he is very easy to be killed. In saying that, Swift doesn't actually care from what we've seen from him so far. He just dives the turrets anyway because he does a lot of damage.
Yeah, the heals are starting to help as well. Again, we have this sort of two tanks in air quotes. As Doinb just going in for zero. Hook does land, but Pekka's Banshee stops it. Hook lands on for V, and he'll get the kill. Now Doinb has to get out of the way. He's getting low. Nice Sonic for the bait, and Mystic is forced to actually flash out of the way. And there's the heal and the shields there from that Locket. Rengar looking for the assassination, but Xiaogu's starting to really tighten the noose here. Doinb goes back in again. And they're just going to take this turret. Condi grabbed up there by the dredge line, forced to flash out now. And QG are just running World Elite down into and out of their own base. Doinb makes Mystic go all the way in and still gets the kill.
That was the longest queue that I've ever seen from a Kassadin, and they're not done.
So aggressive! More goes in and Swift collects the kill. And they're not done. Woodley are leaving their own base as Doinby's not going to die either. But he will collect that kill, and Woodley's base is left in absolute rubble.
That was a headbutt into a spear that executed him. Things like that you can't actually plan and communicate. Xiaogu on every single front have just outplayed World Elite, even with small early game hiccups and getting a Rengar fed. They do exactly what's required.
It was a bloody game, but a win's nonetheless for QG. 4-0-2-0. They go undefeated here in week 1 of the LPL. They'll collect a few kills for their trouble. 16 deaths and 20 kills. A lot more than they had in their first few games, but a Nexus is a Nexus. A win's a win. Xiaogu looking amazing to start things off here.
And I can assure you this time that the KDA
a little bit more normal
is definitely further ahead than the rest of his team after that display. Doinby selfless. And it shows. They don't care about the KDA that we've been saying, hyping up, maybe 32 for Swift. It doesn't matter, because what matters is that they last hit that Nexus turret. And then they last hit the Nexus, of course.
Yep.
Why did I say turret?
Not sure, but they do collect all the structures, go straight for the kill after bouncing World Elite out of their own base to end that game. And again, a much harder game for QG, given how they've gone in their first 3. World Elite definitely put up a much better fight in the early game. Condi and Chie started to do some work. But the strong team fighting, Doinby's Kassadin, Swift's Italy, everything came together there at the end.
Yeah.
And QG still prove they look like the team to beat week 1 out of the LPL.
They definitely do, of course. We're yet to see a couple of other teams, but from what we know of Xiaogu, they're absolute monsters at the moment. The teamwork is there, the macro strategy is well and truly in place. And small hiccups aside, they certainly know how to close a game out, and they know when they can fight.
And that's probably the biggest thing about QG. They've always been that team-fighting team. It was nice to see a change of pace and a lot of intelligent macro play in this series, especially in game number 1. But they've always been the team-fighting team. Game 1 was just, okay, we're team fight when we're ahead. Little bit closer now in some of those fights, still proving that when it comes to finishing games and fighting together, that's still what they know how to do.
Absolutely. Xiaogu, they're a side that's good when ahead. And we've always known they struggle a little bit until they get to the teamfight stage when they're behind. The thing is, once they get to that stage, we saw it at IEM, we saw it the entire split beforehand in summer, they just execute so effectively that even with a 10k goal deficit, they'd win. At the moment, they just play the early game so strong. Their strategy is so high level that there's no way for them to be that far behind, and they always get to the teamfight stage.
And that's scary, because that was the way you beat them before, was by not letting them get there and then beating them. But if they're playing much more consistent in the early game, I mean, we talked about Xiaogu being one of the top 3 teams, one of the teams to beat. Right now, at least after week 1, they're looking like the best of those 3 teams, and we did expect them to look good, but maybe not this good. EDG and LGD especially have had not great starts to their LPL. I'm sure they'll be back once the season kicks up, but yeah, given that those 3 teams were the ones we looked at as far as top 3 teams goes, Kalju, at least for the first week, looking great.
Absolutely right. This is a very strong team.
We haven't even seen Uzi.
I know, exactly.
I
was about to say, the best thing to come out of this team is that they stayed the exact same.
Yeah.
They didn't actually add anything further to it. They're sitting on the bench, learning how Xiaogu works before they chuck them into the roster.
Yep, and that will be quite a shake-up if we ever do see it, and I'm sure at least Uzi will see some play. But let's take a look at some of the highlights here from game number 2. This was a crazy fight, but Xiaogu played this really well. World Elite as well after this big split fight. You can see Condi and Swift going off on their own thing there. A little too deep there for Swift, unfortunately.
Yeah, I didn't know League of Legends was this quick. You see, that early game fight was one of the closer fights. This is the second one where you thought World Elite actually in with a chance to come back into this game. Just over-aggression one more time from the entire QG side. World Elite capitalize on it. Mystic plays it well, and GA kites to absolute perfection. Picks up a triple kill, and actually dives Swift in the end to find himself that quadra kill. And World Elite, they showed a lot of positive signs, but they still make those hiccups.
Yeah, and then this happened, I think. Under the tower looking aggressive, and QG do what they do best. That's team fight all together. Everyone to start a position. The CC used Pekka coming in from the side. And this was just too much here. World Elite were way too scattered on this push.
They absolutely were. And the biggest thing to take from this is they actually focused the jungler with their bans. They got rid of 3 jungle champions, Rek'Sai, Graves, and Lee Sin. And then it felt like the Rengar did stuff.
Yeah.
It just didn't hit the right targets.
I mean, Swift also had probably one of his worst looking games in recent memory, even though it is a champion like in Italy.
That was the best.
That was
the distance that Q traveled was amazing.
I just like that Doinby, who had shown so much aggression, as you do see that spirit, that was sick.
That was awesome. And it was the best part is it was a missed combo.
Yeah.
It wasn't a combo that actually knocked him up on the spot, but headbutted him
Calculated.
into the missed spear. This is one of those things, again, you can't script that.
No, but looking good. Looking real good. And Showa Xiaogu, after 2 back-to-back games, winning 2-0. They haven't dropped a game yet, so we're sitting 2-0 there. Looking like they might be at the top of the table to kick things off. Still have some teams, I think, that have done just as well in their best of threes. And some teams also are only going to play once. For example, Snake, which will be on later. Be their first and only game of the week.
And of course, the other big threat you have to consider is RNG. That'll be a very interesting best of 3 between those guys because both undefeated so far in their first week.
Certainly are, but we'll have to see how the rest of the day shakes out. We are going to be back, take a quick commercial break, and when we return, it is M3 going to be taking on Energy Pacemaker All.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I am Max Atlas Anderson, joined by the wonderful Jake Spawn Tiberi. We're picking up from where Pastry Time and Rusty left off. Great cast on the day, boys. Thank you very much. And we're going to take you through EPA taking on M3.
Yeah, it should be a good set coming up. But before we get into it, let's check out the MVP from the last series. Not surprised to see it was Doinby was pushing Gia around in the mid lane a little bit. That Kassadin to LeBlanc matchup. Not fun if the Kassadin gets any upper hand. And you saw that QG, they rolled over them in 2 games. A little bit closer in the second set, but they look on top of their map movements.
Yeah, they're on top of everything at the moment, let's be honest. I mean, LGD just felt like nothing when QG rolled over them the first time, and now WE look like nothing different.
Yeah, and we will get to LGD later. One thing I do want to point out, 2 new players in the top and jungle position does mean that a very different feel for the team, so you've got to give them some time.
That's a good point.
QG, on the other hand, when they made their subs, and this is why I'm so impressed, Dade's sitting on the bench. Don't know if he's going to replace Doinby. You know, Uzi's on the bench. Don't know if he's going to come into the AD carry position and take out Pekko. But they stayed with the lineup from last year that gave them so much success because they do value sitting towards the top of that table. Of course, playoff run in the LPL, very different with the gauntlet. So higher positions mean so much more.
Yeah, it's true. And they also value the communication and sort of the synergy that these players already have on the team as well. It's one thing that a lot of teams probably should take a little bit more of a look at because, like, that's what League of Legends is about. It's about being able to play as a team.
Yeah, it certainly is. And, you know, coming into the next matchup, we're going to have M3 versus EPA. These are 2 teams that we actually don't know if they can even play as a team. M3 especially. Yeah. This is the first time we're going to see them in the LPL this split. And they have blown up a roster. Gone is Dade. Gone is Lupa. They're 2 Koreans. You know, they bring in Raphael, who had a stint in the LPL and the LSPL. His jungler from Hyper Youth Gaming, YOLO, also coming across with him. But everyone else is kind of just a mishmash of players. And I'm very interested to see if these Chinese players, these young players, are going to be on the same page. Of course, another rebuilding story in the LPL, or whether it's going to fall to pieces. Because we've kind of seen the best of both worlds, with WE looking kind of okay and OMG not looking great at the moment.
Yeah, not looking great at all. And PentaQ going to be now the AD carry. Savoki is going to be in the support position, taking over from SMLZ and Love City. This is a brand new M3. And you look at down the lineup and you're like, well, okay, so Raphael played for Energy Pacemaker last season, and that's about all we know about this team in its entirety. So we'll have to see how they go together. And it's going to be dangerous because we've spoken about how communication and synergy are so very important after looking at QG play. It's going to be a different story here on the Rift for M3.
Yeah, so we're going to have to see whether they are able to get it together. You know, we expect from these LPL players for everything to kind of be very close skill-wise, but it's about how the team overall is able to get it together and really make those macro decisions. And, you know, this game, honestly, from what we saw of EPA up against WE, has a chance to deteriorate very rapidly into an old-school Chinese League of Legends games where there's just going to be kills everywhere. Because, you know, Gimgoon, he had a good initial game on Poppy, then fell to pieces on the Gnar. Couldn't get it back together with the Lissandra. Looking down the line, Romantic, Lucian looked great. Callista, not so much.
No.
This is a team in EPA that we have no idea what to expect. And going in against a roster like M3, which we also are kind of in the dark about, you know, we've heard some things that this is a young team rebuilding. It could get sloppy early.
Yeah, and I really like that you bring that up because if we're talking about M3 just as a team last split, I know there's none of the players on there anymore, but they were known for inconsistency. And we're looking over at this EPA lineup. Romantic was supposed to come on as this player that's not all that, you know, tip-top, to say it lightly. But, look, he played great in game number 1. There is not a lot of consistency there either. Gimgoon was a god on Poppy, and then Gnar was interesting.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't, I guess, a good overall performance. Game 1, they looked like they were going to burst in, then unfortunately dropped the next 2 games against WE, and that kind of gives us the benchmark. We saw WE last set, you know, have a strong early game in the second game, but game 1 and later stages of game 2 did not look good against QG. QG seems to have set the benchmark, we would have to say, of the LPL right now. They look fantastic, so when we look at the EPA M3 matchup, this is potentially one of the lower of the table matchups, and for both teams that means it's incredibly important to be able to pick up a victory here, because otherwise you fall very quickly down the ladder, and there's 3 or 4 really good teams at the top. You know, QG, Vici, I'm sure EDG, LGD will eventually pull it back together. RNG also making a name for themselves at the moment. if you fall out, that's already 5 teams we've just listed. There's only 3 spots left for playoffs, and these teams would want to push for one of those.
Yeah, we know how incredibly devastating it is if you have this massive fall very early on. We're thinking about WE last year. They had their resurgence towards the end of the split, but there wasn't a whole lot that they could do at that stage because they'd lost so many games. It is important to make sure that even if you are one of these bottom-rung teams, that you don't lose to your brethren down there.
And, of course, now that it's best of 3, not those best of 2s, there's no mystery bonus point that comes out of nowhere for 2-0ing someone. You only get that single point. So every single set matters. Not necessarily the games anymore, but the set, the outcome of it is so much more important moving through into the standings. And I really am interested to see how both these teams tackle the drafting phase. EPA's drafting phase was actually relatively good. I mean, if you can get Lucian, Poppy, and Casson on the same lineup right now, that's not a bad one. Kind of fell away towards Game 3 where they were trying to mishmash a team together, it looked like. You know, Rek'Sai wasn't doing the great things in the jungle that we expected out of Soy. So really want to see if they can nail their drafting phase and have a strong early game, because that might be all it takes to put M3 away for good.
Yeah, it's a very good point. And I'm glad that you brought up Soyce there, of course, Rabbit97. This guy played a fantastic Graves in game number 1 up against WE. So he's looking good, and we'll see whether he can continue to perform against YOLO, who's relatively untested here in the LPL. And by relatively, I mean completely.
Yeah, and the other reason you have to talk about Rabbit97 is he was a part of WE Academy. He had a stint as a sub for M3. Of course, that's the team they're going up against. So maybe a little bit of history there for him. Get some revenge on an old organization. Of course, M3 was initially WE's sister team. If you couldn't figure that one out, just go flip the logo. I'll give you a hint.
Yeah.
It's relatively easy, but certainly looking to see whether this EPA lineup, you know, they were pretty hyped. When you get auto-promoed into the LPL, a team like QG, like Snake has both gone on and done that. King was also a very hyped-up team when they were able to do it. Of course, relegated split 2 with a definitely not King lineup there. There is a lot of pressure on these young LSPL teams to come in and perform.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And King were known for being sort of the kryptonite to Snake, and that's about it coming out of the LSPL. And now it's Hyper Youth Gaming and EPA. And we'll see whether they're going to be able to have the same similar rivalry here, and whether EPA can sort of bounce back from their 3-game loss against WE earlier on. And we were talking about best of 3 scenarios, and they won the first game. It was convincing, and it looked like that they were going to be able to move forward. But then losing the next 2 in a row, and then leaving the day with 0 points after taking a victory game number 1. That's got to feel horrible. And we'll see whether they can bounce back with that from that one and grab themselves a point here.
Yeah, and you saw how hard it is in the last set. You know, WE, we have to keep going back to that because there's only reference points for EPA right now. They're a team that 2-1 EPA, and we actually expected all right things out of WE. You know, they've got 0. They picked up Condi. They've got pretty veteran players on their lineup now. Mystic and Shia are no slouches, and you saw they were able to take it to QG at the start of the game. A little bit of mishmash item pathing, I think, actually set them a little bit further behind than what they were. So I'm looking forward to seeing whether this is something that EPA can really bounce back from. Because in game 1 against WE, they looked really solid. I'm not going to say they looked like flashy and fancy, but as far as the game went, they looked like they could slug it out for about 35 minutes and pick up some victories. And that's what I want this game to be. You know, stick to the basics. Make sure you get standard lanes for yourself. Don't race around the map. Get your 2-item spikes and then just start swacking on, because that's how we know LPL teams do like to play. And against a team like M3, you have to ask that initial question, like, can you even go with this in the laning phase at this point?
Yeah, and the thing that I want to bring up here as well is you're talking about this scrappy game of League of Legends that we could potentially be seeing. Rabbit97 showed that he is exactly the type of jungler that enjoys to play this type of League of Legends. He was up against Condi, who actually stayed up with Swift, and Swift has been out jungling basically everyone he's seen. And you're right, sample size is small, but Swift is very, very good. Condi was keeping up. Rabbit was able to keep up with Condi for the most part. Not necessarily in that the Rek'Sai game where he managed to go 5-0 somehow early on. But other than that, things were looking great. And we'll see whether he can continue to bring this aggression to this game that might be a little bit less coordinated and controlled.
Yeah, certainly agree. And, you know, you look towards that Graves pick to maybe make that happen, because it certainly is very strong in the early game. Rusty and I talk about how League of Legends is kind of a 2-phase game at the moment. You get your lane swap or your standard lanes, and your jungler is responsible for the first 6 minutes of getting your team into a winning position. Then it all goes down to that ARAM style, try and push it on the mid laners, and then it becomes up to your mid laner, who has 6 minutes to build himself a significant enough advantage that he is stronger in the siege situation. And we see time and time again, great mid laners able to get that done. So a lot of pressure probably on Raphael on his side to make sure that even if EPA get that early advantage over M3, it doesn't last, and he's a man that brought Victor into the LPL. He's able to play these control mages and really slow down the tempo of the game.
Yeah, and when he did come in on the side of Energy Pacemaker last time we saw Raphael in the LPL, he was actually looking quite decent on that squad. So we'll see whether he can continue to find some form here on M3, make his way back through. Had his stint on Hyper Youth Gaming as well, so hasn't been quit in the competitive scene. Still fresh. As you can see, the lineup for M3 on your screen right now. Their first debut as this particular squad in the LPL.
Yeah, and we'll have to see whether they're able to make it work. Let's go through their team roster first. You see there are still a couple of subs hanging on for M3. They are quite a big lineup coming across from that WE team. XY YOLO, Raphael, PentaQ, and Savoki as their support player.
Yeah, and we don't know much about XY in the top lane as well. We know that Gimgoon's had some inconsistent performances, but we'll see how this guy goes. You can see there's some dashes. There's some question marks here around the top laner for M3. See whether he can make a name for himself in the first game of the LPL for him. You can see YOLO, formerly the old Hyper Youth Gaming. You can see that these are some pretty outdated last picks. We have a look through the Gragas, Rek'Sai, Sejuani.
And Raphael in the mid lane, as we said, control mage, control mage. Victor, a little bit of Azir. Not expecting to see the Azir today because it has fallen out of vogue. Hard to initiate and very squishy. Seems to deal with Victor, Azir quite well. PentaQ in the bottom lane. Lucian Siva, a little bit more utility. Meta should suit him at the moment, actually. Yeah. Very mid-game based AD carry, and he supports Zavoki. Really want to see the Alistar come out. Has a lot of Janna, a lot of Thresh in his past games. Alistar just seems to be that support at the moment along with Trundle that can get so much work done. Disengage and engage. Very important from the support position.
Yeah, and a massive amount of priority has been put on that Alistar pick as well. We'll see exactly whether they're going to be able to pick that one up for themselves or whether we're going to have some interesting drafting. I mean, the EPA series that we saw against WE, the bans in that game were very, very strange. We'll see whether they continue to be so as we move towards Champion Select. We do have to go through the Energy Pacemaker all lineup, though. You can see them on your screen right now. We're going to try and get a bounce back after that defeat against WE. You can see the lineup on your screen right now, and that's a lot of players. 9 people. Not exactly RNG with the whole 10-man roster situation, but you can see Gimgoon in the top lane. Crisis actually replacing Rabbit97 right now.
Yeah, so Rabbit97 not going to be playing. So Gimgoon in the top lane, as we said, good game on the Poppy. Not so great on the Nara and Lissandra. See if he's able to get one of those anti-carries. Also very good on the Hecarim, so we'll see if he's able to pull it off. And Crisis, looks like it is potentially Rabbit97 with a name change.
Yeah,
again.
Yeah, so he's gone from Soist to Rabbit97 to Crisis. I think he began at Rabbit97.
He did.
So,
that is correct.
Yeah. Whatever. So Republic's going to be in the mid lane. Played the Kassadin, played the LeBlanc. There were matchups and then counter matchups. And then played the Ezreal and didn't quite find the victory there against WE. And Romantic, this guy, he needs to go back to the Lucian. Back to the Lucian, please, Romantic. Because the Kalista just didn't work.
Yeah, it certainly did not. And Gigi on the bottom lane there with the Thresh. Actually had a fairly good game on Thresh, and as you can see, plays it a lot. Alistar, though, became high priority. They're partly responsible for Alistar's horrible win rate in the LPL right now, even though it's such high priority. And we'll see whether that is something that he continues to go back to.
Yeah, we'll see whether he can pick that one up, of course. It might be to do with the Kalista situation, because Alistar is just a fantastic champion. We've seen him used to great effect by other teams. We'll see whether EPA have been scared off him or whether they're going to be able to pick him up. But we are in Champion Select, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, Rise is going to hit the bench. Masters 3 are going to be taking us through on the blue side as Energy Pacemaker will take away the Gangplank. Haven't seen much of him. We saw Lung play him once. Didn't quite find the win. The Sapphire Crystal potion start.
Sapphire Crystal into the Cull.
Standard stuff for the Gangplank.
The high-pressure Gangplank build that came out along.
Oh, powerful, powerful. Well, Tahm Kench is going to hit the bench. Oh, God. The rhyme's not great. Masters 3 take that one away, and we'll see what Energy Pacemaker all decide to do. They don't have to focus any bans here, really. See whether they're just going to get rid of the powerful picks. Let this one play out. So Lulu's going to leave as well. And Kindred's sort of something that does stand out. Mundo's there, of course.
Kindred, Graves, Mundo. Lissandra is also something we've seen a lot of priority put on right now.
And EPA do like to flex that pick as well. We've seen it already. Everyone just seems to want to flex the Lissandra. And Trundle is another one that is available. We're not even going to mention the Alistair that just does seem to be first picked almost every single time.
Yeah, you just can't afford to ban Alistair right now, and he's so good at being that reliable engage for your team. Being able to snap it up first pick, certainly a good thing. Good in lane swaps, good at diving. Only weakness is he's severely melee.
Severely melee. It's almost like super dead, you know? It's like I'm really having to hit you from close range.
No, because Gangplank, like, he's melee, but he has a
Oh,
ranged
yeah, that's
ability,
true.
right?
That's
Alistair
true.
has absolutely nothing going for him. He has one of the slowest gap closers in the game right now.
And it got slower. Misfortune, though, he's going to be banned away. Masters 3 say, all right, well, you're going to leave Graves open. Considering that one, Alistair going to go by the wayside as that gets locked in.
Don't compare my sayings to your sayings.
No,
Mine
you
makes
got really
sense.
upset about it. Like, you got really upset about
I
it.
try and speak English sometimes.
It was that time. Gimgoon, though, he's got an opportunity to go towards the Poppy if he likes to. They could take the Alistair away here, but I'd like to see a Lissandra Poppy be locked in, and then you can just flex them all over the Rift.
Where else are you going to put Lissandra? Like top lane?
Top mid, yeah.
Top mid. Yeah, fair enough.
You could put her in support.
Good.
Probably wouldn't be good, but you could do it. They're not going to, though. It's a consideration of a Leona, but the Alistair would make a little bit more sense.
Especially because of Savoki's preference to go with something like Thresh if it gets left up. So wouldn't be surprised if they go Alistair Leona. Just not great pre-6 against the Thresh.
Yeah.
Possible to engage on. And Rek'Sai, late swap out here. I'm actually really surprised that Rek'Sai has stayed so high on the priority list of a lot of LPL teams.
And Condi found success on the champion very early on. That's true. But other than that, Rek'Sai seemed to just fall prey to this Graves that just has so much more early pressure. You can see YOLO considering the Poppy here as Raphael has got a few options. Played some Ezreal when he was in the LPL. But he's got a plethora of things that he can pick up, and it's about safety first here in the mid lane. Kassadin, not exactly a safe blind pick.
In the current meta, actually not all that dangerous. I mean, Ezreal has seen some stints as a mid laner, but shouldn't really have all that much kill pressure unless he's willing to take a damage summoner spell into the mid lane. It's just that Kassadin doesn't control the pace of games as well as other mages with wave clear.
That's a good point. Saw Doinby definitely play very well on the champion, picking himself up an MVP for the last game.
Doinby doesn't listen to your rules.
No, Doinby doesn't listen to any rules, Spawn. That guy plays Nautilus mid. And all sorts of other things as well. But it is going to be the Ezreal locked in. Could definitely go to PentaQ if they want to. We'll flex that one around if they feel like it.
Yeah, speaking about flex picks, they're absolutely everywhere at the moment.
Yeah.
See the Poppy that has seen a stint in support. Very good against the Alistair, actually. As well as in the top lane as that anti-carry. So we'll see whether XY or Savoki want to pick that one up.
Romantic, considering going back to the Callista. I'd advise against it. Oh, and Gimgoon. Another flex pick here with the Quinn. Possibly going towards Republic if they'd like to, but Gimgoon can play that one in the top lane. We saw Lupa find a lot of success on that champion, and it is going to be locked in as well as the Callista. And XY.
So a lot of mid-game power right now. Quinn and Callista, both 80 carries that do well on 2 or 3 items.
Yeah.
The assassination potential stays relevant for Quinn into the later stage of the game, especially onto squishy 80 carries, and there's already 2 on the map. As well as the fact that persistent damage is quite good out of Callista, so I don't mind the lineup right now out of Energy Pacemaker. They just need to make sure they get some wave clear in here. I was going to say something like a Victor, but that's going to potentially be taken away by Raphael.
No surprises there, of course. Raphael more than happy to pick up that champion.
Maybe even a Lissandra just to help a little bit with the peel for the Poppy.
That's a good point. And then they could just infinitely flex even towards the end of, the countdown. No one knows what's going to happen. But by the looks of things,
They've picked 280 carries. So XY is just like, that's all right. I'm going to pick up a Viking with a Poppy in there. That is so much backline threat right now that's coming out of the M3 lineup.
they're just linebacking. That's all they're doing.
Especially with Raphael on Victor.
Oh, man.
This is going to be a very difficult game to navigate. No one's going to be able to keep the Olaf out. And all of a sudden, it's very hard to get away from the M3 lineup.
Yeah, assuming that Olaf and Poppy can be best friends as well. Poppy just like skipping up behind him, knocking people into walls as he goes along. But Republic thinking about a mid laner here. And LeBlanc could work. We've seen it do fantastically well against Victor, if we look back. But can be a lane that can be difficult. Of course, wave clear advantage in favor of Raphael. Generally, because he doesn't have to put his face in it. We'll see exactly what's going to happen. Of course, it's looking like Poppy support over the side of Masters 3. Meaning Pentacu's going to pick up the Ezreal.
Yeah, Trundle and Alistair are the two lanes that I really like Poppy support into. Just able to tackle them back off your AD carry, free up a lot of space. Or the other option is, as Alistair goes in, you make the exact same call and fly in on their AD carry, and then your AD carries just get to fight supports for a little bit. And Poppy's generally really good at that against Kalista, just because of the way the W interacts with the jump. So certainly respect the pick right there.
There's also the fact that your charge is going to be targeted. So it's like she can hop around as much as you want. And you just smack her against the wall. Absolutely fine. But you can see the lineups there, ladies and gentlemen. XY going to be taking the Olaf against the Quinn of Gimgoon in the top lane. Then Crisis, formerly Rabbit97, formerly Soist, formerly Rabbit97. Going to be going up against YOLO in the jungle on the Graves as Raphael up against Republic. Victor versus the LeBlanc in the bottom lane. Ezreal Poppy versus Kalista Alistair. The Kalista Alistair, they're looking for some success with this bottom lane that they've tried twice in a row and failed up against WE. And you have to feel like things could go similarly when you've got a team that has basically the same icon.
Certainly is going to be interesting to see if they're able to make it work this time. Should be a threatening lane, all things considered. Kalista Alistair, very good engage.
Yeah.
See if he's able to make it work.
That's exactly right. Let's get on to the Rift. So, welcome back to the LPL, ladies and gentlemen. We are onto the Rift, but it is slightly sepia, as we do have a pause, but will be resumed almost instantly. Shades of yesterday creeping in. We'll see whether we're going to be back onto the Rift very soon. We did see the countdown, so hopefully players moving back onto the Rift, and we are. So you can see Raphael moving up now. The 5-point defense system has come out. Hopefully that is just a reminder that we can pause and that we're not going to do it anymore, Spawn.
Yeah, shades of yesterday creeping into the broadcast atlas.
Yeah.
I got a little bit worried there.
I think we all did. I think Rusty and Pastry Time may have just had a small heart attack. Flashbacks, you know. They may need some PTSD type help. We'll make sure we get that for them, though, as Republic's going to sneak over the edge, plop a ward down on the Krugs, as Raphael's just going to do 360s in the mid lane, and looks like we are going to have jungler help for our top laners.
And just confirming, Guy, Crisis is the initial jungler of EPA. Of course, Rabbit joined them, but seems to be back on the bench. Just an error in the last picks. So we'll see if he's able to find any more success. As EPA looking for some early game topside pressure, it looks like.
Yeah, Savoki at least getting aggressive. Gimgoon and Crisis, they want none of it.
Yeah, they're pieced out. Savoki's still going for it. Poppy with the little buckler and the extra health early in the game is able to put some hurt down.
Yeah, actually just smacking everyone around. Hasn't picked up his shield, as Crisis was able to lock down his red buff.
Just decides it's not worthwhile, Atlas, you know?
Yeah, it's just saying, yes, hi guys, I'm here.
Well, no one was hitting him, so...
But Jezor just hanging out here as well. He's just watching. His Republic's clone's going to commit suicide. Very dark start to the game from Republic.
And you can see standard lane swap. So M3 not opting to go into what could be an aggressive lane out of the Alistair and Callista. Instead, just hightailing it onto the top side of the map. They feel like they have, wow, Raphael. I like it when you do that. So this is why I like the Victor matchup.
Okay.
Your laser is the exact same range as Distortion. So if you just put it down where they land and aim it exactly where they took off, you're like 80% guaranteed to hit that.
Happens 80% of the time.
100%
every time.
of the time. Yeah, exactly right. See, YOLO flying through the jungler. He needs no help. Actually has a jungler potion as well, which he kept both charges. That's why in the top lane. They're going to be pushing this down relatively quickly. You can see on the other side of that map, EPA very slow to this push. They're trying to build the wave up a little bit more. And Ezreal's actually... How do they have an extra AD carry?
They got the Quinn coming down.
Ezreal's actually really good at speeding up Olaf's attack speed in this situation if he did take his W instead of his E, so they should be able to wreck this turret. You can see it's going down.
Yeah, it certainly is. So that's going to be first turret very, very quickly in this game.
We learn anything from CLG's Coach's Challenge? Or was it Olaf is the best turret pusher in the game?
Oh, really?
Yep.
Well, there it is. Now going to be able to take this one down, though. Very slow is EPA as far as picking that one up, and it looks like it might even bounce back.
Yep, so on the side of M3, they want to get the wave to bounce and try and secure some farm for the Olaf. On the bottom side, haven't even seen if the turret will fall. It looks like Crisis also heading down there. So it will eventually go down, but it might mean that Ezreal and Poppy already there, and PentaQ might just be able to pick up all this farm.
Yeah, and they move a few more resources down there as well in order to do that. Of course, we did see...
Actually, this is still a 2v4 on the bottom side of the map. They need to be careful. Gimgoom pops a turret shot.
Crisis just moving around the enemy jungle here as well as Raphael makes his way back to lane. Does have decent amount of farm. Getting that extra shot in is going to feel good as well. He has the Frostbang built up already. Not going for the early Hex score upgrade.
Doesn't throw a ward over the wall. Savoki's being caught off. PentaQ also in a lot of trouble and misses the slow. Not good for M3.
Yeah, he's used the flash already. There's the flash on Burrow. PentaQ immediately exhausted and destroyed as Crisis. He's going to be the one that picks up first blood.
So the game plan wasn't horrible out of M3. The execution, however, was they needed to get YOLO down to the bottom side of the map, so it was at least a 3v4. Then you can threaten the teleport of what is a level 4 top laner against a level 2 at that stage when Gimgoom was going for the gank. Instead, they only take 2 members down. Don't put any ward coverage, and it may pay.
And I guess the one thing that we can talk about is the fact that Gimgoon is very far behind. His XY is just chilling up in the top lane. He's got 15 CS to his name, and you don't want to be sharing with your AD carry. That's not what you want to do, Gimgoon. He's going to head back, but does have that extra assist, so that will help him.
Yeah, gold-wise, he's completely fine, honestly, so not too much stress right now out of Gimgoon, of course. With those Swifty boots, going to be able to get around the map quickly. Also kite the Olaf relatively effectively, so see whether this is something that he's able to make work in the long lane.
Yeah, Raphael just
missing CS under turret.
Yeah, no, it's really upsetting to watch, to be honest. But he's going to find it away from the turret here, which is great. YOLO's going to discover that there's a cow killing his ward. Definitely the worst thing. Going to defend it for now, and XY is just still up here. Corrupting Potion there, 23 CS to the 6. See whether that assist is going to help. And he is going to go back to by the looks of things.
Well, you can see that there are 3 people on that top side of the map, and they've also rotated Crisis around. YOLO and Savoki this time will be able to match the roam. So that's a lot of members trying to break the freeze that XY has in the top lane, even out that experience advantage.
Well, he's going to throw some axes at it. They're not going to get dove at this point, but you're right. Freeze looks to be broken. No, actually, those caster minions not going to make it towards the turret.
That's done. Freeze is done. Game over.
Are we okay? Yeah. Okay, good. I was worried for a moment. YOLO though, getting back down. Does have to skirt his entire jungle. He knows that any EPA members could be around there. Bryce is just happy to counter jungle things away. 20 to 22 as far as that jungle CS is concerned. And already the swiftness boots picked up from YOLO. Wants to be able to move around regardless of being in combat or not, as quickly as he can.
Yeah, swiftness boots are just so good right now at being able to kite out or catch AD carries, so certainly agree with the high priority that's being placed on them. See whether Olaf also wants to get towards a pair relatively soon. And Raphael in this mid lane, he's trying to freeze it off turret, but that's just giving Republic a little bit more of an opportunity to push up, make sure that he's not getting ganked. And with how busy the junglers have been in the side lanes, there's not much pressure right now on the LeBlanc player. They're coming out ahead in the CS.
Yeah, it's 6 ahead at the moment, but you're right. Would have shoved things up, and Victor that can't really farm as effectively. I mean, that's your job. That's what Victor does very, very well, is kill creeps.
And they've left the Kalista by herself on the top side of the map. Looks like Gimgoon going to be picking up the majority of the farm, trying to catch up to XY. And Crisis also coming in for a gank.
Yeah, they're looking for him. Level 5 Olaf here, but Crisis has made it to level 5 as well. It's a long walk for this Viking.
Graves is just piecing out. Doesn't even drop the smoke screen freeze.
Yeah, well,
top
the
laner.
flash was even used here. The headbutt goes back. Jezza going to lock that one down. Deliver the kill to his top laner.
Yeah, just not good enough right there from M3. That's twice on the bottom side of the map. They've been completely caught out. Looks like they got Romantic in response in the top lane, who wasn't respecting the power of the Ezreal Poppy. And Raphael also nearly shoves Republic out, so not bad response here, honestly, for M3. But they need to be careful of that bottom lane.
Yeah, that is not where you want to be. He was pushed up a long way, was XY. Romantic saying, damn it, I don't want to go back to my fountain again. There's a true shot barrage, soars overhead. It's just going to be M3 pushing this wave up towards the turret. Gimgoon continues to farm this one out, so it's going to be a little bit safer for the Viking to get there, but you can see, already caught up, he's ahead now. Here's Gimgoon, and he grabbed that kill, so well and truly ahead of this Olaf.
Yeah, and you just have to say that's credit to Crisis right now, who successfully put down 2 ganks on the bottom side of the map. Hasn't exactly spotted out that ward that was on his rope up, although now he'll grab it. And you see 3 members like ships in the night run past.
Yeah.
Looking for some pressure in this mid lane.
The Republic does make it out to safety, but this turret may not be able to claim the same thing. But with a couple of members there, they don't want to siege it just yet. Heading back to base. So Frostfang completed for Raphael. Does have a null magic mantle. Looks like Abyssal Scepter might be an option. The blasting ward comes in as well. So Gimgoon, he's going to be able to go fast. The tag team now leveled up. Getting around super quickly, and does almost have, looks like a Ghost Blade to be that first item. With a serrated dirk, one of my personal favorite names of an item. Why is that? I don't know, just think it's funny. Something about it. Severe. It's a severe word, dirk.
I don't understand it. Dirk was generally a stabbing dagger used to get through chainmail, I think. So having it serrated or not doesn't really make a difference.
But if it was serrated and you're trying to get through chainmail, wouldn't that just hinder you?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. Like,
We should have a chat.
as far as items go.
Some emails might need to be sent after this. I believe. But Smoky pushed off the wave here.
Maybe he was a baker, but also was a pirate. You know, he wanted a Dirk, but he was also sick of his bread being too hard to cut. So he added a serrated blade.
That could be it. Just really enjoys his steak. Oh my goodness. And work, but Ward's going down left, right, and center. And at the moment, the game very, very slow. As Gimgoon is going to stop that immediately. Everything lands on a Raphael. Preyseek is going to be the one to secure it as EPA pick off the mid laner, and that's going to be 3-1 in kills now.
The drive-by land shark there by Crisis.
Yeah, I know, right?
Helps out the top laner and mid laner. Able to get 3 people involved in that kill credit. And you have to say right now, Crisis at 2-0-1, 100% kill participation versus YOLO, who isn't even farming that well. Big advantage for EPA.
Yeah, huge. Going to be that big tanky guy as well come the mid game. Almost has the Cinderhulk completed.
And this is one of the situations where I actually like junglers transitioning their gold into tank stacks. You know, Rek'Sai are going to be very important for the knockups, especially on champions like Graves and the Victor in the mid lane, who are these mid-rangey, brawly characters. And you have to think that he's the sole tank along with the Alistar. So if he can't get going in this early game, get maybe a Dead Man's Plate or a Steric Scage behind his champion, as well as that Cinderhulk, get blown up very quickly by all this burst damage. But right now in a good position to provide that front line that EPA might have otherwise lacked.
Yeah, and I mean, quick draw aside, Graves and Victor relatively stationary a lot of the time when they deliver their burst, so he can get on top of them.
And you can see right now, feels that he has the advantage set up already in the mid lane. Trying to camp out Raphael a little bit more. Gimgoon also coming up. Crisis just tanking a Raptor for no apparent reason.
He's biting him.
I think he was burrowed and he didn't notice.
Well, Savoki's going to make his way towards the mid lane. And EPA are going to back away, slink back into the jungle. Wow, that's a lot of damage from Gimgoon.
Good use of the W there from Gimgoon. You can see that maybe a fight starting here. Everyone's rotating down.
Yeah, Republic's going to get in there. It's a lot of damage. The chain's good. The ultimate, not enough. Gimgoon's going to secure it. Republic almost falling down.
YOLO not even able to grab that. Looked like he cancelled an auto as well. That's just once again another 4 members into the bottom lane of EPA. I don't know what it is about this part of the map, but
They like it.
M3 don't. They honestly are getting destroyed down here, and EPA just time and time again finding success in big 4-man roams.
Yeah, they're just going to head back now as well. So in the end, gold lead not really much to speak of. But they're starting to hit these items. So Romantic, he's grabbed that Blade of the Ruined King. Frost Queen's claim now done for Republic, and that amount of lockdown, especially when you're a Victor. I mean, you've got the movement speed from your Q. That is honestly about it, apart from your summoner spells. You have to definitely respect these spooky ghosts. Look at how spooky they are.
And goes Republic one more time. XY was here this time. He doesn't want to go back bottom lane. They've actually sent the Ezreal down there, so he come in as a good top laner will, taxes the lane and misses 3 CS.
It's all about pushing it up, Spawn. It's not about being able to actually last hit the minions.
Sharing the experience.
Yeah, surely. But easily cleared out there from Republic, so no pressure to be given.
Main beneficiary for M3 here has actually been PentaQ. He's had absolutely no pressure on him at all. Got through the tier part of his build relatively quickly. You can see YOLO starting up this blue buff. It looks like Raphael is on his way. Might have to actually take it because Crisis is here.
Yeah,
Crisis grabs it.
He's going to steal that one away with a smite.
I saw a pink ward being threatened here. They're trying to pull down the Olaf, but not much happening. Savoki rotated across, and they're just going to give up all control of the top side of the jungle. PentaQ goes down bottom. EPA are like, we still don't want anything to do with the blue Ezreal. We're just going to go top.
Exactly. Romantic's playing PvE right now, trying to take down these structures. XY and Savoki. Both of them are able to at least deter them from sieging that one for now. The Crisis, he definitely wanted to kill that pink ward. He was all about it.
Well,
It's
mission
Gromp
successful.
now. Yeah.
He's on the right track. Looks like he's also building himself towards that Dead Man's Plate that we spoke of. When there's double AD carries and an Olaf, that's going to be good things. And he's really tanky at this stage of the game. Level 9 could potentially even look for the dive, especially if Alistair is able to ding that level 6. But looks like they're just going to play it slow. PentaQ just going to continue to farm out this bottom lane.
Yeah, it's true. And one thing we have to talk about with Crisis as well is YOLO's been picking up empty lane farm when his team members have died. So a lot of his minion score right now is actually lane minions.
2-man roam coming down bottom. Spooky Ghost comes out. As soon as they see the Graves, want nothing to do with it.
They did a lot of buttons, though. Certainly did a lot of buttons. But EPA in the end are going to be able to take the top out of turret. And what I was saying was Crisis must be a whole lot further ahead than we may even think he is. 8 CS behind, but it's all jungle minions. He's going to knock up Raphael. Able to get a lot of extra damage down as well. He's so tanky as Savoki's going to get knocked up.
Oh.
Nice W used to stop that distortion. Uses the ultimate, flashes out of the way, but in the end, YOLO's just going to die. Jezza is trying to tank up this turret, able to there with the ultimate as the True Shot Barrage comes across. It's all she wrote, though, as YOLO was one that fell down.
Yeah, so in the end, use of a couple of ultimates on the side of M3, but because of the use of the Alistar ultimate, able to keep everyone relatively healthy. Now they want the mid lane turret. You can see Romantic, he hasn't grouped once this game, has just honestly been farming sidewaves. He's just up at a tier 2 turret, chilling out, waiting for a 2-item spike to be able to join the fun.
Yeah, or whether he even is going to join the fun. I mean, you do, and in the end, have to kill a structure in order to win League of Legends. So,
Not necessarily.
the Nexus? Oh, well, I guess. You can surrender.
You're making assumptions right now.
Theoretically, if the other team is going to continue playing the game, you do have to kill the Nexus.
Yes, that is true.
Yeah. But you're right. Surrender may come in. Probably not, though. Definitely not now, because you can't in 17 minutes. PentaQ going to be able to clear out this mid lane of all of the farm. Gingoon in the bottom lane is just flying around, picking up everything that he can. Still ahead. of XY.
It looks like a relaxing life.
It does, yeah.
Just cruising through thermal, picking up any farm you want. Can assassinate an AD carry at the drop of a dime.
And as long as you've pressed that R button, like you see someone and then it doesn't even matter. No one can ever catch you because you're just so stupidly fast. But they are going to be able to pick up a dragon here. First one of the game. 17.5 minutes in. Looks like there's not going to be any response over the side of M3.
And this is what I was talking about. You know, M3, I was expecting them to actually go towards standard lane because EPA, even through the LSPL, were just... It wasn't the same team, but they were really good at just getting ahead, and then you were never able to catch them because they were just better mechanically than you. So never really the question was asked of, like, how do they play the mid and late game? And you can see the exact same thing happening here. They've got advantages in top, mid, jungle. Every single one of their lanes is pretty much up. Even their AD carry position has maintained this farm advantage. They're a 4,000 gold lead, and M3 hasn't asked anything of them yet. No team fights have broken out. They haven't been able to challenge on any of the major structures. And time and time again, Crisis is just running into this jungle, and he's 2 levels higher than the top laner.
Yeah, he's just wandering through, man. And if they let him, he just may as well. Jezza is going to be able to get a pink ward down, immediately destroyed by M3. YOLO is going to take a cue from Republic, uses his distortion to get away from Savoki.
Just miss a wallbang there for
Man,
Savoki.
look at this guy.
And Romantic, as we said, until someone actually makes him fight, he's probably not going to fight.
How romantic is it to be alone in a lane? I mean, he's just not really doing his name very much justice. Shouldn't he be just hanging out with his support the whole time? That'd be romantic.
Privacy.
Yeah. Well, Savoki is going to discover there's a lot of baddies in his jungle. He's going to have to retreat underneath his turret.
And EPA control 90% of the map right now. You can see that Crisis has been on the top side of the jungle. He's just stolen a red buff away from YOLO. And YOLO, honestly, has not had any impact to speak of on the map whatsoever. Not going to scale up the same way Rek'Sai will and get nice and tanky. Still will have some nice burst damage, but Crisis has just been so much more active in every sense of the word.
Yeah, and he's got massive amounts of items as well. As far as this 2-item spike with the Cinderhulk and the Deadman's Plate, you've been talking about it, but now it's online. He's just not worried about anything.
Steals away another buff. It's going to be even further experience advantage at this stage of the game. And you can see that even with the top laner in the jungle, I don't want to be able to contest. Raphael gets chunked by 2 abilities.
Yeah, but that was Republic feeling completely fine to dive underneath a turret where there are 3 people, press a couple of buttons and get out. Like, definitely not speaking good things for M3 at the moment.
And they can't let much more of the map go. I mean, they've already given up a dragon. 2 turrets are down. They're repetitively underneath their turret, which means YOLO, unless he's farming minions and taking them away from his carries, isn't going to get any CS at all to speak of. They're sharing experience a lot in the mid lane.
I just want Romantic to find an enemy on the map.
He doesn't want to. 2 items. I honestly agree with the way he's playing the game. Right now they have a Quinn, they have a LeBlanc, a Rek'Sai and an Alistar. That's very good roaming gank squad. All they really need is some late game insurance. We've seen that with crit being added to the Hurricane, Ballista can certainly provide that. So I like Romantic's game plan. Just scale up, make sure that you're relevant in these team fights.
Yeah, well, by the looks of things, it is working as the bottom lane of M3 have turned up, and immediately EPA are going to turn around. So it looks like Romantic will be able to pick up that Hurricane like you were talking about. Only has a few 100 gold left on that one. It is going to be done. It's Kim Goon, yep. Thanks, Valor. So funny. There's something about it. I know what you mean. Raphael, though, going to be able to clear out at least the siege minion.
They'll see that Raphael is going back to base. That means that a lot of the wave clear goes with it, unless PentaQ wants to burn the ultimate on this wave. PentaQ quietly has got up to a 2-item build as well. See whether he goes for a QSS as his next item, or whether he wants to go for the Banshees there. We saw Pekka last game go for a very defensive Ezreal build.
Interesting.
But consistent damage and the persistent slow will be very good in the team fights if that's what he wants to go for. Just needs to be able to stay alive from this LeBlanc burst.
It's going to be difficult as she has just completed her Rabadon's death cap.
That's an aggressive build.
Super aggressive.
Generally used to seeing LeBlancs go for a more defensive build, something like an Abyssal Scepter.
this time Spawn more than happy just to kill minions as quickly as possible now in the bottom lane. Replace that with baddies at another stage. And Raphael fighting with Crisis here actually does a whole lot of damage back. Nice gravity field to stop him from
But that's
continuing
still a
the chase.
jungler versus a mid laner.
Yeah,
and he's
good point.
won the trade. Raphael, half health, needs to be careful he doesn't go anywhere near Republic, who you could see was
Yeah, he
threatening
wanted to go
back.
back. He wanted to go back so bad. Not going to this time around. Continuing to shove up. You guys are now just hanging out around the Raptor camp. Romantic, though, he's found another turret. That's exactly what he wants to be doing. He destroys that. Did have the Berserker's Greaves picked up as well as
That's
that 2
3
items.
out of turrets and a 6,000 gold from EPA with 2 successful ganks bottom lane. That's all this game has been. The 2 ganks, couple
Yeah.
of roam squads, just gain control of the map through some good deep vision, have never let it go. And right now, they are completely smashing M3, and M3 are doing nothing about it.
And it's not even about EPA necessarily doing a whole lot as well. I mean, they're just using the lead that they have and taking what's open. It's not like they have to make plays for it or anything. They're just moving in and getting it delivered. M3 just look lost.
Shuffling their strong member in Republic around the map. You can see a lot of on the way pings. There's Crisis.
Yeah, he's made his way. And it's a lot of damage there from the tag team as he unloads that. Sky Strike coming down. In the end, the disengage is going to come through. Spooky Ghost, ever so spooky.
Yeah, that was kind of a half commit out of EPA. Crisis wanted in there. You could see how badly. Tag team came in from Gimgoon, but everyone else not really in range to follow up. Oh, Raphael
wow.
nearly gets deleted by Republic. That's going to be Dragon number 2. And M3 just continue to flounder around the map.
Yep. Flopping. It's a bit like a Magikarp, you know? Splash has been cast. Nothing happened. M3 doing pretty much that. Romantic continues to farm mini waves on the bottom side of the map. Like, it's exactly right though, Spawn. They don't seem to be doing much. There's another buff is now going to go. Romantic picks that one up with a pierce.
And all of a sudden, it is a really significant lead for Crisis. You know, not only has he got the benefit of a couple of additional turrets, he's got a 22 CS lead. He's 2-0-2, going towards what looks to be makings of a Locket and a Banshee's Veil at the same time.
Bits of items. Just building bits of items. But he's making his way back into his jungle. We'll see whether they do go towards this Baron. Gimgoon, you could see, was trying to take away the blue buff as well. Just after the rest of his team took the red. It might be that this one goes over to Raphael.
Everyone else
He's
is
trying
coming
to.
in. This is going to be a fight if M3 do want to secure it. You can see Gimgoon still in the area. Here comes Crisis.
Yeah, there's the tunnel. They're not going to be able to lock it down just yet. Teleport was available for XY if he wanted to come in.
YOLO took that for himself, it looked like, with the smite. So in the end, they get it off Raphael. That's good. A lot of the straight line wave clear will not be available. And this has honestly been a very slow-paced game, Atlas. No one really wants to be the first team to make a move.
Bonk.
And that just means that EPA slowly is shuffling around the map and picking up farm.
Well, Romantic definitely doing that. Continuing. XY, though, has found some time by himself. Pulled back very, very similar to Gimgoon at this point. He's moving his way down to answer. The Viking already out. Does have the Frozen Heart. He's going to be very, very strong against the double AD carry. But they have to do something about Republic. I mean, this guy almost has a Void Staff built up as well. We could see what he was doing to Raphael. And when M3 are not doing anything to answer, just looks like EPA are going to slowly move their way into the base of M3.
Yeah, it looks like M3 are just putting their baskets in the weakened scale, and Olaf's going to become unkillable basket, but really doesn't look, unless the game goes for another 26 minutes, doesn't look like that's going to be a very viable option. And maybe a first team fight breaking out now. No, we spoke too soon.
Yeah, well, Baron's being considered here, and you have to think that Crisis will probably tank it for a while. Gimgoon doing his best Romantic impression. Hanging out, shooting creeps. Very mean to the creeps this game. M3 moving up the mid lane now as well, and M3 need to start doing something. There's outer turrets everywhere. They can't be able to hold on for too much longer, surely.
Well, they honestly can. You know, they've got Olaf, they've got the Victor. A lot of straight line wave clear means that they don't have to do anything. If they want the game to go to 6 items, they can probably get it there. But EPA just seem to be with 8,000 gold up, they're going to get there first. I honestly can't think of what M3 are going to be able to do when 3 and 4 items start coming through, and
You're not the only one, Spawn, because I think M3 are in the same boat.
Alistair's just going to be able to dive people. This is honestly insane. There's a Banshee's Veil picked up. A full item ahead is the Rek'Sai. 2 levels of full item. Probably about 10 camps. This game has just deteriorated rapidly.
Very rapid. Well, not rapidly. Deteriorated slowly, but without very much M3 could do about it. Crisis is going to take another Gromp. It seems like the jungles are backwards as well, because we see Crisis more of the time in M3's jungle than in his own.
Well, they're not backwards at all, because I haven't seen YOLO in Crisis' jungle.
That's true. YOLO just didn't happen to get one this time. He's like, guys, you didn't spawn me a jungle. That's probably what that initial pause was. YOLO's like, hang on. I need to find that one for myself.
So we'll see whether it is something like Baron that gets priority right now. Of course, with the Alistair, the Rek'Sai being incredibly tanky, and the security of Romantic's Kalista, they should be able to start it off with relative ease. And it's not like M3, although they've gone to 5 Scrying Orbs, that's how quickly they're losing the game. They recognize the fact that they need to have that long-range vision. But you can see that as long as EPA keep control of this side of the map, always a potential to be able to sneak out that Baron.
Yeah, Spooky goes there as well. He's going to spot out YOLO and Savoki. Desperately trying to protect their pink wards. Crisis as well. Did get his Banshee's Veil popped, but not too worried about that. He's just got so much health, and you have a feeling that if EPA managed to force any kind of fight in the open, not going to be a whole lot M3 can do about it.
Yeah, they've started it up. They had enough of this game. Want to make sure that they can secure it. Teleport is coming in. They've been spotted. Crisis is at half health. This might actually be a good time for M3 to go in.
Oh, the flash in, though, from Jezza as he's popped the ultimate as well. YOLO's going to get thrown out. Does use the quick draw to get himself to safety as a massive ultimate comes through from Savoki. Republic on the backside does have a lot of damage available, but the chain is not going to get the lockdown. M3 actually not doing too badly here as Republic is trying to get his way around the back, but Romantic does find the kill onto Raphael. It's a lot of the damage down as YOLO is actually able to hang on for quite some time, but the low health bars are going to be there. PentaQ playing this one quite well, but Romantic, look at how much health this guy has. Flashes forward. The Ren not going to find the reset as YOLO now going to get slowed down. Those ghosts are so spooky. Now Romantic, he just wants to be able to pick up a kill, but it's so hard. PentaQ turns it around. Grabs himself one at the moment. It's actually an advantage here for M3.
Yeah, so M3 able to pick up a team fight because of Savoki's ultimate. Knocks a lot of the damage out of the fight. In the end, it's going to be a 4 for 3. Republic doesn't find anyone. That was very sloppy fighting out of EPA.
It wasn't exactly great from M3 either, but they did do better. Let's have a look at the
Let's
replay.
take a look at Savoki, right? And watch who he punts out. Bang. The AD carry and the mid laner just go flying. And that means that from this point on, they're able to get the initial pick onto Crisis. The big tanky front line's gone. Republic gets taken out of one of his abilities. And from here, it's 2 little skirmishes. Republic is trying to take on YOLO and Savoki. And Romantic is trying to take on everyone else. And you can see that Republic kind of wins his, and Romantic doesn't really win his 2v1.
Yeah, he sort of half does, but he wants to go back with his team. It's the Romantic coming out at him. But PentaQ realizing that he can just turn around and destroy him there.
And a spellcaster AD carry like Ezreal able to put down a surprising amount of burst, so Romantic just didn't see that coming. And of course, PentaQ hadn't really been stopped farming, now 4-1-1. Blue Ezreal, very annoying to deal with. We saw that in game 1 of EDG versus QG, where Def was just trying to drag his team through the mud to any semblance of good form. And we'll see whether PentaQ is able to do the same for M3 here.
I think said Romantic did go back and pick up a full Bloodthirster, I believe.
No,
So
he had a
did-
BF sword.
Oh, he had a BF sword. Okay, so Dragon has gone down though, ladies and gentlemen, while we were watching that replay. EPA managed to pick that one up. Consolation Dragon after a pretty awful team fight. I say pretty awful. I mean, it was a 4 for 3. It's fairly close, but when they're that far ahead, probably shouldn't be that close.
But didn't lose out on anything and accelerated the pace of the game a little bit, which means that they do pick up some quite big items. You know, have a looking at the Maw on the Quinn now, as well as the Sterix and the Yomus. That's a lot of armor penetration.
It's very true.
Another Giant's Belt picked up for their only tanking Crisis. Locket finished, as well as the QSS for Romantic. So they're at some good thresholds right now. Need to be able to make this work.
Yeah, True Shot Barrage not going to find Romantic, but Savoki's looking for him.
Gets the
Uses the
knockup.
ultimate, immediately QSS's, but not going to find too much. That's the collateral damage to destroy the AD carry Republic. Very low. That's in fact his clone, so don't go for that one, guys. Savoki's low, but it doesn't really matter as PentaQ, decent position on the outside, and that's a pick for free.
And finally, M3 start pulling the trigger off the back of this Poppy pickup, and that's Savoki 2 times in a row, making the proactive play his team needs. Getting Romantic one more time with this ultimate. You can't QSS it, mate. Mate, just pops you up in the air for a bit.
Well, if he had Flash, he would have been able to do something to get out. If you QSS a knock-up, the knock-up still works, but you can use other
Well, this
stuff.
is untargetable. This isn't a knockup.
Oh, wait, yeah. So it's just don't do that.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, don't do that.
So you can't
Romantic.
Yasuo ult off it. It's not a knockup. You just punch you into oblivion.
Well, it certainly happened because he wasn't very alive afterwards. And I like that sort of the no-channel ultimate from Poppy as well. It just gives everyone an opportunity to move into position and eradicate.
Well, generally Poppies use it to start off their combo or get a second round of their E in when you're 1v1ing people. If you have to position yourself for a nice wallbang. But yeah, this time around used to just get a pick, and a little bit unconventional out of Savoki, but certainly worked.
Yeah, they certainly did. Imgoon, though, is going to pick up where Romantic left off, destroying minions here on the bottom side of the map. Jezza.
And you can see now, even though it's still a 7,000 gold lead, EPA, because they've lost the last couple of exchanges, are just like, we don't really know what to do. Baron Bait doesn't seem to be doing us any favor.
Yeah, well,
Can't
are
really
we
team
ahead?
fight.
Are we even ahead?
They know they're ahead. They're 2 kills, and when you hit tab and you got CS advantages on every single lane, including your jungler, you generally have a good inkling.
Yeah, but they haven't been winning the fights. They just had their AD carry picked off for free. So, I mean, yes, they are still ahead, and they probably still know that they're ahead, but things haven't exactly been going fantastically as Imgoon just going to scout the area before destroying more creeps. Romantic moving towards the mid lane now to deal with things, but haven't seen too much from XY this game, but is scaling up nicely. 0, 3, and 3.
Yeah, as soon as he finishes up, actually, that doesn't build into that anymore.
He
so
doesn't have anything that really builds into it.
Yeah, so that's
Okay.
the old makings of Black Cleaver. New makings, of course. It's a little bit more offensive. 20% cooldown reduction off that will not be useful at all anymore because he's already over the CDR cap if he goes for it.
Yeah.
I'm really confused by that pickup now.
That Kindle Gem,
Should not be there.
yeah. I guess he does probably still want the old
Spirit Visage.
Spirit Visage.
Banshee's Veil is way better than Spirit Visage.
Well, then why does he have a Kindle Gem?
I have no idea.
He's a
That's
dummy.
why I said it shouldn't be there.
Dummy. Oh, Jezza puts a ward down. Looks like EPA still thinking, well, maybe the Baron is our option.
But they've waited that long. Oh, Savoki might be caught.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, the chains do land, but not going to get the second proc. PentaQ.
Gets a lot of damage
Yeah.
back onto the support as well, so that's more even than they maybe would have liked right now for EPA, but they've sent Savoki back. That's what they were waiting for. They need to start the Baron.
Well, Crisis is there, wants to.
Crisis
Romantic's going to
understands
be
it.
around it. Sky Strike goes down. You can see there's the scrying orb, so they know exactly what's going on. Ezreal just helps them out with some damage onto this Baron, and that is down. That is dead, and Romantic's going to pick that one up.
Here they
The
go.
flash in. Jezza is going to be able to find YOLO one more time. This time he's going to get obliterated. The ultimate is down from the Olaf. Pull out the sticks, Romantic. You can do this. Oh, he's already done so, but not going to be able to slow down the rampaging Viking. Republic needs to do it with massive amounts of damage. And this may be the end, Spawn. 10,000 gold now the lead. Baron buff circling the EPA team members. Romantic thinks, oh, there's a minion wave.
Yeah, so Romantic able to push in this lane. They send everyone back, but of course with a Quinn, with a Rek'Sai and a LeBlanc, they're going to get out of the base fairly quickly. And this will be maybe the makings of the final shove. They still have 30 seconds on the Olaf. Because we're 36 minutes into the game. Doesn't feel like it. There's not all that much happened.
Yeah. It's a lot of wave clear still here, though, as Raphael's hanging around, and he has an Ezreal there to deal with the high health of the melee minions. But EPA decide they'll push another lane at the same time. That's smart. They are going to be able to deal with that. So this inhibitor now under fire.
Base broken. Romantic looking to make it number 2. Savoki caught.
Yep, destroyed. Nice use of the W, but it doesn't matter because that chain does enough damage. Going to be able to lock down the support. PentaQ still here, trying to get the poke in. Crisis gets slowed down, but he's just being a wall for his team.
And
Not
this is
gonna be able to get
such
the
a clean
inhibitor.
game for EPA right now. They're just going to back away. No point pushing any further. They've broken the base. They know they're much stronger. Go out, clean up the rest of the jungle as you've done all game long. Continue to keep YOLO down. And just don't put one step out of place. Apart from that little team fight where PentaQ was able to pick up 3 kills, nothing has really challenged EPA in this game.
Not at all. You're going to be able to grab their 4th dragon here at the same time. M3 haven't even had a look in at 1. Don't even think they know whether it spawns on this map at the moment. And you can see that's almost a Rek'Sai with 6 items. He has 5. Almost going towards that Sterix gauge as well. 2, 1, and 6 for Crisis in his debut in the LPL. He's looking great.
Yeah, and you know, don't need him really as a split push threat, so wouldn't be surprised if it's a Sterix, although late game Rek'Sai
Titanic.
doesn't mind Titanic for the wave clear that it gives. And you can see right now, Crisis doesn't feel pressured. Yimgoon, much better performance, 3, 1, and 7.
Yeah, using that W really, really effectively as well. Make sure he scouts out as much of M3's lane as he can before securing that inner turret. He's going to do so, while the rest of the team is going to pressure this open inhibitor. XY, he's supposed to be the tanky man, does have that Spirit Visage already.
See Gimgoon chunks out the bottom turret. Already at half health, 4 members in the mid lane.
Republic looking for YOLO. Does still have that more of Malmortius for the shield. He does get the burst combo from Republic. Takes a laser there as well. You have to remember that Republic still takes a heck of a lot of damage, because he doesn't have any magic resist to speak of, so Raphael's still a bit of a threat as far as exploding this LeBlanc is concerned, but doesn't seem too frightened about it.
See, got a little bit of poke landed back on him right now. They're sending Gimgoon into the top lane to try and pick up even more farm for himself. He's close to the 6-item threshold as well. And they're starting to reach level 18. This is the strongest that EPA is probably ever going to be in the game. Up massive amounts of gold, 16,000 at this point in the game. It looks like it's going to just be a matter of time before they decide that they're going to tighten the noose even further, Atlas, and just strangle M3 out of the map.
Yes, it's that game of Hangman where they already know what the word is. They're just not letting you know yet. They're going to guess all of the letters one after the other. And when it's something, you know, like ambulance or umbrella, you're like, man, it's taking some time. I feel like he already knows. The analogy took a long time to get out. I apologize.
I'm not even sure we got there at the end.
We have a fair bit of extra time this game, though. That's the whole point. Gimgoon, though, has made his way towards that top inhibitor turret. XY is going to meet him. You can see it's the battle on 3 fronts at this stage, as Republic's going to try and shove in the mid lane as well. Already Super Creep streaming down there. And M3 just waiting. It's like death row, isn't it? It feels like.
Death row without the last meal, Atlas.
Yeah. Well, Pentaki's already had his. So those 3 kills that he managed to pick up. Well, Jezza doesn't really mind about that at all. He takes a stray ultimate.
YOLO gets his more popped as well, and you can see that very patient play right now coming out of EPA. Don't know why I expect anything else. The whole game's been that way. And finally, they get to send the Alistair in to tank it up.
Yeah. Oh, no, not anymore. Republic just wants to do buttons. Savoki takes not a whole lot of damage because he's a pretty tanky guy on this Poppy. But still,
and it looks like Baron number 2 or Dragon 5 are going to be what decide this game, because EPA have given up. Not looking to push the lanes in any further. 2 minutes until Baron. Recall, go back, secure the area, and try and start it all up again. Scary thing is, though, in all of that time, in the last 6 minutes, M3 have kind of got towards that 65,000 gold mark, which is generally where your people are hitting the 6-item spikes as well. You can see mid lane, done. AD carry, pretty much done. So they're going to start plateauing right now, EPA, and need to make sure that they don't give the game back.
Very true. I mean, there's only a couple of items for this Olaf to complete as well, who's been basically unseen throughout this entire game. EPA, though, are going to be able to at least take away another blue buff, as they're waiting the last minute for this Baron to spawn. Republic is pushing away on the mid lane. And M3 just sitting back. I don't want to leave my house.
So very patient play out of both teams. And EPA, they started the game off very well in how they were playing the Stranglehold, and have to credit them for the tempo that they were pushing the game at. But during that Baron buff, probably should have been able to get a little bit more done. And this is a window. It's not necessarily leaving the door open for a comeback, but, you know, the back window. Maybe a bathroom window, one of those ones that's really thin. You have to kind of shimmy sideways through upside down, fall
I've
on
heard
your
that
head.
Beatles song. I certainly
Yep.
have. Romantic continuing. Just got to stop talking about him killing minions. It's starting to get, I think, a bit old. Spawn. Not sure. Crisis stealing a buff. That's also getting old.
Baron's up in 15 seconds. You have to think that that's where EPA
They
are
only
gonna
tried
turn
that a
their
couple
eyes.
of times. True.
Yep. So we'll see whether this is attempt number 3 or whether they're just going to try and bait the top side of the map. Do the do-si-do, or Republic going to get caught.
Yeah. He's just doing the best that he can. Flashes over the wall. Distortion going to get him to safety. Wow, the collateral damage
Here
was
comes
close. Yeah, he goes XY, but doesn't find the undertow.
And straight away they start pinging up the Baron. They know that they've sent Republic back. That might be the flag that they're looking for. Maybe not. Maybe they'll just ping the mid lane turret instead. Go towards that. It's a tier 2. Maybe not worthwhile, guys.
Yeah, well, it's already half the work's done to it, though, Spawn. I mean, this is a gimme. Surely.
That Republic going to be joining straight away. All of a sudden, Alistair looking for a flank. They've been corralled into the Baron area. This is where APA wanted them.
Exactly. And Jezza, he's going to have a free headbutt here. PentaQ able to use the Arcane Shift to get over the wall.
Very anticlimactic, although...
Oh my goodness, that ultimate was massive. The Alistair right in amongst it. The explosion already. Raphael finds himself in a very odd spot, but is able to destroy Republic. He dies eventually in the end. Gimgoon now gets exhausted as PentaQ's trying to run away. He's trying to kite this one out as best he can. He's doing a decent job, but Crisis right on top of him. YOLO's destroyed. He's lived a few times this game, but he's definitely dead now as PentaQ. He's going to get knocked up. Jezza trying to stay around. He's going to do so. Not a whole lot more to do. That cow able to keep them all CC'd for so long. And Romantic gives up trying to chase anyone. He just wants to kill turrets, kill minions. That's what he's about.
Savoki and PentaQ are trying so hard this game. Gimgoon not going to give Savoki anything. Chases him down, takes him out, and it finally looks like EPA will close out the game.
Yeah, unless XY can do something phenomenal here underneath his Nexus turrets. He's running around fairly fast, and he's managed to get on top of Romantic, but not a whole lot more he can do. The kiting continues as XY may actually get him. He does! It's a lot of the damage now down, but they've got a second AD carry in this Quinn that's managed to finally turn up.
Yes, they certainly do. So they will be able to take down the second Nexus turret. They'll take down the Nexus itself. And a very drawn-out 45-minute game will go to EPA.
Calculated victory, one could say. EPA over M3. M3 looking a little bit scattered that game, you have to think, but EPA having a decent performance, especially during the end there, not taking any unnecessary risks.
Oh, actually, that started with Republic, their mid laner, getting caught out, so maybe they did take some risks in the end.
Maybe it was a necessary risk.
Maybe it was a necessary one, though. You have to say that the way they controlled the pace of the game early and got themselves that big lead just meant that M3 never really felt like they were in it.
Yeah.
And they just weren't able to make proactive plays. And we talk about reactive League of Legends, unless a team really makes a mistake.
Yeah.
Victory to QG.
Well, congratulations. QG doing so well in the LPL at the moment that they even get victories in games that they're not in. Unbelievable stuff. But no, EPA, congratulations. Coming away with a win, but they've had a first game win before.
Yeah, they certainly have, and they've done it in similar style. You know,
Yeah.
Romantic, this guy that we weren't expecting that much of, as you can see, putting in some work. Gimgoon also had a very good game one last time around.
Yeah, and he gets on these carry-type top laners as well, and that's where he looks comfortable. The Quinn, no different here. You can see it all seems to start with Savoki getting
beautiful.
destroyed. So good.
You know, it looked like they were chasing towards the top. Instead, throws the cow into 4 members, gets a huge knock-up, chunks everyone out. Credit to Raphael. He got a kill in the midst of all that.
Yeah, and in the midst is exactly what he was as well, because he was right underneath the whole team.
But honestly, even though PentaQ Savoki trying to kite so hard here, there was just absolutely nothing you can do when you're at that much of a deficit. And
Yeah.
it was honestly strangulation in the end that won that game for Energy Pacemaker.
Yeah, but we'll see whether they can do it again. Of course, best of 3 series. And the thing that I'm worried about, right, is that it wasn't an M3 looking like they were losing. It's like an M3 that were trying to not lose. They're not trying to win.
Yeah,
they're just trying to not lose.
I have to agree. It looks like they got out macroed at the start of the game, lost control of the map, and then didn't really understand how they can take control back. So expect them to search for standard lanes in the second game at least, because twice they sent members down to that bottom side of the map, their top lane and then their AD carry, and both times resulted in a kill.
Yeah, well, we'll see whether they can. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a short break, but when we get back, game number 2, M3 EPA. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm Atlas, this is Spawn, and we're ready for some more M3 versus EPA as this best of 3 has only just begun.
Yeah, it certainly has. EPA able to pick up the first victory, Atlas, in what was a nail-biter. 21,000 gold victory at the end in 46 minutes.
The nail-biting 46-minute victory when they had a 16,000 gold lead at 26 minutes. Beautiful stuff.
This has to be
a win's
Crisis.
a win, right? MVP doesn't even exist.
That's a team. It's a team. Yeah, expect Crisis to be able to pick up that MVP, but EPA in general, now that they've added Crisis back into their lineup over Soy Store Rabbit or whoever the heck was jungling before.
Yeah.
So many name changes. Just seems to suit their playstyle a little bit more, you know, that strangulation pressure that we're talking about. And this time we have it. MVP is not, it's Gimgoon. I got trolled. I also really disagree.
Yeah, so do I. I was going to say Gimgoon?
But 87% kill participation. Also, pretty good presence around the map, you have to say, on Quinn, although she has tag team. So
she's probably the easiest one to have presence around the map because you move so stupidly fast. But that is very, very true. He did play well. 5-1 and 9. Impressive scoreline there and able to clean up a lot of these fights for the rest of the team. So, look. I understand. Probably would have given it to Crisis, though, because that guy's early game pressure was very, very strong. And keeping a Graves out of his jungle, something that's difficult for a Rek'Sai.
Yeah, it certainly did. And more importantly, how he played the lane swap. You know, the way that they set up, and you never know who's really calling these shots, but went back over the wall, made sure he looped back around for the first gank, stayed down there, cleaned up the second gank as well, just made sure that bottom part of the map, there was no farm. And that meant when you control the bottom half, Graves is relegated to 3 camps on the top side of the map and can't really invade because the longer side of the jungle was also not in M3's favor. It was in EPA's favor on the top half of the map. So, you know, Graves had absolutely nowhere to go because of a deep freeze set up by M3 at the start of the game. And instead, EPA just absolutely obliterated him in a lane swap. And this should be something that LPL teams are now starting to look at and being like, we didn't do it great at MSI, but EDG kind of had a way to push through that freeze and do good things. We did horribly at Worlds.
Yeah.
Start of this, it looks like, I'm going to say it, M3 haven't really learnt their lesson because they froze a wave and left one person up there, tried to send their duo lane bot and just got 4-man ganged, and it was not great.
Yeah, and from there, they just started running people through the bottom side of the map when they had absolutely no pressure, no presence, and everyone just died one after the other. So difficult times ahead for M3, but they might be able to bounce back. Of course, against EPA, WE did exactly the same thing. We already explained the sister team situation, so theoretically, they could be able to follow in the same trend, but we'll see whether they can.
Yeah, exactly right. You know, we'll see what switch-up comes out here because they banned Ryze on the blue side, which is a little bit strange. That means they might not have a Ryze player on their lineup. When I'm looking down the list, like Tahm Kench Trundle, they're good bans, but what do you actually change in the pick ban phase? I liked Olaf initially, but didn't like the way that they were playing the Olaf. They had no mid-game pressure, didn't rush any offensive items, so he wasn't a factor around the map whatsoever. No. Couldn't chase the Quinn down, couldn't deal with the split push. So looking over at the other side of the map, just Alistair Rek'Sai, so much engage and disengage there. Throw in a Kalista for that mid to late game, I guess, balancing and the ability to engage as we saw was happening on the bottom side of the map out of Romantic and Jiju. So I just think that as a whole, the EPA lineup was much better rounded. They had everything they needed, and execution for M3 was just severely lacking to what they were trying to put together, which was Poppy, Olaf, make those picks. They got one of them in the mid lane where Poppy dove in there, got the knock-up. Everyone else collapsed and cleaned up. But for the rest of the game, it was just missing the whole time.
Yeah, and we were thinking about sort of that linebacker style that they were going to go for with the Olaf and Poppy. And I don't think we saw that once. We saw Savoki manage to get one pick onto Romantic in basically that whole game when they had the tools.
But in saying that, the 2 players on the map I'll give credit to are PentaQ and Savoki. They actually looked very good. They were kiting out the end of these fights, even in the fight where they manufactured that 4-for-3.
Yep.
That was the 2 members that lived, and they were able to kite out very nicely. As we do jump back into Champion Select for Game 2, you can see EPA now on the blue side. They were the 2 members of the M3 lineup that did look okay throughout the entirety of it.
They did, and it was Savoki desperately trying to make things happen towards the end of the game. But Energy Pacemaker definitely don't want to see the Ryze. You're exactly right. It seems like that's the champion that they just don't want to deal with at all, whether he be on their team or not. Masters 3, we'll see whether they change up the bans, because it's up to them, isn't it, really? Onus is on this team
to really change what's going on, and already the Quinn ban.
Yeah, apparently they agree. This is the second time that a Quinn's got an MVP. We haven't really agreed with it, but then it's been scrubbed off Summoner's Rift for the next game. So certainly seems to be a champion that just creates way too much pressure, can rotate around the map very quickly. And LPL teams don't want to deal with it. As soon as you prove that you can play that champion, the enemy team bans it.
Yep, see you later. Well, Lissandra is going to be the next ban as well. Interesting, because we didn't see Lissandra touched at all last game. This time Energy Pacemaker say, well, if you're going to lose the first game, you're probably going to pick Lissandra, right? So we'll ban that one away immediately. Or maybe they're just going for a blue theme. Not entirely sure. But does mean that Trundle's still available. Alistair still available. There are still some options here. M3 and Energy Pacemaker for the first pick. And yeah, that's another one. Wasn't too much of a problem. MF, though, is going to hit the bench as Masters 3 take away 2 ranged carries.
That's strange, because that was banned by... Actually, yeah, no, that was banned by EPA last time around, so not wanting anything to do with that.
You have to feel like, is Misfortune really one of those first pickable champions?
Yes.
Do you first pick it?
Yeah.
All right.
Her E is, on this patch, probably the most broken ability in the game.
Really?
Does 340 damage. It's a point-click spell that outranges every AD carry in the game apart from Caitlyn, and procs Thunderlords.
Okay, yeah, now that you put it that way. It's revolting. Well,
It's
Alistair's going to be
untradeable.
banned.
Also, the best part about it, 2.5 bonus damage you get while people are in CC. It's a slow. So, just every single thing in your talent tree actually gets procced by that one ability.
Yeah, just a bit silly. But Thresh is going to be the next ban here. As Jez are not going to be able to play that one, so he's going to have to dig deep into his champion pool. Be able to find something. Of course, Savoki can go back to the Poppy, find something else. Gangplank has found his way through the ban phase, though, as there's been a lot of targeted bans. Tom Kench still available as well. Trundle. Lots of options for these teams. You can see Masters 3 probably banned the Thresh, thinking, okay, well, if there's so much going to be left up, we may as well grab a couple of them. Gangplank, the consideration at the moment for Energy Pacemaker all, and we'll see whether they lock that one in for either Gimgoon or Republic. It's going to be taken away. And immediately, the answer is going to be YOLO, once again considering the Graves, but Tom Kench. XY thinking about it, of course, can go to Savoki as well. Decent flex pick, but Lulu, another champion that was left up. They're going to be locked in, so Graves Lulu. Now picked up, decent flex, can flex 3 ways there with that Lulu, and if you had a look at the champion spotlight when it first came out, can be a jungler as well.
Cannot be, but Graves can be a jungler, and we need YOLO to have a much better performance this time around than what he put in last game, because he was bullied, honestly, by Rek'Sai, and we've seen that matchup go both ways, but I think it's fair to say Graves seems to have the edge at the start of the game if he can get the ball rolling. You need CC in your lane if you're a Graves, but he brings all the damage to the gank, so look to see whether they can set him up for success this time around, because, as we said, good job in rotating around, pushing down the turrets, but M3 after that just lost complete control of the map.
It's true. Nautilus now being considered. Crisis just thinks, all right, well, I guess I'll go back to Rek'Sai because I may as well. Understood that the matchup worked out quite fine for him last time around. Republic this time considering the Ezreal. Of course, PentaQ played a fantastic Ezreal game, especially in the later stages last game around. Raphael, does he go back towards the Victor? At the moment, hovering the Cassiopeia here. Does suit his playstyle quite a lot. Does like those high damage, consistent damage carries in the mid lane. We'll see what does happen. And with a Lulu, it does open up a lot of these late game options here as far as the AD carries are concerned. So the Tristana might be another option. Most certainly. PentaQ hovering that one at the moment. And the Tahm Kench as well. There's just a lot of power picks available to Masters 3.
Problem is if they take the Tahm Kench right now, Trundle is just the immediate response that they know is going to come out of Energy Pacemaker all. I honestly don't know why they would go towards something like the Tristana right now. Just pick up your Trundle. 80 carry's already been locked in on the side of Energy Pacemaker all. Top lane Tahm, support Trundle, or vice versa. Will not do you any problems at all. But they go with the Tristana.
Yep, it's already there. You can hear it in Spawn's voice. Not very happy with Masters 3 at this point of the draft. We'll see whether they can pull it back around. Of course, some mind games can be made with a lot of flex picks being there. But Republic now considering taking away the Victor from Raphael.
Ooh, that's weird.
Yeah. But Trundle
not.
finally being hovered from Energy Pacemaker all.
And this is a perfect comp to run Trundle into because you're not expecting a huge tanky support. Alistair's been taken off the board. You know, if they lock in Trundle, there's honestly, like, Braum potentially and Leona are the two tanky supports that really come to mind as Thresh has also been taken away. Trundle, all he has to do is ult the Tahm Kench. They'll be able to rip through that with the consistent damage that will come out of Republic and then just deal with the rest of the AD carries. And that's what they're going for. I really like the team comp right now that has come out of Energy Pacemaker all.
And not to mention the fact that they have this Gangplank in the top lane, the late game insurance, if ever I've seen one. And I just love Gangplank paired with the Victor as well, because you can just control so much space. And they've added the pillar to that.
Yeah, the reason I like Gangplank is that's definitely going to be a Blue Ezreal. Blue Ezreal as well as Trundle has a pillar on like 7-second cooldown, the Q on 1.
Oh, man.
You put the Gangplank ultimate on the back end of the team fight. They can't really run away from it. You've got all the zone control up front. Very hard to engage/disengage away from the EPA lineup. So why not lock in a Blitzcrank and just try and get a pick?
Yeah, by the looks of things, that might be what they're going for. Not sure. Savoki can go back to the Poppy. The Poppy hasn't been seen at all during this draft. Kim Goon, of course, opting to go towards the Gangplank instead. With Lulu available, that was what XY was looking at. Very interesting stuff. 2 seconds left remaining on the clock. Masters 3. It's a Blitzcrank.
It is a Blitzcrank.
Locked in.
So, you know, I was being a bit facetious, I think is the word that I'm looking for, Atlas. You're better at this than I am, but in all honesty, that's all they really left themselves with. They have high burst potential in the Graves and good lockdown in Lulu and Tahm Kench. Blitzcrank not going to do anything in the laning phase because it's against an Ezreal, but late game when you have a Victor, when you have a Gangplank, just lock in a Blitz and see if you can get a pick. Because in a 5v5 team fight, you're not beating EPA right now.
And it does sort of like, it reminds me of how you explain the Lee Sin at the same time, you know? In the early game, Lee Sin, lots of damage, able to get stuff done. Blitzcrank in the laning phase, fantastic as far as like you land the hook, you can possibly get a kill off that immediately. Everyone's experienced in solo queue. And then at the very end of the game, one Blitz hook can win the game. It's always been the case. Of course, different here in the top end of competitive play. Not necessarily like my gold games. But can still be a problem. The mechanics still work. And we'll see whether Savoki is going to be able to do it.
Yeah, so a lot of pressure now on the Blitzcrank player. See if they lane swap to try and get away from the Trundle matchup.
Yeah.
Or will they just go head-to-head, you know? Try and hook a troll.
Well, he doesn't have any displacement abilities. He is relatively slow-moving, if not immobile, because he's definitely not immobile. He runs pretty quick. And we'll see what happens. You can see, here they are, Pentaque and Savoki. Jezzo and Romantic. We'll see whether they do lane against each other, but let's get on to the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for Energy Pacemaker All versus Masters 3. As Blitzcrank has made his debut into the LPL for this season. Thank you very much, 2016, for bringing us Blitzcrank. Savoki, see whether he can make something happen. Already waiting.
So the
Look at
reason
that.
I love Blitzcrank as a character, as a champion, more importantly, is that he either makes you look amazing or horrible. And
Yep.
both can be equally as entertaining on Summoner's Rift Atlas. So Savoki has stepped up to the plate.
He most certainly has. He wants to go down in flames
There you
if
go.
he does.
See, that's what I mean. Just if someone is in that brush, genius. No one there. What are you doing, Savoki?
No one there, and in that case, he's just lost a third of his mana. Unfortunate. But we do have a pause. Of course, we had a pause very, very quickly at the beginning of game number 1, and hopefully it follows that trend this time around. See the players ready to go right now, and we'll see whether we can get into the game as quickly as possible.
So let's take a look at what the teams want to do first off and what their win conditions are. So you got a blue Ezreal versus a Tristana. Tristana shoves away very hard, and they're looking to push down turrets. You know, they've got a ranged jungler in the fact that they've got a Graves Tristana. No wave clear on the Ezreal. So realistically, they're looking to shove that under the turret, and then Blitzcrank provides all of this pressure because all of a sudden, if you get hooked from underneath your turret, you're in the middle of the minion wave, not much return damage. Burst damage is going to come out of Tristan Graves quite high. So I would not be surprised if M3, you know, they just go for hard shove mode in all their lanes and see if they can open up the jungle for YOLO on this Graves to be able to rotate around. On the other side of the map, you got Victor Gangplank, and they're two of the best wave clearing champions for both AD and AP in the game. Going to look to stall this one out from APA. Not expecting it to be any quicker than it was last time around.
No.
Even if it goes super late game, Tahm Kench isn't going to be this huge tank because you have a Trundle on your team to be able to shred away all those resistances. Rek'Sai Trundle, very good at disrupting backlines, very similar to their last comp that they put together with the Alistair Rek'Sai. So like what EPA have brought to the Rift. So if the game goes under 30, 35 minutes, M3 should be able to run away with this one because it probably means that they're going to be shoving down lanes. Goes any longer than that, EPA are going to scale into the high heavens. And, you know, Gangplank, we always talk about the fact that he gets extra gold. The other benefit of Gangplank has one of the most expensive item builds in the game.
Yes.
So even if the game goes late, this guy's still adding things to his arsenals. He wants like a Trinity Force 4 Infinity Edge boots is like his dream build because that's 100% crit. So we'll see if he's able to go to that extent in the game. Make use of not only all the gold, but the slot efficiency that Gangplank grabs out of those very expensive items.
Yeah, and we'll see how he lanes against the Tahm Kench as well. I have a feeling, you know, you can eat oranges, get out of the, you know, the little fishy above your head, that sort of thing.
Even better than that, Grasp of the Undying Bandit just means that whenever you need health, Grasp of the Undying is up. Parlay Tahm Kench, 15 free gold, get percentage of your health back as well. Honestly, Gangplank against tanks in the top lane is really, really easy to just survive with a Corrupting Potion, with that Q and the Masteries and be able to keep yourself healthy. So pressure is actually on the Graves to be able to impact that lane if he so wants. They either need to win bot really hard with the Blitzcrank or be able to transition around the map very quickly.
Yeah, do you have a feeling that it is going to be that bottom lane focus, though? Because they do have the Blitzcrank. They can utilize the double AD carry and just get these turrets destroyed.
If they don't focus bottom lane, there is 0 point in picking a Blitzcrank.
Yeah.
So I honestly think that YOLO has to get himself into that lane and really be able to shove it down, because if he does not, that's just going to be pretty much a waste of pick. All that pressure that Blitz gets before level 6 is just going to be thrown out the window if they don't get in there and try and shove down that turret.
Yeah, it can be very, very difficult. Of course, we are going to be getting back onto the Rift as quickly as possible, ladies and gentlemen, but you'll have to bear with us just for the meantime. But the other option here with this Blitzcrank we haven't spoken about yet is chuck him in the mid lane. You know, throw him around. You've got this Blitzcrank, you just run him around the Rift. You can just walk pretty fast after level 2. You can just try and get hooks off anyone.
So the problem with that is they've picked a Tristana. Tristana cannot freeze her lane. So if you throw Blitzcrank anywhere else, Tristana's always going to be pushed up the lane. It's always going to be a 2v1. So I like the idea about it. Try and generate picks. Yeah. But there is that pressure on the AD carry in that situation to be able to stay safe. And PentaQ, if he is ever caught out of position, will be a free kill right there because of the chase potential that comes out of not only the Ezreal but the Trundle as well. So if it was something like a Caitlyn where you could just sit max range, you know, very low AD and try and last hit, that would be great. But on something like a Tristana, very hard to roam as a support player and not get your bottom lane caught out.
Yeah, and I just realized as well, you can just chuck a pillar underneath this Tristana as she's trying to jump, and you're going to have a bad time, basically.
Pillar was one of those abilities that, you know, I feel like it's Event Horizon that everyone knew it was in the game. Everyone knew it was an E ability, and that it was one of the, like, legacy abilities. It's like Rupture, it's like Feral Scream, Event Horizon. Pillar was always there. And for such a short cooldown, that thing does ridiculous. Like, it's a knock-up that cancels channels and stuff. Also a slow.
Also terrain.
Yeah, 7 seconds.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty silly. And I like how you first, like, the examples that you had were 2 of Cho'Gath's abilities. That guy is ridiculous right now. I don't know why no one's picking him at the moment.
Who only picked him today?
Oh, well, of
for
course.
Immortals in the top lane there. So
unfortunately, I was asleep. Well,
Look.
League of Legends never sleeps, Atlas.
I know, but I do.
That is not an excuse.
Otherwise, this would be a very interesting shoutcasting experience because I would probably be on this desk at the moment.
Yeah, but I definitely agree. And, so these legacy abilities that are still in the game and hanging around, like we mentioned a couple of them, just they make it very interesting to see when champions are going to be changed. But
Yeah.
also very hard to lane against. So I like what you pointed out with the interrupt of the Tristana jump.
Yeah.
Also the effect that of being able to steal the AD means that trading is very hard in that lane. So we'll see whether Energy Pacemaker all are willing to go aggressive or, they might just go back to a lane swap and just beat them around the map time and time again.
Well, it could be a good opportunity as well is to utilize that sort of lane swapping style because then it does free up your Blitzcrank to move around the map. So grabs that level 2, then he can just boost himself towards any other kind of lane. And look, as well, Graves relatively squishy. He doesn't fall low in his jungle, right? Because you can kite the minions very, very well, but you are still a fairly low health jungler. So if you're there with a top laner or something like that in the jungle, you can catch him out.
Yeah, you certainly can. Apart from the fact that Graves is on the same team as a Blitzcrank, which is going to make it really hard to catch Graves. Goes through him in that situation, but
that's true.
Rek'Sai
but
is
it's much
also
easier to
someone,
catch him at the same time because you've got vision of him permanently. Nailed it.
Rek'Sai across the other side of the map also juggles very high health, and if you grab him, knocks you into the air.
And a little bit
more threat.
A little bit more tanky as well. Just a bad option. So let's not do that, guys. I'm really glad that I explained that had he been, the other opposing side's jungle. Don't even worry about it. We're out of here.
We're done. So definitely going to be looking towards the Victor. Like that's the biggest target when you look at it. Gangplank, Victor, both don't have gap closers, a way to navigate around the hook unless they have flash available. So we'll see whether it is going to be one of those two that has the big Blitzcrank mark on them or whether it's going to be the Graves.
Yeah, relatively similar to Kindred. You assume that mark is always on top of your head if you don't have any sort of dash ability to get out of the hook.
Yeah, so we've talked about the pick potential that it builds having a Blitzcrank and I guess the inherent threat of it. The other one calling card there probably is that late game scaling of the Tristana when you couple it with a Lulu, especially an AP Lulu in the mid lane. They will be able to play kind of a Jugger Trist style and be able to kite back and go forward relatively well, burst damage of Graves. So M3 do have some options available to them. It just looks like the longer the game goes, as we keep saying, the more it falls over to EPA to be able to regain control of this map. And M3 didn't give us any semblance of confidence that they're able to put together an early game. This is a team that was very bad last year at early game League of Legends, and this year doesn't seem to be any different.
Yeah, but they have now picked a Blitzcrank. So if there's any way to sort of patch up what is an obvious problem as far as making plays in the early game, grab one of these sort of cheesy style support players that you can possibly be able to get this miracle start, grab an extra couple of kills, and then you can utilize that to get yourself into a snowball mode and maybe play it out that way.
Yeah, and we'll see whether he goes for a pink ward start. We saw it yesterday from Marta being able to run in there, grab the pink ward, and then just, I guess, try and take over a certain part of the jungle. Certainly is a possibility, so we'll see if that is what's going to happen.
Yeah, that's right. It wasn't me saying anything, guys, but that's absolutely fine. Let's just check that out. I'm just sort of like holding on to this. It's fine. It's all me, I swear. I absolutely, totally know what's going on. But, look, XY moving into a different champion this time, so not going to be playing the Olaf. Do you think that it might be his opportunity to now shine? And we've seen a lot of top laners do very, very well. Is this sort of where he can do something here on the Tahm Kench?
Yeah, picking up Tahm Kench, we'll see how he's able to utilize probably the ultimate to once again impact middle bottom lane. Because, honestly, against a Gangplank, there's not much you can do. He stays relatively healthy, is able to, I guess, just farm up a storm, and you're pretty melee as a Tahm Kench apart from that tongue lash. So he just needs to farm up, get to a tanky stage of the game, and then, be able to utilize Tahm Kench's very robust kit. It does a lot of things. So see whether he's able to make an impact. Definitely needs to have more of a, I guess, early game role in this team than what he had on that Olaf.
Yeah, he was sort of just running around picking up farm where he can, but otherwise just a non-factor. And we'll see whether the Abyssal Voyage can be used, take his friends around the map, and really start things off. Because, you turn up with a Tahm Kench and a Blitzcrank, you're going to have an interesting time. So there are certainly some combo options that they have available to them on the side of Masters 3. But otherwise, it's just so... We're talking about this, all these theories possible for M3. They need to show us that they want to win the game first.
Yeah, I honestly completely agree. That's what I was going to come back to as well. They just need to show that they're happy to play proactive League of Legends. Yeah. Because if there's one thing that the LPL generally shows us is that if you don't make map movement early in the game and you fall behind because of how well these teams team fight, they're just happy to not team fight. You build this gold lead, and then when you are at the point where you're like, wow, we have to fight now, they just absolutely destroy you. So certainly is interesting to see if M3 can get to that point.
Well, it is certainly interesting because we are now back on Summoner's Rift, ladies and gentlemen. M3 versus EPA. And we'll see whether Savoki is going to be able to run around this Rift on this Blitzcrank and grab himself some picks and make proactive plays. But at the moment, they're just going to kill some Sentinels. See you guys. Pick up that one cheeky one.
Yeah, so grabbing one Sentinel means that they get level 2 a little bit earlier. As you can see, YOLO, he has absolutely no problem jungling by himself, so it's not really going to matter all that much. And it's the 2v2 bottom lane we spoke about. Blitzcrank, get in there.
Yeah, and Jezza already munching on him. Savoki grabs the brush control, and we'll just see whether he's going to be able to start anything off. Of course, this has been a lane of old, you know, the Blitzcrank Tristana. I remember playing that one back in the day. Couple of levels into your rocket jump.
Couple of levels in E, couple of levels in W.
Oh yeah, jump on their face and explode them. Good news. But YOLO is actually heading over to the opposing blue buff, just picks that one up for himself. You can see Savoki trying to create some room to grab a hook as they hit level 2 first, utilizing that Sentinel experience. And already the pressure being put down. And this is what you said, you know, they've got the pushing power.
Yeah, exactly right. So they'll be able to shove in. Graves, unfortunately, on the wrong side of the map. Crisis heading down to the bottom side. You know, he understood he was being invaded, so just goes and takes a sneaky blue buff across. No, he's not actually. He's going for a gank here.
Yeah, looking for it.
Could really upset the Blitzcrank lane. Once you're in with Blitz.
Well, there's the pillar. He immediately gets exhausted. Preyseeker's going to land. That's the knock up. Lots of damage. He's got heaps of health. I mean, mana, sorry. So that shield was pretty huge, but they managed to pick up the kill. The Mystic shot from Romantic's good. Explosive shot going to go off. Crisis decides to soak some of that damage for no reason, but in the end, that's all she wrote, and that's first blood going over to EPA.
And that's the thing about Trundle support. It's just so damn tanky, even with the hook. Means that they're able to grab first blood. YOLO, on the other hand, he's staking out his blue buff. He knows Crisis is there. Decides to dash into the wall for dramatic effect.
Oh,
that's
the
just
slow
not gonna
draw.
get
We
it
call
done.
that a slow draw, Spawn. As Crisis is able just to take the blue buff for free. That's really sad. I would have flashed. If it was me, I would have just flashed. Immediately. It's like no one saw anything.
Just tunnels away. Why would you do that?
Well, because then you get your blue buff. That's the good news.
Blue buff for flash. It is an interesting trade.
Yeah, misses it.
Please tell me more about Gold League of Legends.
Oh, you've been there before. Maybe 2 years ago. Surely.
I'm going to go longer than that. I think it was like 3 seasons ago.
No, it's not. I remember. There were some dark days there, Spawn. Tilt is a powerful tool. Can get the best of us sometimes. But YOLO, he's looking for the gank here on the bottom side. This is exactly what we were talking about. Got to utilize that Graves to try and get this bottom lane going. Savoki
Here we go.
Yeah, found himself in the bottom lane already. The Ignite's down. Nice flash to get away from a lot of that damage as the grab finally gets pulled. Jezza gets flashed on. YOLO picks up the kill. Glad he had his flash. Thankfully, he didn't use it to grab a blue buff earlier on. And Romantic now.
In the mid lane, Raphael just 1v1 Republic one more time.
What?
Able to grab a kill as Lulu. You know, we were speaking yesterday about the fact that you should not die again, as a Lulu against an Ezreal. The same rule applies. Lulu should not be able to kill you if you're a Victor, but he does.
Still had his Ghost available as well, did Republic. Just shows Raphael knows a little bit about Victor. Explosions, though, underneath this turret. As M3 are doing the very best they can to push this one out.
Well, this is what we said they want to do, be able to shove that bottom lane in. Then just put the big bullseye on Trundle. See how many times you can grab him out from underneath that turret. No wave clear available. Makes it very hard on the side of EPA to be able to protect those structures. Would not be surprised to just see YOLO run into that lane one more time, rinse and repeat, see if they can get it done.
Well, Republic now back in the lane.
You can't dive Tav Ken. You can't dive a level 6 Lulu at this stage of the game. So why not just continue to focus that part of the map? Try and get Romantic behind. We've already seen that once he's pressured, he does struggle to keep up.
Yeah, it's very true. We did see that. It seems that, you know, game number 1, that's where Romantic able to get the work done.
Yeah,
2 and 3.
Shrines.
That's the difficult stage. Has proved himself on the Callista, though, last game. He can kill a lot of minions. Nobody else is in the lane. Crisis now just going back to his jungling as M3 try to set up here for this bottom lane. Savoki still threatening, and despite falling down for first blood, being able to grab that kill back is a big deal.
Really smart smite out of Mystic here. He's actually gone for the Wolf Spirit. That means he knows 100% if Crisis wants to take a similar counter gank path over that wall. So they've smited that away. Pink warded up the brush, going to shove the lane in one more time. Of course, Tristana does this naturally, so it's not suspect at all. And we'll see whether they're able to go for another play.
Yeah, there's a ward in here, though. Savoki, there's eyes on him. Of course, Romantic pretty happy about being Ezreal at this stage. If you do use that rocket grab straight up, you can arcane shift out of the way.
Yeah, as I said, it's all Trundle. Yolo actually deciding to go back. There's nothing in his jungle. Actually pings out his red buff, so there is something in his jungle. So that's what he wants to go and grab.
It's an important bit.
We'll go do another rotation and see if he can get back down into the bottom lane.
And Raphael continuing to dominate here in the mid lane. And you've mentioned the fact that mid lane has been left a little bit on their own a lot of the time, especially in this sort of lane swappy mid and bottom lane focused game. And with the Republic falling behind in a 1v1 scenario, it's very good news here for M3 as far as making proactive plays is concerned.
Well,
because
that's a strange decision out of Crisis. Mid lane is being left alone, and Crisis definitely can't go for a gank right now because of how much of his jungle is available. You can see red and blue buff, but he decides to fire a shot from the bottom half of River into mid lane. Lets Raphael know exactly where he is. Would not be surprised if Yolo picks up this buff. Raphael continues to shove in, and then he just goes over to the blue and they challenge as a unit because, of course, Tom Kent's going to be able to use that ultimate to get down there much more efficiently.
yeah, that's true. At the moment, they're going to have a long time to think about it as well, as we are back into a pause. We'll see whether we can get this one sorted out as quickly as possible. Of course, we did manage to get back into the game, which is good news. But we'll see exactly what the problem is and report back to you. But as the game is shaken out, things going a whole lot better for M3, especially in that mid lane in the 1v1. And the gank actually working out here for Yolo.
Yeah, exactly right. Yolo got his gank to work, and the Blitzcrank already paid dividends. So, you know, boom, there was a rocket grab. Like that one.
The
but
dynamite.
it was a 1v1 kill that really, to me, that's a good sign. When you start 1v1 killing, that means you're playing up and aggressive in lane.
Yeah.
And you see the response from then on in is just to continually shove that wave in, make Republic's life a little bit miserable. So definitely good moves here by Raphael in the mid lane, and we'll see whether this Lulu and Tristana can get going, because that's the late game threat that they need if they're going to keep up with a Gangplank and Ezreal and a Victor.
Yeah, and it's actually really cool the fact that it's the Lulu getting ahead here, because even if the Tristana then falls a little bit behind, you've got a more powerful shield. You've got a more powerful way to really boost up this Tristana in the late game.
It's the movement speed.
Yeah, and the movement speed's stupid.
It's so funny. Like, when you think of, like, maximum AP on Lulu, like, the damage is there. She does great things. Shield is huge. Most useful thing as an AD carry is probably the movement speed, because you can chase for days, and it's very easy to dodge skill shots when you're going the speed of sound. So, you know, watch out for him to just be able to fly around the rift.
Yep, just ridiculous. The fact that the movement speed scales with AP is just ludicrous. Nami as well. It's another thing. It's just absolutely insane. Ladies and gentlemen, we are having a little bit of lag on EPA's end, so we're just making sure that we can sort that one out and get us back onto the rift. You can't have someone lagging. It's bad news.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
Well, you can, but you don't want them to be. So, you know, that's why we're trying to sort it out, and we'll see if we can do so and get them back on the rift.
We'll actually have to see whether it's Republic that said so, because he was the one that was 1v1'd. And that may have been what he just wrote down in chat. It's lag. So we've paused it here just to see whether or not that was in fact the case.
I don't actually think we do that.
No, I don't
players.
think so
No.
either. But I just thought it was amusing. Probably shouldn't have. One of those times. We've spoken a lot here, Spawn. So we're just, I'm at the end. At the end.
Well, let me help you out a little bit.
Thank you.
When you have a team composition that is looking to scale up and, you know, just shove out waves, and they could see how much pressure was going to go to the bottom side of the map, I just want to hit on, you know, the Victor versus Lulu outplay a little bit more, because that opens up a very big hole on the mid side. And you see that the way that has actually impacted the map is that Crisis felt like he needed to make his presence shown. So even though he's level 6 on Rek'Sai, farming up very well for himself, even though his team's 2-0 down, the fact that he had to show mid lane just gives so much information right now over to M3. And you saw that the red buff had just been taken by Yolo, and straight away, he's on the backside of red buff. He's about to dash over a Baron wall and challenge on a blue buff invade for the second time in a row.
Yeah.
Hoping he doesn't headbutt a wall one more time. But if that is the case, Crisis has cost himself a buff just because of the fact that his mid laner Republic has started to fall behind against Raphael. So it's the little things in League of Legends that tell you exactly where, because at that point in the game, they didn't know whether he was going to go to the blue buff and hand it off straight away as that wave was bouncing back, or whether he was going to start his red buff off. Would have probably been smarter to be on the blue side of the map because Graves had gone red to blue straight away, and you knew that Graves hadn't taken the red buff because he'd shown bottom lane. So I just honestly am questioning. This is a thing that I've always said about the EPA lineup. Good in laning phase. They show that every now and again they can have brilliant flashy mechanics. They can catch people out, play pick games, League of Legends. What's their macro game of League of Legends like? Game 1, they showed that it can be good at times, and they played a very good starving game on the bottom half of the map. But this time around, that's a big fault that could bite them for it.
Yeah, it's a very, very dangerous time here to be an M3 fan. So we'll see exactly what happens as we move back into this one. Hopefully we are going to be able to sort out as much lag issues as we possibly can, get us back onto the Rift. But I'm a little bit worried about, YOLO moving into that jungle at the same time, because you mentioned the fact that Crisis was able to farm up quite well, and Raphael will be moving around. And we're talking about a Victor here. I mean, you put a Victor behind, he's still able to upgrade that Hex score and clear out a minion wave. Is it too much of a big deal here?
Yeah, 100%.
Really?
So the fact that if you're under the turret, every single time he walks into the jungle and Lulu's able to leave because she's got no experience or gold to gain from the mid lane,
that's a good point.
Victor has to make a choice. Do I pick up the 100 gold from the minion wave, or do I walk into the jungle and help out my jungler? And every single time they make him make that choice, even if they secure the buff, that's 100 gold, a minion wave of experience that he falls behind just from having to go in there. And the fact that he got solo killed means that the Lulu can push up with Abandon and doesn't actually have to respect the power of the Victor at that stage. Can clear minion waves, but no way is he one-shotting a Lulu at this stage of the game. So that's a huge deal. There's all of a sudden this big void of pressure in the mid lane where Victor Lulu, actually the wave clear goes in Victor's favor because he one-shots the backline. Lulu does not. She has to auto-attack them as well. So that's something that Republic definitely dropped the ball on.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate here for EP fans, but hopefully for M3 it means that they can find their way at least past this mid-game, get themselves to a point where they can demonstrate they can close out a game of League of Legends, which is exactly what they need to do. Meanwhile, the top side of the map was very, very even, as the old Gangplank and Tahm Kench not really going to be doing too much to either of them. They're just going to stand around and farm.
They're going to shoot each other a little bit. Tahm Kench is going to eat some minions,
licking
get happy.
people and shooting people.
Yeah, it's going to be a good top side of the map. But what you have to watch there is how ahead does Gangplank get in that matchup? Because if he's able to shove him underneath turret, hopefully Tahm starts missing out on some of that creep score. And if he's shoved under the turret, won't be able to use that teleport or the ultimate, the Abyssal Voyage, to get around the map and help out his allies. So as long as that lane is even, as we say about Gangplank so much, but even more so because they have a Trundle in their team to strip away Tahm's tankiness, that lane matchup at even is in EPA's favor.
Yeah. The other option there as well is the Cannon Barrage after level 6. I mean, Gangplank is still going to be there. If he's able to scale himself to a decent portion, then all of that sort of the wave clear option, the fact that it is a massive AoE slow anywhere on the map, that is going to be a big deal if they are going to start falling behind, which EPA already have started to, especially there in the mid lane.
Yeah, and Gangplank's damage is about 65-35. And that's so weird. 65% AD, 35% magic is what I'm talking about. Because when you think about it, he builds all AD items and only has one ability that does magic damage or true damage, which is his ultimate. But it's just that much of a zone and hits that hard and quickly as you start getting the upgrades into it that it's very impactful. So when you compare the two globals in the top lane, Gangplank sits anywhere on the map. He doesn't actually have to go there, so he can maintain pressure in his lane and does a heck of a lot of damage still. Pushing up the lane, definitely a good option to be able to be a Gangplank at that stage.
Yeah, and we'll see whether he's going to be able to do so. But definitely it still has that really expensive build. And you mentioned this in sort of a positive way, that if we make it to like 70 minutes into the game, he's still going to be building his like 15th Infinity Edge moving forward. But he does take a while to get all of his items together, and especially like you build your Trinity Force, you have that, but then you need to have that crit, you need to have that Infinity Edge before you can start really doing your massive damage.
Yeah, and there's kind of a couple of ways that people like to build Gangplank at the moment, and that is, with a CDR boots, the Trinity Force and a Yomu's, you get 30% cooldown reduction, and that's a kind of good spot to be at Gangplank, very, very smooth. Or if you go for defensive boots, Trinity Force, and Essence Reaver, that's 40% off the bat, so you can go for that. Doesn't give you the armor penetration, or I guess the bonus of having some good attack speed if someone face checks a brush as Gangplank, being able to utilize that passive in the Yomu. So we'll see which way they want to take it in this game. I prefer the Yomu's build right now. I just think it's really, really smooth to build into. You can start picking up Infinity Edge later. So if that is the case, he's strong at the Trinity Force. He's strong at the Yomu's Trinity Force and boot. So Gangplank, honestly, he kind of feels good at every stage of the game, apart from the no-item stage, which is why starting Mana Crystal and going into Cull doesn't necessarily make sense to me, because it just prolongs the no-item phase of the game.
This time, though, Gimgoon has decided to pick up the Corrupting Potion, which is going to work out just a little bit better.
Yeah, it certainly is, as we see some cherry blossoms falling over the Summoner's Rift
I
Atlas.
believe that was the Sadamumu song.
Still in the pause, ladies and gentlemen. There is some lag on China's end. Still trying to resolve it.
Yeah, still trying to resolve the lag. But we are going to take a short break, ladies and gentlemen. Bear with us. We are going to be back with EPA taking on M3 as soon as we possibly can. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm Atlas. This is Spawn, and we're hoping to get back into M3 versus EPA as quickly as possible. Computer swaps are happening. Everything is being done in order to get us back into this game as quickly as possibly can.
Yeah, Romantic had some lag, so we've swapped out his computer. Well, we haven't. That would be impressive over here, but someone has. So
Go Gadget on.
We should be able to get back into the game, and there we are.
Yeah, here we are. So Raphael continues to push up, and we'll see exactly whether YOLO will be able to steal away that blue buff. Doesn't seem to be the case, as Republic has picked that one up.
As you can see, that means that YOLO able to get Crisis trapped off here. Raphael still poking out Republic, and this is the blue buff under fire once again.
Yeah, I really, really like the fact that that gravity field was put down, make sure that Raphael couldn't collapse. You can see YOLO now just going to take a Rift Scuttler. Couldn't get the blue, so he's going to grab a little crab instead. Speaking of grabs, having a look down in the bottom lane here, we can see that Savoki still coming in, as Romantic has been able to pull ahead just a little bit on the farm, but now that this wave is getting pulled up, you're going to be able to catch right back up.
See whether he decides to grab the entirety of the wave. He's going for it.
Oh, nice buster shot there from Pentacure. Avoids getting chomped. Stops this lane from getting frozen out. You can see Cannon Creep going to be missed here by the Ezreal.
But you can see massive rotation coming down now. Crisis is on his way, followed by Republic. They need to get the heck out of dodge. They do manage to be able to do it, but Crisis is going to put on some jungle pressure of his own.
Yeah, Crisis actually discovers the fact that there is a blue buff here as well. You can see YOLO, he's hanging around the blue side jungle of the opponent, nowhere near this buff, as Savoki going to do his very best to scope this one out. And EPA, despite the fact that, you know, things didn't necessarily go so well early on, it's another 1v1 from Raphael, but this time he's got backup. Massive Chaos Storm comes in. Raphael's going to burn to death. Crisis picks up that kill. True Shot Barrage is here. XY has to flash out of the way. Savoki lands it, picks up the kill on Republic, and he's now in amongst the mix. He's going down very, very quickly as Gimgoon made his way across, wants to shoot the Blitzcrank if he can. XY running away with him. He's going to survive in the end, and EPA, it's a 1-for-1. Mid lane is dead.
Yeah, so mid laners both die. What a grab out of Savoki. You know, we questioned the pick, making it work so far, and this will be the first turret of the game, being very heavily pressured by EPA. That's all the remaining members.
Yeah, Essence Flux even going to be used just to make sure that everyone can get as much damage onto it as they can. Local gold going to be picked up by Jezza and Gimgoon, and a blue buff as well. So it's a 1-for-1 trade as far as that scuffle was concerned, but in the end, it all falls down in favor of EPA.
Yeah, and you see that now they've very much invaded the blue side of the jungle with Masters 3. Picked himself up another blue buff. Everyone else gets out unscathed.
Scathed. I like it. But Pink Ward, unable to sit. No, Savoki has found it in the end. He's going to head back, pick that one up.
Boom.
Yeah, done well. Love seeing Blitzcrank. Good times. Raphael going to continue shoving this wave out. Frost Queen's claim now completed as well. It's a lot of slow potential out of this Lulu. She wasn't frustrating enough. Most certainly is now. It's Crisis dealing with these wolves. It's pretty healthy though, as YOLO decides not to go for anything more. DJ finally able to deal with that. Oh, nice hook. It's actually behind his pillar as well. Jezza probably didn't want to have that one there. Of course, doesn't slow himself down, but he couldn't run as quickly back. It's a fair bit of damage down now onto this Trundle.
Savoki showing us that this isn't a cheese pick. Very well practiced with the Blitz. Good return damage out of Raphael and Republic.
Oh, nicely done. Crisis, though, going to use that Void Rush to get in here. Nice ultimate for some zoning there as the knock up onto Crisis. He wanted to knock up Raphael. Not going to happen. Brilliant use of the pillar, and Republic going to lock down the kill. Exhaust now onto YOLO. Uses his full rotation, able to get enough damage through so that Savoki could grab Crisis, and YOLO now just going to do the... Oh, misses it. Republic gets flashed on. He's going to be able to pick that one up in the end, and Jezza, he has to run out. And M3 managed to win the trade.
Well, YOLO 100% hit that Q. It bounced off the wall, did bonus damage even, so that was actually very well played out of the Graves. And in the end, Masters 3 able to grab themselves another kill, another couple of kills, and only Raphael falling down. A lot of pressure being put on this mid lane.
Yeah, XY even able to shove up this top lane as well. Barrel is going to expire. It's the Master Chef himself. Just tries to lick some minions. But You know, it's all a matter of time here for EPA. They just want to try and drag this game out for as long as they can. Despite the fact that Republic did go down in that 1v1, also in basically every other engagement that they've had. 1-3-1 now, but not too far behind as far as those creeps are concerned. He's going to be making it back towards this lane, but the Tristana doing very, very well, even on farm with the Ezreal. Now almost towards that Infinity Edge this stage of the game.
Yeah, and we have to see if this mid lane turret being open does put any pressure on the map right now for Masters 3, because you know, we keep mentioning that looked like Raphael was getting up in the mid lane farm. He had all the pressure, but the shove through actually means that EPA right now have control of that part of the map. Maybe Republic and Crisis will be able to get around the rest of the map and make some things work.
Yeah, a few wards around here as well. Crisis sees that one expire.
The Crisis is on top of a pink ward right now. The collapse is coming out.
Oh, collateral damage. Not going to do it. Close.
Pretty strange that they wouldn't just fight it. Gangplank had gone back to base. Exact timer on teleport meant that it wasn't up, I believe, when it happened. It is back up now. Savoki once again, just a drive-by in the mid lane.
Yep. Create some pressure. Tristana was able to shove up that wave, so Infinity Edge now complete. Grab some boots as well. Iceborne Gauntlet done for Romantic though. Stacking that tier still as well. Going to be able to get past that annoying time as an Ezreal where you're just stacking the tier. Don't have a whole lot of combat capabilities, but Romantic doing fine at the moment. Going to be able to push ahead on this farm as Tristana makes her way back to the lane. And Trinity Force now done here for Gimbu. As that's the grab onto Crisis. Just immediately knocks up the Blitzcrank. We'll see what they can do though with Pentakill and YOLO still standing off to the side. Whoa, it's a lot of burst damage out of Romantic. He does manage to get that Mastery proc.
So a frustrating interaction with the Blitzcrank is you can never get your Power Fist off against the Rek'Sai, just because as soon as you hook her, she gets W, you get knocked up before she gets knocked up. That's the way the charge-up interaction works. So you can see, even though Crisis was the one that got hooked there, was Savoki that got the worst end of the trade over the wall.
Yeah.
As his team didn't collapse fast enough.
Not quite there. You have a feeling that if they were any closer, things could have been a whole lot better. But Dragon goes down. It's just a solo here from Crisis. Was able to do that in time. Cinderhawk there helping out as he's already managed to build up that item. Swiftness boots for jungler and top lane on the side of M3 and picked up already.
Here we go again.
As well. In he goes. Rocket jump down already. There's the flash rocket grab, but the jump out from Romantic's already there. The chomp from Jezza, they're trying to do what they can as Romantic's finding his way back in. Crisis is here as well. They want to get this Blitzcrank. He's going to explode with the damage from EPA. Flashes forward. The teleport's being used. Republic able to pick up a few of these minions at least. And 5 members of EPA collapsing on this outer turret in the bottom lane. They just seem to be able to get more from their engagements by the looks of things.
Pentakill using everything aggressively there meant that there was really nothing else they can do. Maybe YOLO will catch out Crisis on the back end here.
Going to get a knock-up. Raphael coming around though. He's going to be the first one to collapse onto this one. The flash out uses the wild growth on himself just to try and get a little bit more survivability in there, and Romantic offering enough.
Does Pentakill jump again?
Yeah, they're looking to try and do something here. The laser comes down. Pentakill running pretty quick with the Whimsy.
But in the end, nothing will happen. Successful disengage out of EPA. M3 slowly, even though they looked like they were getting some good advantages, they were all onto the Blitzcrank. Now Romantic's got going, and it's just not looking like the game's going in their favor.
Yeah, and it's not even necessarily that Romantic has any damage yet. He can just slow down and be so frustrating with this Iceborne Gauntlet. They can't really surprise them anymore if he knows what's going on. But Savoki, now in the brush, is going to be able to.
You can see time and time again, EPA just look like they have the answers for Masters 3 right now. 1,000 gold. Ooh. Savoki punches a minion in frustration.
Yeah, it was very close to getting the silence into the rocket grab. Thankfully for Romantic was able to at least start the animation of his arcane shift before that one came off. Once he starts shifting, he ain't going to be stopped. Now Gimgoon starting to pull out a whole lot of farm.
You can see that it looks like he is going to go towards potentially a Youmuu's Ghostblade. Might even be a Maw with how much magic damage will be coming out of Tahm Kench and Raphael at this stage of the game. They're probably the 2 major threats against the gameplay. And just honestly farming up an absolute storm in the top lane versus Tom. Didn't expect anything else to really happen up there. They're both at nearly the 10 CS a minute mark, and not much pressure really coming out of either.
Yeah, doing a very good job. Republic continues to have about a 10 CS deficit against him, but that's
Crisis.
fine. He's kept that one up. Crisis, yeah, you're right.
Savoki looked like he wanted to collapse as well, was very low. Has also started up his red buff. It's just pretty disrespectful right now. He's at half health, but it doesn't look like anyone wants to pressure him away.
He's just going to go about his business.
They'd send Pentacube back. That makes a lot more sense.
Ooh, Raphael takes a massive burst. You can see YOLO and Savoki around here, though. The rocket grab going to stop Republic from moving any further forward.
Ezreal ultimate.
True Shot Barrage, just not going to do much.
List lazily across the screen.
Yeah, I believe that would be how you describe it. But you can see now the wave clear from Republic. Clearly able to shove things forward, and having no turret there means that it's a bit more difficult for Raphael to stay in the lane.
Dive potentially being looked at here on the bottom side of the map as well.
Yeah, Pentacue still moving around that
He knows what's
Tremor
up.
helping out. You can see Savoki's making his way back over here, but Crisis just going to help out.
Shows himself, so now Pentacube feels safe to come up here. They have YOLO and Savoki available.
He wants the grab,
Finds
it onto Crisis, going to get the knockup, but there's the ultimate out of the gangplank. Savoki, you didn't want to do this, sir! He's going to fall down in the end. Really nicely played from EPA, and they read that one.
Yeah, they certainly did, and see how much damage the Gangplank ultimate puts out. Level 11 had been picked up by Gimgoon, one upgrade, and he just completely destroyed 3 members of Masters 3. 2,000 gold, nearly 3,000 now.
Pillar of Ice comes down. YOLO says, okay. Wanders at him. Not too much more going to come out of it as Romantic. We're going to try and get some poke damage onto Pentacue. Misses everything. Just going to move away from that inner turret. But you can see 2 structures to 0, even on kills, but it's the 3,000 gold lead now for EPA. It's really helping them out. And despite Lulu having that advantage, they haven't done anything with it.
Yeah, well, they tried a couple of times, but both times the Gangplank ultimate thwarted the 2v2.
Exactly.
It was kind of like a 2.5 versus 2 when you have a Gangplank ultimate on your team,
Are
realistically.
you calling Gangplank half a person?
No, I'm saying his ultimate's half a person.
Oh, Jesus.
Crisis.
Well, Crisis may have his namesake as a problem right now, as he's going to tunnel his way across. Collateral damage not going to finish him off, and Crisis says Crisis averted as he moves back towards...
and maybe a bit of frustration showing there. You could see the 4 people were over. They just kind of paused and looked at the wall.
Yeah. Well, I'd be frustrated too. He was able to get out after soaking a lot of damage. Something said Raphael now has, once again, a Rabadon's death cap in his back pocket. Feeling pretty good. And it is going to be the Abyssal Scepter for Republic. It's his first option.
Savoki now top lane.
Yeah, YOLO's here as well. Gimgoon is going to get tagged. Oh my goodness, that juke was
Didn't
so
even burn
perfect.
the flash.
He just stopped. That was his juke. Looked so smooth. That barrel kill, not as much. That one looked good. And what is he doing here? Because he's got a BF sword. If that's an Essence Reaver, I'm going to be really upset, Spawn. Because that's too much cooldown reduction.
Certainly is. Not wrong about sending... No, it doesn't even work
No,
that
it's
way.
bad. It's bad, isn't it?
Oh,
Well, Crisis
again.
He's addicted to getting hooked here. The Wild Growth comes through, but look at the
Wow.
ultimate. The Gangplank always doing the work. Chaos Storm goes down as well. Raphael melts like butter. And XY, I mean, you don't do any damage, buddy. You got a bunch of health, but you are so dead. And Crisis still lives.
Yeah, in the end, that is what we've been talking about the whole time. The fact that Gangplank's ultimate is just able to turn this time and time again.
And his timing is so good on it as well, immediately.
Well, it's kind of easy, because as soon as you get hooked in, you see 3 people get knocked up. You're just like, that is where I want to ultimate.
It's a good point.
Let's take another look at it. The hook comes through. Pentacue goes over the wall. You can get YOLO with it as well. That's 4 people, in fact. They're standing in a corridor. Romantic, he absolutely licks his lips. Loves that. Sends a true shot barrage across 2. Massive Chaos Storm. And then XY, that's a teleport you must cancel. That's unforgivable.
Yeah.
Energy Pacemaker, making pretty short work of M3 right now.
Yeah, and it was like half of the team got hit by a True Shot Barrage, and the other half get hit by a massive Chaos Storm, and all of them get hit by the Cannon Barrage. It's just pretty awful when you have that level of AoE. The Dragon was then taken immediately afterwards by Energy Pacemaker All. And they're looking good.
Yeah, they certainly are, and we'll see what M3 want to do with this. On the back foot very much, trying to get another catch in the top lane, this time on Romantic. He's been slowed.
Yeah, Yolo going to find his way and uses the quick draw. It's so much burst. Collateral damage flat out missed.
Yeah, he used a flash and an
Arcane
shift. So, you know, I don't know if you can say flat out missed. I'm going to give the benefit to the Ezreal player and say successfully dodged.
Oh, that's a better way of putting it. That's a very good point. Just it looked that close to, you know, okay, look, Yolo, good try.
So credit to Romantic, more importantly, for being able to get the heck out of the way of that one. 4-0-1 would have had a shutdown. Don't want to be able to give all that gold back across, and you can see that the Blitzcrank.
Yeah, Jezza is going in there, clears out the pink ward, doesn't get hooked. Raphael going to get pillared. Just a bit frustrated. Not really going to do too much more, as Gimgoon going to get himself some extra gold by parlaying the Scuttle Crab.
And Gameplank's exactly where he wants to be in this game. 221 CS at 24 minutes. 0-0-6.
Yep. Means he's never actually been there, but his ultimate, it's done some stuff.
Yeah, and you can
Half
see that means for a Gangplank that he's up like nearly 2,000 gold.
Oh my goodness.
A pretty equal farm. Of course, he's got a couple of extra turrets as well, 3 in fact. A couple of dragons, so yeah, as we said, Gimgoon in the top lane had a good opening game, then kind of fell away. This time, pretty good back-to-back games, you have to say. MVP of the first game. And might be set up for a lot of success this second game as he's gone back and grabbed himself an Infinity Edge.
Yeah, that was a BF sword before, so that's 2,500 gold approximately spent, building a fantastic item for Gangplank, so he's going to be hitting for even more damage now. So Romantic's going to move around, try and pick himself up this top outer turret. The rest of M3 are here. They're looking to try and contest this one, as XY does have the Abyssal Voyage to get himself in there.
Hit.
Yeah, the slow is going to go down onto the
Here
trundle.
goes the Blitzcrank.
Yeah, not going to find it.
High
Nice
wide,
juke.
not very handsome. I love how one of them has 2 gap closes
Yeah,
and like flat out misses.
I knew that you'd
This
pick
one.
that one up. Knew you picked that one up. Just thought
Movement.
I'd utilize it. There we are. Jezza, though, he's going to get hit by that one. The exhaust goes down. Massive damage out from the True Shot Barrage as he tries to hit the Mystic Shot. Crisis is here too. Savoki, you are so low. Wild Growth down on him just to make sure that he doesn't die from
YOLO.
incidental damage. Never go full YOLO, ladies and gentlemen, but this guy is going to. He gets destroyed. And Crisis tanking up the turret like it's doing nothing. Going out of fashion, as it were. Gimgoon, though, just tanks up this one. He's going to eat an orange after this. He'll be okay. Then he take out the last remaining outer turret.
Yeah, so another turret picked up, another... Wow, Raphael kills Crisis
Where?
in the jungle, so you know.
Okay, cool.
Interesting play there from Crisis. Was very low.
He had a mid-game Crisis, I think. Yeah, his name's pretty good for horrendous puns.
I'm not even going to say a little bit of me. A big bit of me just died then.
Oh, finally got the rest.
And it looks like Masters 3, with that kill, going to look to try and get some pressure across the rest of the map. Problem is, as we mentioned at the top of the game, Gimgoon, as well as Republic in the mid lane, just have so much damn wave clear. Able to clear it out.
And Gimgoon, he wants to be just wave clear at the moment as well. Still building up. Now has that 40% CDR.
Oh, I thought you were going to go with now has that license to kill. That one I would have paid because he's
Really?
007.
I thought the Crises ones were better.
Nah. Because,
Okay.
you know, hasn't got a kill yet.
Yeah, I know, but I just feel like that one's been done. We haven't had a guy called Crisis in a game.
I don't want him to be called Crisis anymore.
Oh, bring back Rabbit 97.
Crisis seems to have a lot more success in the lineup, you have to say.
Yeah.
With another 6,000 gold lead for Energy Pacemaker All. They've kind of just exploded this one, though. Different early game. As now maybe Romantic has been caught out.
Yeah, the ultimate goes down. More kiting to come through. The ultimate out of Raphael.
Wow.
Oh my, it's not enough. He's turned into a little critter. YOLO just gets Arcane shifted to the face. And Gimgoon's going to be able to pick up that kill. Barrels come down. XY, do you have enough grey health for this as M3 are scattering across the map?
Crisis still wants XY. Good
Yep,
hook.
nice hook, but that's a Chaos Storm they did not want to be under. There's no turret there either as Republic's just going to turn it right around. Savoki, you don't want to be hooking that man. He's pretty angry, who gets eaten by a dead Tahm Kench. It's an interesting interaction as he just sort of hopped on top of him.
So they hook Republic but cannot blow him up straight away. Thought they might have the damage. Instead, he's just able to completely destroy 2 people. 27 minutes in, that'll be the first inhibitor. They're looking for more.
Yeah, they're seeing whether they can take the game at this stage. EPA with the scaling comp, able to move forward at 28 minutes. Nexus turret number 1 falling down. PentaQ down to about half health. The Nexus to follow. YOLO trying to get in there. Got a lot of AoE potential here, but they're all focusing the Nexus. It's down. It's almost gone. Massive kills to come through from M3, but the only thing they're looking at on the side of EPA is the Nexus, and it gets destroyed. Much quicker victory from the team, and that's a 2-0 for EPA.
And very decisive calling at the end of the game, Atlas. As soon as they tried to make an aggressive move there, Masters 3, which we've been waiting for a game and a half at that point, able to turn it around. The Gangplank ultimates out of Gimgoon. This is why Gangplank is such a high priority band. I don't care what anyone says. Change his barrels, change his parlays. His ultimate is still off the chain bonkers in terms of damage.
And that's never changed as well. Gangplank, his whole kit changed, apart from that ultimate. Cannon Barrage, still silly.
Yeah, it's still very good, and you saw that so many of those ganks, so many of the good setups coming out of Savoki were just completely nullified, in fact turned around because of Gimgoon's Gangplank.
Yeah, and EPA actually managed to find the victory this time. Not going to have Xiaogu taking this one. So congratulations, and they get the 1 point. Of course, these are coveted points, and you were talking about how important it is to secure them when you are considered maybe one of these up-and-coming teams as opposed to sort of the top end. EPA, they've managed to do it this time.
Yeah, and I just want to point out the difference between having Crisis on the lineup and not having Crisis. That jungle pressure was much better in Game 1. And then Game 2, you know, a little bit of a slower start, but still able to farm up and then start impacting these counter ganks and being there for his mid laner. We said that Raphael should have been able to take over that game. In the end, Republic clawed his way back in because Crisis and Gimgoon always had his back. Not to mention the fact that Savoki, after what was a very impressive early game, able to pick up that first blood for his team, just wasn't able to have the impact we were hoping for because, once again, Crisis was always there. And honestly, if they can keep that amount of control in the early mid game, they're still going to be a scrappy team to watch. You saw it was never really pretty out of EPA, but they're starting to show signs of being able to get those leads.
Yeah, and Romantic as well looked great on the Ezreal. I mean, we were talking about this guy as being a potential weak link, but once again, he's managed to show that he can play another champion to a great extent, especially at the end, that turnaround that he managed to pick up in the bottom lane. He had a lot of help from his friends, but being able to jump on top of the enemy and secure that kill at about no health, that takes balls.
Yeah, it certainly does. Also, probably didn't matter, so he just wanted to eke out as much damage as possible. But I agree with you. Like, he looked good in Game 1 and Game 2, redeemed himself on Kalista, then moved on to the Ezreal and had a good performance. So I certainly agree. This was a much better showing coming out of the whole lineup of EPA, and they need to be able to continue to ride this form because their loss against WE was kind of unexpected. WE is a team that we expect to be good, but, you know, integrating a Korean into your lineup is always very difficult. So was expecting pretty good things out of EPA, and they've come out of the weekend 1-1.
Yeah, and we've already expected a lot of good things out of these LSPL teams that come in from the top spot. EPA, during the LSPL, lost nothing until the finals. They were playing fantastically well, and we've seen the likes of Xiaogu and Snake. We've spoken about this before. There's sort of a massive lineage of teams to come out of the LSPL that they're trying to fall into the shoes of, and it's very difficult to. So already picking up a victory here, but they're looking at these top dogs that they really need to start taking games off.
Yeah, certainly agree. And this was a good start to that. You know, Masters 3, they'll go away from that. YOLO especially will kind of scratch his head and wonder where it all went wrong. You got Graves 2 games in a row. First game wasn't able to make the impact. Second game wasn't able to translate the impact into anything. And these are the counter games that we're talking about. Graves in there. Looks like he's going to blow people up, but just not to be.
Yeah, and already you can see the collapse from everyone making things happen. This was a good play from YOLO. The bounce back happening there, but PentaQ always aggressive on this Tristana.
Yeah, he certainly was, but this is
the best pick.
Every single time, the Gangplank ultimate, the Ezreal ultimate, chunking people out, you can see that Raphael, after what was a good start, just was not able to make the skirmishes work.
And the priority that they put on this Lulu as well, I mean, despite being able to get that first kill, it just wasn't really the power that we see out of that pick.
And this was where you were talking about able to arcane shift back in.
He arcane shifted over an auto attack by the looks of things.
Pretty sick place.
That was very, very strange. Liked it a lot. But you can see EPA, they were just all over this one. Look at this. Republic, nah, don't hook me, mate.
Yeah, you see that Savoki didn't get the ultimate down in time. Actually, they probably would have been able to blow him up. Instead, Republic gets a double-man laser, double-man ultimate. That was all she wrote for Masters 3.
So M3 with a brand new roster, the debut into the LPL, not exactly the best for these guys, but they have a lot of work to do. They've got a long season to get it done as well. So hopefully they can get things sorted out and really make a push for getting past this sort of bottom seeding, because M3 as an organization have been fairly well and truly at the bottom of the standings for quite some time. They really need to work on getting themselves out of that.
Yeah, lost out to, I think it was WE the first time to get pushed into that 9th spot, then back down the bottom. Dade saved them both, relegation both times almost single-handedly. You had to say they went missing for splits and then came back during relegation time because he didn't want that to happen. So we'll see whether this revamped M3 without Looper, without Dade, without SMLZ, kind of their 3 calling cards, can pull it back together.
Yeah, well, we'll see whether they can. But ladies and gentlemen, we still have one more series tonight. LGD going to be taking on Snake right after the break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I am Max Alexander, and this is Jake Spawn Tiberian. We're up to our final series of the night. Snake are going to be taking on LGD, what is going to be LGD's second appearance here in the LPL, and hopefully a better one.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, you look at LGD, first seed, as we take a look at MVP from last series first, see it is Crisis from EPA. Not surprised about that whatsoever. You know, his counter game's definitely instrumental in getting them back into that game versus Masters 3 and ultimately securing them the victory.
2 Rexlay games in a row as well, so definitely looking like he's strong on the champion, a champion that we weren't expecting to be a high priority pick come into this this particular patch. We'll see how things move forward as we go. But back to the match at hand, Snake versus LGD. And look, LGD, they didn't look great against Xiaogu, but no one has so far.
Yeah, the other thing is LGD haven't looked great in a very long time. They finished top of LPL. They were able to beat out Xiaogu, actually.
Yep.
They smashed EDG on the way there. And, you know, this is a team that everyone expects so much. When you're running around with Acorn Flame, TBQ back then, you know, Wayless, and a bottom lane of Imp of PYL, you expect, yeah, this team's going to be great. And they were. And then they go to Worlds. They absolutely get destroyed. You know, they drop a game against TSM. They let Mordekaiser through a draft twice on the Worlds patch, which is absolutely bonkers. And, you know, they come back and they add Marin and they add Amy. Unlimited potential and SKT's top lane, jungle and top laner respectively. And you think, this is a team that came first in LPL and they've got 2 massive upgrades.
Yeah.
Marin won MVP of Worlds, instrumental in their victories there. Amy was able to, I guess, help out a struggling unlimited potential along with Long, who we've seen also move rosters and do great things on Vici. They come in very hyped, saying, new coaches, you know, we're on our way back, new infrastructure, we believe in this, thrown money at some good players, and they completely get demolished against QG. Like, it was not even a close series.
It wasn't. And the thing about it was that LGD looked like they were floundering. They looked like a team that was broken, even in the first game here in the LPL, and we'll see whether they can turn around that mentality, because that's what's so difficult to watch.
Yeah, and I want to hit on what I'm really scared about with LGD is the fact that they draft purely comfort. They get they get Alistair game 1, they get Varus, they get Rumble. Every single one of these champions is signature for the people that are picking it up and not necessarily meta. So they've obviously got problems off the rift, because the only time a coach says to you, just pick what you want to play, is if you're not doing very well. You look over the other side of the rift and they were giving up power picks left, right, and center. Game 2, they try and secure it back. They go towards like a Mundo, a Kindred, Ari, Ezreal, Trundle. That's very different. That is all on meta. Very good champions. Should be able to take a win with that. Neither game went very well. Going up against Snake, a team that is very good at kicking off that snowball and getting it rolling, this is going to be an intense series.
Not to mention the fact that Snake have always been known for their innovation, their ability to challenge the meta and build things that are brand new. We're talking back to to Flandre, the guy in the top lane that can just play whatever he wants. I mean, we always talk about the old AD LeBlanc that he brings to the top lane, but all sorts of different things can happen here with this team, and we'll see what they're going to be able to bring, because we haven't seen Snake for so long.
Yeah, exactly right. You know, we talk about Flandre a lot. Last game he had was on a top lane Diana, which was on the Worlds patch. So we'll see whether he's able to bring any AP champions up into the top lane. We know that he used to love to play the AP Fizz up there, the Diana, Rumble. Lissandra, also a champion he's very comfortable on. And this is going to be, as I said, this is going to be really hard for LGD, because talk about tempo League of Legends team. Snake is a team that fights early, fights often, always been their MO. They're bringing ZZR onto their roster. You know, Beast, he was a good jungler, a little bit more about the control, known for his Nunu, Gragas, and Rek'Sai, I guess, during the end. ZZR was a guy that used to put on Echo, the playmaking champion. So you pair Flandre, ZZR up together, they're going to test the new top side of the map for LGD.
Yeah, and people were worried about Snake's bottom half of the map as well. Martin sort of came in, had some mixed results, but towards the end of the season, Martin was actually playing very, very well. Things were working out for them in the bottom lane, and Ella has always been very, very stable. Of course, plays the Janna, plays the disengage, and does so very, very well.
Yeah, certainly, and you know, Trundle fits right into that MO. We talk about the Alistar, we talk about the Thresh and Janna that Ella is used to playing. Trundle, very similar to Janna, in my opinion, is with how you use the Pillar and the Cyclone. So we'll see whether that is something that Ella defaults back to and is able to get his team off to a good start. Because you're exactly right. You and Flandre seem to be the carries of the team. I never thought I'd say that.
I know about you,
It's so fun to say as well. He's even going towards some assassins like the Ahri, like the LeBlanc. So looking forward to see him on the new patch where mid lane is so crucial. But ZZR's the guy for me. If he can get Amy down, and Swift was able to do it in their matchup against QG. If ZZR is able to do something similar, Snake's a quick tempo team. It's going to be good to watch him on the patch.
Yeah, it'll be very fun to watch. And I think this might be Amy's opportunity now, not against Swift, not against what is a very high-class jungler. ZZR, we've sort of looked at him, and he hasn't necessarily had these standout performances. He hasn't been that player on a team that everyone sort of works around, like Swift is a lot of the time for QG. So we'll see whether Amy gets a little bit unlocked in this game.
Yeah, and, you know, going back to Swift, I think we've seen every jungler that we want to see apart from Clearlove, and I think it's safe to say that Swift and MLXG are by far the two best junglers that we've seen on the current patch. So
definitely.
Amy, he got very hard shut down by someone that we can always consider good, and on the current patch where junglers are much more carry-oriented, probably is going to elevate his status even further to that world tier. But ZZR, as I said, this is a guy that they weren't happy just putting him on the raw tanks. This is also a playmaking jungler, so I'm expecting him to be one of these Chinese junglers that very much suits the like of the Kindreds, the Graves, and be able to get in people's faces.
Yeah, we'll see whether he can do so as well, and see whether LGD have worked on that macro play. I mean, that's some area that they've definitely fallen behind in the past. We're looking at Worlds, we're looking at things like this where they just seem to be behind the 8 ball, and we'll see whether they can move it up and whether Snake's going to be able to challenge them here in that department this game.
So all of PYL's teams are really famous for one thing, and that is their movement around the map and being able to farm 3 lanes consecutively and get the waves always in the right position. He's very, very good at sending people and delegating farm in that regards. The problem with LGD is that they don't handle early aggression and lane swapping well. And generally you do one of two things. You're either aggressive early because you have winning lanes against LGD, or you lane swap away. And when you look at the fact that their last game they picked Trundle Ezreal, a very passive lane, I just don't think that suits in PYL at all. Either lane swap and put him on the Ezreal and just like leave him completely alone and don't go near him for 15 minutes the way they used to, or pick an aggressive lane, get an Alistar in there instead, make sure that they're setting it up for success, because I think that's honestly the key to the LGD lineup right now. Get Imp back comfortable and get Wayless back comfortable. Get PYL roaming into Wayless's lane a little bit more. Previously Godvi, previously Pain Evil, previously Wayless.
Previously all sorts of different names.
So I want to see those two players step back up. Myron, he won't be shaken by one defeat. No. Amy, he's young, very fresh. He'll love just playing with these veterans. So Imp, Wayless are the two people that I really want to see get back on track.
Yeah, I'm looking at Wayless here as well, because this guy plays with so much heart. This is a player that generally lets things get to him a little bit more than other people. I mean, you're looking at his sort of relationship with TBQ not being so great. Him picking Varus in the first game where it doesn't necessarily fit as well. You saw Swift just completely owning him around the Rift. And he was able to make some plays. He got some decent arrows off there. But this is a guy that looks like he's under pressure and doesn't really understand how to handle it.
Yeah, there was another Varus picked up. I think there's been a couple of Varuses around the world so far. Athena played one, yeah. So it's not only Wayless that seems to be going towards the Varus, and he played it very well in the summer split last year. So I don't blame him going back to a comfort pick. Had a little bit of a shambles at Worlds with it. Don't hold that against him. He had a very bad Worlds in general, so one game does not maketh the man. But yeah, he's a confidence player, is I think what we have to say. And Varus, Ari are his two probably favorite champions in League of Legends. He's always been a huge Ari player, even before they put together the powerhouse it was LGD last year. And if he continues to pick comfort and continues to do poorly, you have to think that plays on his mindset even further.
So much, yeah. And, the Kassadin's another opportunity for him to go back to. That's something that has been prevailing quite a lot in the LPL thus far. We've seen all sorts of people picking that one up, and we'll see whether he is going to be able to continue it. But we are going to have a look at the lineups here, ladies and gentlemen. LGD on your screen. Whalers having a chat right now. You can see looking too bad at this stage, but it's just a worry watching them. We'll just see how the beginning of this game plays out for LGD, whether they're going to feel good.
Yeah, pick ban phase is the first thing that we have to see them nail, as we are going to go through the team lineups. LGD there on your screen. You can see Acorn. He's probably just going to stay as the analyst for now, and that will be the starting five they use. Myron, Amy, Wayless, Imp, PYL. On paper, that is a world-class team.
It looks like a super team on paper, most certainly, but you can see the KDAs don't necessarily show you that. This is their first match was not great. 0.5 for Myron there, but he got picked on over and over again, especially in that first game as Rumble.
Yeah, and QG said, Myron's the newest member. He doesn't speak Chinese. We're going to test the communication. We don't know whether it's a good tactic, but that's what we're going to throw at them. And, hey, it came up trumps.
It most certainly worked out. You could see Amy as well. He was struggling a little bit. Wayless, the Varus and the Ari, like we were talking about, it's not him picking things like Vladimir running around doing whatever the heck he wants. Not this time. And Imp, you can see the KDA may not necessarily look good, but honestly, it was the bottom lane that looked like it was the thing held most together in that series.
Imp for mine is still the best AD carry in League of Legends. Bang across in the LCK.
Yeah.
He's going to make a very good name for himself. I think that the one that surprised me so much is Origin's AD carry spend now, I think, is his new handle. Niels, of course, at Worlds. He performed very well.
Unbelievably.
You can see the LGD banner hanging there. Imp has always just been this guy that if he's playing the way he wants to play, is nearly untouchable in the role, and we'll see whether he's able to get back to that form.
Yeah, and we need LGD to be the LGD that we saw at the end of the split in the LPL. This LGD that was able to control the pace of almost every single game that they were in, and it was sort of the heyday of Imp, where it looked like he was untouchable.
Yeah, well, he was bodying TNT. For reference, people that say TNT is as good as Imp was putting TNT in like 50 CS holes in those games.
Yeah.
The one time that TNT came back, he got fed 3 kills on a Vayne to be able to catch back up. But, of course, they're not playing TNT's QG. They're playing Snake, the LSPL team that kind of started this revolution of bursting into the LPL. You can see they're actually not playing you. They're playing Tank. This is our other, I think, Korean import. So that's very interesting.
Yeah, Tank actually going to be taking the spot. But this is the man that we want to talk about. The 3.09 KDA top laner extraordinaire. Of course, you think of Flandre as being this sort of carry-orientated player, but played a heck of a lot of Maokai for a very, very long time. Of course, it's fallen out of favor now. And you were mentioning the Echo of ZZR. We'll see whether he goes back to that one. Haven't seen an Echo for quite some time. We'll see whether he's adjusted to this state of play. But here's Tank. Here's the new mid laner.
Yeah, so we'll see whether he is able to play, I guess, the aggressive style / support. Like, the thing about you, the reason I really like you towards the last split is that he was playing the likes of Lulu very well, and then was going to LeBlanc Kassadin, which is very hard to transition between. See if Tank can fill that role. Martin, of course, our AD carry. Crystal not going to be anywhere to be seen. And Ella, that's a heck of a lot of Janna.
Yeah, that's pretty much Ella's MO for the entirety of his stay in China. It's just been, let's play Janna. Has had a few Braum games, but it's mostly all this disengage.
That was an Oka Janna. That was really good. I like that.
Janna.
Playing
some Janna, mate. We've got to not ever do that again. Note to self, never do that again.
Hey, you did it.
I know, and I shouldn't have. We went a little bit to Australia. Unfortunate. Let's get back into this one, though. You can see some smiles on the faces. Let's see whether we can get settled. As far as being, an LGD fan, it would have been very, very difficult to watch them earlier on in the week, but if they manage to turn it around now, it's going to mean a whole lot for this side.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it's a very... Snake has always been that team that between like 4th and 6th.
Yeah, a flip-flop team.
Yeah, they look great when they look great, and they don't look fantastic when they're off their game. So this will be a good victory to kind of set the pace for both teams. If Snake are able to get off to a flying start, maybe they can have another split like they did the first time around. Or maybe this will be the game that LGD bounce back on and really reclaim themselves as one of the powerhouses of the LPL.
And even if this is just a really, really close series, that will show us a lot about how LGD managed to bounce back after a difficult loss against QG and Snake and how they're looking at this point in the series, of the season.
LGD need to blow Snake out of the water tonight to regain that confidence.
Oh, most
LGD
definitely.
at the end of last year would definitely be looking to take this lineup apart, especially because, you know, Tank, new player coming into the lineup, officially swapping over to ZZR full-time, although they were using him probably 70-80% of the games towards the end of last split as well.
Yep.
You know, Martin, he is the starting AD carry now. He's no longer the sub coming in for Crystal, 100% the starting AD carry. So Snake has swapped it up, and they're a little bit more of a young lineup, so we'll see whether they're able to get off to a good start.
Yeah, it's true, and I'm just dying to see Flandre versus Marin here as well. If they lane swap, I'm going to be really, really upset, because these are two
They're two of the best lane swappers in the world as well.
Well, that's a good point, but I just want to see them go toe-to-toe. The first ban, though, is going to be Poppy as LGD take that one off the rift. They're going to be on the blue side this time around, as we are in Champion Select. Gangplank, we saw in the last game. Don't want to see that champion. He's just silly. The Cannon Barrage just does a heck of a lot of work. Quinn not going to be seen. And it seems like top lane is going to be the aim as far as these bans are
They're playing
concerned.
Snake.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised at all.
Oh, no, I missed seeing Snake, man. It's been so long. Just love talking about Flandre for, you know, upwards of 2 hours. My favorite thing. Rise is going to hit the bench, though, so LGD not going to be able to pick that one up, and we'll see what the final ban is here. Trundle available, Lulu available, all sorts of champions still up. Tom Kench is there. Man, there's just, the list goes on. We're going to have basically 10 champions in this game by the looks of things that are very high priority. Lee Sin is what's going to hit the bench, though. ZZR, a little bit targeted.
Yeah, that's a big respect ban. It means that one of the AD carry junglers will get through. Either the Kindred or the Graves, most likely, or both. And Lee Sin does well against both of them, actually, so not surprised to see him get taken off. Of course, he can kick Kindred out of the ultimate. One of my favorite things to do.
Oh, yeah, kick her out and then just follow it up with the resonating strike for the execute.
So
Beautiful
we'll
stuff.
be both getting through.
Yeah, and it is going to be Lulu taken away at the end there for Snake as well.
I like that because, you know, Martin and Flandre, very aggressive players. Lulu shuts down a lot of aggression. She's a negative champion to play against, so just get it off the rift. Leave open the big tanks that we've seen LGD play because, hey, on the other side, you've got probably the best Trundle of the LPL. Top lane, though, in Flandre.
That's very true. We haven't seen his Trundle play for a very long time, but you're exactly right. As far as flexing that pick is concerned, that's a big deal, and they wasted no time finding these champions. Lissandra, as you mentioned, of course, Flandre definitely able to flex that one. We don't know too much about Tank's champion pool, but I have no doubt that he can play a mage.
Yeah, Lissandra, not the most complex champion in the game.
That's very
so
true. Press E, get a bit further, and then press your W, and then all your buttons. All good news, but it is going to be the Misfortune locked in, and Martin, look, Snake, if they've done anything throughout the series of the LPL that we've seen in 2015, it's play around their AD carry.
Yeah, it certainly is.
It's the team that builds 3 Mikhails.
That was with Crystal in the lineup. Martin, he's a little bit more self-sufficient. Can go as aggressive as Crystal if he does want to. Misfortune, of course, going to be that big team-fighting AD carry. See what build Martin goes for, because generally we're used to seeing Essence Reaver Infinity Edge with Swifty boots.
Yep.
But we also saw some attack speed boots, Berserker Greaves, with
the
rapid fire cannon in there as well. So would like to see whether he goes towards the team fighting or that 1v1 dueling potential.
And Imp is looking at the Lucian here, but there are a lot of champions that are available. You mentioned the Graves, the Kindred, these sort of champions. If Elise was to be locked in, it'd be very, very strange. Amy now looking at the Rek'Sai, which has been very successful. I mean, we saw that definitely do well for Condi and also in our previous series. Of course, the debut of Crisis really making that one work, grabbing himself an MVP on the champion, and it's going to be locked in here for Amy. Rek'Sai getting locked in, and Snake, man, they just do not waste any time already. The Trundle being hovered, the Tom Kench being hovered, it's almost like they're sending a message saying, you guys, you realize you've left these champions, right?
Double flex pick as well, if that's what they want to go with. Elise a little bit more telegraphed here. Not going to be in any other position but the jungle, I hope.
It used to be a top laner, but it is going to be locked in here. So Elise versus Rek'Sai. Man, what patch are we on, Spawn?
No, I actually really like Elise at the moment, especially if you couple it with something like an Ahri in the mid lane. Still good pick potential. No matter what patch you're on, if you get one person off the rift straight away, especially if it is a very low mobility mid laner like a Varus.
Yep.
It's going to be good for your team.
Wayless once again considering going back to Comfort. We'll see what he does decide to pick up here in the mid lane.
I just want to see him play something like Orianna.
Yeah.
Or his Diana again.
Wayless's Orianna was the best in the world when he was playing it consistently, but in my opinion, it's definitely subjective. But it looks like LGD going back towards a very similar build path to what they were looking at in game number 1 against QG. Which doesn't bode that well, because they lost that one fairly considerably. But it is going to be locked in, so Rumble and Varus, definitely 2 comfort champions. And Marin, I mean, he got picked on entirely in that game. He is, by all means, the best Rumble in the world. And is playing on a team with Acorn as well, which osmosis probably means that he's doubly as good as the champion now, right? Now Flandre considering what he wants to take into the champion.
The hyperboles are great at the moment. But yeah, you're correct. This is what they rounded out their game 1 draft with. The Varus Rumble. And, you know, in theory, the double knockups, the ability to land the Varus ultimate and then put down the equalizer is a great team fight tool. In reality, what happened is everyone camped Marin. They never got to a team fight. All of a sudden, Varus trying to put in overtime, overextending, getting caught out, was just not good. And this is why Rumble started falling out of favor at the Worlds, because Fiora, Gangplank, you know, even Olaf, these are all champions that he can't split push against past 30 minutes in the game. Just gets dove repetitively. And Fiora has been locked in.
Well, yeah, yes, definitely has been locked in. That's going to confirm that Tank is going to be playing the Lysandra there in the mid lane. We're going to have Ella on the Trundle support. And you mentioned the fact that this suits Ella's playstyle to a T. Definitely suits having a Misfortune there as well. You can just create so much zone of control for that bullet time to fly across. And for the fact that, you know, she struts pretty fast. But other than that, she's fairly difficult to get away from a lot of things, lacking that dash ability. But Snake's lineup is looking fantastic right now, and looks like LGD once again going back to comfort, and we'll see whether they can show us exactly what they were trying to do the first game against QG, whether it's going to work this time.
Yeah, I'm kind of worried for hard CC on the Snake lineup. You have a look at it on the screen. They've got the Cocoon, a Pillar, and then kind of Engage from Tank. That's it. So if they're able to get the Lysandra behind, maybe they'll be able to make this work. On the other side of the rift, you've got double knock-up in the form of Alistair and the Rek'Sai. Much easier to engage with the LGD comp right now. So maybe this champ select, a little bit more neutral than you'll otherwise think. But Flandre on Fiora, definitely going to make Marin's life pretty difficult there in the top lane.
Yeah, and the other changes to the lineup as well, having the Rek'Sai, like you said, for the extra knock-up, but it's not going to be the Graves, which is a little bit squishier there in the jungle. So
they had Mundo game 1 when they ran pretty much the exact same comp. Tristana and Mundo have been swapped out in favor of Lucian, a little bit more of a bridging AD carry, and Rek'Sai, who should have more effective ganks. So slight adaptations for LGD, but the feel is definitely similar.
Yeah, that is very, very true. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to get into it right now. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here. We are in game number 1 between LGD and Snake. And already they're fighting one another. Zyzia and Amy just laying the smackdown. Animal battles. Spider Lady versus Shark Lady. As they move off. Snake just still a best friends club. Still working.
I'm going to put it out there. If that is actually the fight, I'm giving it to Shark Lady 10 out of 10 times.
Really? don't know. Spider Lady's got more legs.
I guess it
By
depends whether
8.
in the river or in the jungle.
That's true. They'd already moved to the jungle, though. Haha. That means I think a spider in the jungle wouldn't have a great time. That was full of all sorts of things that like to eat spiders. But you can see PYL and Imp. They are going to be able to start the Stone Brothers here on the bottom side.
Good guy PYL takes the first one. Imp donated that across. And we are going to have a lane swap. Both teams actually very well known for their lane swap, so not awfully surprised to see it coming out, Atlas.
Yep. Flandre already in that double jungle, as you can see. Snake moving forward. Marin takes a bit of damage. As he says, all right, I guess we'll do this
So
dance again.
he pushed the wave onto their side, so it will eventually push back when the next lane comes in. Aller, as you can see, going to try and disrupt Amy's jungle. Probably going to do a good job of it. Might even get it. No, doesn't.
Not going to this
Got a
time.
little one, though.
Oh,
Got 2
double.
little ones.
Amy very upset. That's a lot of extra experience there for Ella, and they're worth a lot of gold. That's 40 gold that he just got. This patch, man. Extra gold on the little guys. It's good news. ZZR, though, and Flandre heading towards the top side. Marin, level 1, underneath his turret.
Yeah, got his back cancelled as well. Very low. Can see they're sending 4 members over there. There's an Alistair on the way, but they've stopped the back again.
Make It Rain comes down. Very nice pulverize there from PYL, but he has to be careful. They're trying to save Marin. They're going to do so. Zami makes his way around as well.
So now they're cut off. They actually invested so much to this. They didn't want to go for their own fast push. As we said, they like to leave Imp in a solo lane for a very long time. So they were sending 3 members up there. Problem is they just didn't get there quick enough. All of a sudden, recalls had to come out. Now they're heading towards the bottom side of the jungle. But Snake have a good 40-second to a minute advantage over the fast push.
And it seems like it's not even getting answered here. You're exactly right. Imp still just chilling down there by himself.
It will be eventually. They just have to grab the buffs on the way through. It's too much standing gold on the map, and by then, Snake's going to have the turret.
Well, if you have a look, is going to go down. 3.5 minutes, generally the time that this fast push is going to pay off. So they are going to take that, and it looks like, look, this turret well and truly gone, and you can see Flandre, he's going to be able to get that one to reset back to him. Fiora's going to be able to pick up as much farm as she likes.
So in this situation, I like the bounce. The reason being is the bottom lane turret may not go down, and they've sent 3 members there. So that means that Flandre now has a really long lane to work in. Generally, on the current patch, I prefer you just shove it through and then go repeat on the other side of the map with the extra experience that the minions pick up. Very hard for them to freeze a wave anyway. And you can see that LGD, they only got half the turret down.
Yep, the bottom lane is going to meet them on the side of Snake, so you can see regular laning is going to break off at this stage. Of course, Marin used his teleport to get back towards that top side. Now has some boots as well as his shield in order to keep himself okay in this lane. And he's done fine. Picked up 15 CS to the 6 of Flandre, but you have to think that once this wave crashes in, he'll be absolutely fine.
Yeah, so Flandre going to catch back up. Danger, though, is that he is only level 3, Marin level 4, and Amy heading towards the top side of the map. He said that he has to be proactive early. Has been spotted out by a ward, so probably not much of a dive going to come out.
Oh, and Marin able to get a lot of harassment onto Flandre here as well. So holding that wave off, you can see Amy just babysitting up here, able to pick up some Krugs at the same time. ZZR is going to see him. See whether he's going to be able to do much about this. His way over,
smites it away. Gets the level as well. Amy's wasted so much time this map. 7 to 17 CS. That is absolutely massive. Probably where a lot of Marin CS came from as well. You can see he wants to keep Marin safe because they need to keep getting golden experience onto this Rumble. Otherwise, game 1 is just going to repeat itself like it did in QG.
Well, at the moment, you can see ZZR has decided not to do any top lane focus at the moment. Now only has a Gromp in his jungle if he wants to grab that, but pings are down. They know roughly where ZZR is. At the moment, Marin is holding control of his lane, so definitely looking a lot better. Tanking up an arrow there in the mid lane as well, as Wayless known for just standing out of vision range, being annoying. And Snake now moving towards the mid lane. Ella hanging around here, the policeman that he is.
And actually, that lane swap didn't go horribly wrong for LGD, because even though it cost them some global gold, Imp was able to get to a BF sword versus only the hammer and boot, so maybe a tiny damage advantage coming across for the Lucian in these trades. Of course, eventually wants the cooldown reduction, but in a short laning phase, just wants to be able to get that combo down, which the BF Sword's damage augments so well.
Yeah. Martin, though, able to hold his own here by himself. So being able to catch back up just a little bit in experience. See Flandre as well. Up to Harpoon. It's difficult to deal with, but he'll be fine.
It's not any Harpoon. That's an Electro Harpoon.
Yeah, that's true. Forgot.
You can see
He
it
copped
takes
a
out the
Harpoon. He's
ward
dead.
over the side. So fancy footwork there, and Amy going to run into ZZR. They
Whoa.
both flash.
Immediate flashes come out. Tank was, of course, there. Does have level 6. So Amy, rightfully so, going to be flashing away, but you can see Snake not scared to pull the trigger whatsoever.
Yeah, so both flashes down from the junglers. That's not a massive deal. You would say probably benefits Snake a little bit more because gap close, targetable on the side of ZZR. Flash on Burrow, very crucial to Rek'Sai's kit to make ganks work. And Myron actually bullying Franjay a little bit. Now level 6 is reached on both sides.
Yeah, Flandre just playing back. Not too worried, but 20 CS in the hole.
Oh, Myron just missed a tank creep.
Oh.
Wins.
Yep. Game over.
And he pauses.
He's paused it. He's like, yep, no, we're done. Tank creep down. Obviously, something's gone wrong. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a slight pause here. Hopefully, it's not going to be too much of a problem. We're going to be back into the game ASAP. But at the moment, things going a whole lot better for LGD as opposed to what happened against QG.
Yeah, compared to QG, yeah, I'll give it to you. Anything is better than that series.
I was like, I needed a win. I needed to say something that was correct. So I'm like, oh, let's get the low-hanging fruit.
The low-hanging fruit there. Yeah, that was good. That one was in the sand, I think, Atlas. But
I think so.
Still a very bad early game. And the reason why that was a bad early game, as we take a look at the Snake players on your screen, is because that LGD have a really weird way of playing lane swap. And they refuse to budge off it. And that is leave Imp alone. Because Imp, they are confident that if he gets levels and experience, will come out ahead in the lane swap, which in theory sounds great. Problem is they didn't recall quick enough with PYL, and Amy didn't get his backside to the turret. He was even on the top side of the map, which meant that 4 members of Snake beat 3 members of LGD to the turret, and they were just able to push through, take it down. So LGD, in a sense, gave 150 free gold to every single member on the Snake lineup for probably 7 extra CS, a creep wave, and an experience lead of maybe 3/4 of a level over to Imp. And Imp is a good player, but I don't think that is a worthwhile investment. So Imp, as we said, needs to use that for some good advantage in the bottom lane because, honestly, that rotation to help Myron out in the top lane, especially after Myron had been poked out that hard, just wasn't quick enough.
Yeah, and then Amy losing the Krugs there on the top side as well, falling behind in experience and then getting flashed on immediately by ZZR just shows that Snake are ready to pull the trigger at any point this game. We'll see whether they are going to be able to. But at the moment, I mean, Myron hasn't been ganked. He hasn't died yet. That is definitely good news for the side. And the fact that he's dominating his lane at the same time when, I mean, Flandre chose to take the Fiora into it. We know that he's a seasoned Fiora player.
Well, that's the reason we don't like the bounce. When you bounce away, Fiora had to recall straight away, and then she misses out on a little bit of experience and gold as the wave's pushing back. What that means is if Rumble beats you up there, he'll have a level experience and be able to shove the wave into you super hard. You can't trade within the wave. Very hard to gank because a counter gank is always available for Amy. I always say that if you got more than 5 caster creeps, just do not gank if you're not level 6 because those things slap. They're very, very...
Yes,
they
they're
hit
angry.
very hard. So, you know, when we're looking at how LGD recovered from the situation, sure, they did a very good job of recovering, sent Amy top lane, shoved the wave hard. Now it's bounced and is neutral, and there's about a 20 CS advantage for Myron in the top lane. But that was all reactive play. What they need to do is be able to proactively push down these turrets in the lane swap situation.
Yeah, and they haven't done so at all. They managed to get the wave to the turret, like, you know, a good minute or so after Snake managed to do it. And the thing is, like, I just think it's unforgivable because they've had this done to them so many times over the last few competitive bouts that they've had. It happened in Worlds. It happened, you know, a couple of days ago. How is it so hard just to react normally? Is it because they believe that this is going to be better?
Yeah, no, they just think that, as I said, it's a way that the team is built up. They think that golden experience on one member in Imp is very, very valuable. And that's why they, even when they used to play EDG would shove through to like tier 2 turret and they would just try and repel it with 3 members, which is exactly what we saw them going for this time around because they would rather isolate the experience and gold lead. And hopefully, as we jump back onto the Rift, that will give them some good benefits in the future. But this time around, as I said, now it's 20 CS, but that's not just from the fast push. That's a lot of that is to do. Wow.
Yeah, Flandre actually going aggressive on Marin here. He's got 2 vitals to find. Amy coming in for the counter gank, but Flandre already out of there. And that's with only a Doran's Blade.
Yeah, but now he doesn't have any pressure because he's out of mana. Equalizer still available, so unless this immediate gank comes out of Snake, it's not really going to event too much.
Well, in the end, Flandre...
Teleport behind the bottom lane of LGD.
Yeah, in goes Tank. They're looking to try and find it. PYL just headbutts him out. Imp trying to escape this one is going to do so. That was brilliantly played by the LGD bottom lane.
Immediate flash heal out of Imp. Wastes absolutely no time. And this is what we said about Trundle. Fantastic at stripping away defenses, slowing people down, but no hard CC with the Relentless Pursuit, with the flash and the heal. Able to break the slow, get enough movement speed to get the heck out of dodge. A lot invested in the bottom lane for no avail.
Yeah, that's exhaust. I mean, the flash out of Imp is definitely a big deal here, managing to get that summoner spell, but you're exactly right. A lot invested, especially considering the fact that Wayless has just been sitting in the mid lane, farming it out.
Yeah, and all of a sudden you see those CS advantages that LGD really did make a name for themselves of, starting to grow here. Wayless, the only member on his team behind.
He plays with range so beautifully, does Wayless.
Yeah, when he's playing well, Wayless is a very good AD carry. Problem is, at the moment, hasn't been playing very well at all.
Well, ooh, nice little piercing light.
See, look at that, untradeable.
Yeah, it's disgusting. We know this. Hail of Arrows comes through. Well, it's getting a little bit of harassment down onto Tank, as ZZR is going to be able to clear out this pink ward as the game is calming down. You can see both junglers. One top side, ZZR dealt with that.
Wow, Marin's upgraded boots immediately for the flash and teleport cooldown reduction with that distortion. Wants to be able to help out his bottom lane, it looks like. Wayless was actually really vocal during Worlds. The double teleport meta that LGD actually came up with, by the way, guys, did not suit LGD at all when other teams started going for it. Tank.
Oh, ult's down. Tank is so dead after that beautiful dive. PYL had the ultimate, but didn't actually need it. In the meantime, Snake's just going to destroy Imp on the bottom side of the map, who was left to his own devices.
Double summoner spells burnt. You were right. You know, we were saying that Imp losing the summoner spell is going to be a big deal. In the end, they both flash on top of him there to secure that kill. So it turns out, good prediction from Atlas on that one. That's a huge investment out of Alla and Martin, though.
Yeah, traffic cone right on top of that pink ward. Looks like they were having trouble actually auto-attacking the pink ward based on it. Beautiful work. Waste them time by Ella. You can see Imp making his way back to this lane. Still ahead by 13 as far as that CS, but things looking a whole lot better for Martin moving into the next stage of the game because he's going to even up. Oh, wait, actually, this is really interesting. Martin's actually going for the Ghost Blade. Not the Essence Reaver this time around.
I've got another word for that.
Yeah, is it bad?
Yeah, I'm going to say poor itemization. It does have
better.
really, so the good thing about it is that it has cooldown reduction, has armor penetration, and really good active for dueling. Just doesn't scale as well at the second item as what
Essence Reaver
would. So we'll see if he's able to make it work. Has gone for the Boots of Swiftness, as we thought.
Very strange. I'm excited by it, though. I do like changes in item builds. Definitely works out. Gives you a bit of a burst of speed if you're a bit worried. Bless you. Gesundheit, sir.
Gives you a really good one-item power spike as well. That's what Ghostblade's always been fantastic for, whether you're a top laner, jungler, AD carry. As far as one items go, it gives you a mixed bag of kind of everything and a really gold-efficient active.
Martin.
Here we go again. Imp getting camped.
Looking for it. Ella throws in a traffic cone around the side.
The whole of LGD is moving through their jungle right now. ZZR thinks he's caught Amy. He hadn't.
Nope. He's going to be able to dive on top of a dragon, who gets pretty upset about it, though.
And the way Marin had set up the top lane wave means that every single time Flandre is CSing, it's actually pushing the wave back in his favor. So you'll lose surprisingly little CS in the top lane. As you can see, there's a huge caster creep wave. That means you'll maybe lose the front melee, but the casters will just start burning through it all. And then Marin's going to be able to catch this huge wave in relative safety.
Yeah, and he's still ahead in farm. Of course, it has been caught up to just a little bit, but you're exactly right. There's so much just cruising gold
hanging out there as Marin is just going to
As long
lick
as he
his lips and
doesn't
take
die in this CS wave. That's always a thing when I see top laners walk that far up. It's like there's no point being there.
it. Be careful, sir. Ella going to find POL. She's going to mosey on about.
And you can see how much emphasis they put on getting solo experience and farm onto Imp, because PYL is lower level right now than Ella. Went on that roam to the mid lane to help Wayless out. He's starting to scale up. CDR boots as well as that Manamune picked up. Will pick up his blue buff now from Amy. It'd be nice if he got red buff as well. Probably
Yeah,
won't.
that'd be pretty cool. The doubles. See what he can do about it. So they're easily able to secure that one. Heading back to base now as well by the looks of things. Actually, no.
Wants the wolves.
Yeah. Even more farm. Only 3 ahead at the moment. Doesn't like that generally. When someone's keeping up with him that closely. We are, of course, only 14 minutes into this game. Both of our mid laners sitting on about 130 CS, so doing very, very well. Just behind the clock. And Amy, you can see, he's just glued to this top side of the map. Wants to make sure that Marin does not get any attention, even if he is pushed past the river.
Well, right now he has to be, because the turret is down, and that was LGD's poor map movement at the start of the game. So Amy honestly has no way of going down to the bottom side of the jungle, because Marin has to be babysat. We've seen already what happens once if this Rumble falls behind. That's that he falls just into being a non-factor throughout the mid game.
Yeah.
So do not blame Amy's pathing at all. In fact, complimenting him on the fact that he's done a really good job of nursing a 20 CS advantage for his top laner.
Yep, well played thus far. Imp and PYL just hanging out, making sure that this minion wave doesn't crash into the turret. They'll be able to hold on to that one if they want, but it's all about slowing down this game by the looks of things for LGD. Don't really want to be pushing up, don't want to be putting pressure on turrets, and see whether it is going to be Snake that's able to answer this with some more aggression. As they do make their way back towards the bottom side, PYL pokes his head in, gets a ward down.
And you can see Marin's done the exact same thing. Made sure that the minion wave is past the turret. Right now, he needs to go make a proactive play because Flandre is sitting on his turret. That will eventually push back in the exact same fashion. Actually, a Rylai's Crystal Scepter going to be the first item out of Marin. Actually, no, wait.
It could be that, or a Leandru.
Yeah, so he's going for the makings of a Leandris. You're exactly right. Rylai's now builds out a needlessly large rod.
Yeah.
About 15 years in the past. And you can see, pushes it up, goes and tries to make a play elsewhere.
Well, by the looks of things, he's at least going to grab some wolves, but there's the culling. Ella takes a lot of damage. Traffic cone not going to be enough there, but message received by Snake here in the bottom lane. As ZZR's coming down, see whether Imp continues this aggression, because if he runs into a cocoon, that's going to be a problem. Nice scrying orb. As the Ghost Blades actually pop there, you can see in the mid lane, trouble for Tank in Paradise as Amy. Yeah, that last auto attack from the turret had to come out. Would have been danger, but Tank not going to die this time. Did blow his flash and the ultimate. But not too much else to come out of it. And this game is very, very close. 300 gold in the lead is Snake, but they're ahead of turret.
Yeah, they certainly are. And right now, it looks like the wave management has been slightly better on LGD. Once again, really credit LGD for mixing this one up. They're not going towards Imp's lane at all, making sure that Wayless and Marin are very comfortable in their position. Wayless now has got 2 repeat ganks. It's given him a CS advantage, although very slight, but this might be what they need to get their team fighting back on track.
I do want to say that Tank played it very, very well to avoid the second dive on top of him. Wayless going to miss that one. He's going to be frustrated about. Traffic cone comes down, Relentless Pursuit pretty good at avoiding that one, even if it doesn't get rid of slows immediately afterwards anymore. Bullet time comes out. Imp takes a lot of damage. Just the answer for the very aggressive culling from before, I guess.
Yeah, both did about the same amount to each other, though.
Yep. Well, the backs are going to be discovered here using that scrying orb. Nicely done. As both Snake and LGD are going to send their bottom lanes home. We'll see where they go afterwards. Essence Reaver and a Zeal now picked up for Imp. Going towards probably the Rapid Fire Cannon. Could be a Trinity Force.
Yeah, my personal favorite is not going to be, but
Yeah, I know. Small fun though. Everyone knows it. Titanic Hydra now completed for Flandre though. Could switch that one over if he wants to. Piercing Arrow not going to find anyone here, but this is sort of LGD's time to shine now in the mid game. Ooh, ZZR having that demonstrated to him just a little bit by taking a lot of damage from the poke. And no dragons being looked at. Of course, not exactly a high priority at the moment on this patch.
See whether anything happens, because of course LGD has sort of the quintessential I want to take Dragon at 15 minutes con, you know, like evolve. You just expect it, seeing the Rumble, seeing the likes of the Varus mid as well. Very, very potent.
Martin burns the Ghost Blade to get away. They saw the flank coming out of Amy and PYL on the bottom side of the map. Wanted absolutely nothing to do with that.
Ghostblade paid for itself, my friend.
Did it?
I don't know. Not sure. Definitely did something good though. He ran fast.
Did.
I think he's already got an ability that does that. But you can never be too careful. Flandre, mid around this top lane, understands that he's overextending quite a bit.
I'm going to say that's an oxymoron and you can be too careful. For
Are you
example,
calling me a moron?
if my AD carry built GAQSS, I would not be happy with it.
I think it's just the same. Right, Pinkwood, the fire, ZZR being a little bit cheeky. But the piercing arrow not going to be procced. Varus going to move back. You can see, man, the farm on these mid laners is ridiculous. 10 CS ahead now, as far as that one is concerned. 202, but Tank has been keeping up. Make no mistake, Whalers going to pick up an extra one in the form of a blue buff. Tank already has done so, but as far as both of these mid laners just getting equal farm, does that benefit one of them more than the other?
Well, you have to say that Varus shouldn't probably be able to survive this middle lane. You've got an Elise Lissandra combo. That is a lot of gank potential past level 6. He has taken the cleanse, but that's only one ultimate that you're going to get off, and we'll see whether that comes back to bite them, because right now, 210 CS, pretty much 3 completed items. This is where Varus's tend to start taking over the siege. Rapid fire cannon being picked up means that Lucian actually turns into a relatively good sieger as well, so we'll see if with the Rumble ultimate, with the Varus ultimate, they have enough pressure to be able to force them off these turrets.
Yeah, Ghostblade, like you mentioned, 2 items now for Whaler, so that one's completed. He can do exactly what Martin was doing. Wow, a piercing arrow. Whalers actually uses the Ghostblade there just to get down.
No, he wants to get across and try and challenge that pink ward that ZZR was taking. Instead decides to just back away.
Haha. There it is. Marin has to move up his lane just a little bit. Imp going to dodge at least the Thunderlord's proc, thank goodness.
This is really impressive out of Imp. You know, we were talking about this is a guy that really needs to shine as he just puts a whole culling into Martin.
Ow.
He is 30 CS up.
Oh, Marin in trouble as Flandre. He's able to get the 1v1. Not a whole lot of mana left over, but Marin just a little bit too far up.
Yeah, what the heck? Able to get the 1v1 against the World Championship MVP from last year, Flandre. He's in a favorable matchup. I'm going to give him the caveat there, but
yep,
catching someone over their an equalizer and over their flash means that Marin was way too far away, and the good work that was being done in Imp's lane, the turret that just fell in the mid lane, now all for naught.
Yeah, going to be very, very difficult. Of course, both top laners with their teleports available, so when Marin manages to respawn, will be able to join any fight. But you can see Tank moving down to the bottom lane, does have the teleport available to him as well if he wants to get back anywhere.
This is a bad time for LGD because you have to say Marin's ultimate is way more important than Flandre's at this stage of the game. So the fact that they've grouped up in this way, teleports available, definitely not good news. Instead, they'll just focus on wave clearing and try and reset the presence on the map.
Well, if they definitely have anything, it is wave clear. That piercing arrow going to do a whole bunch of work. Basically, you say that they've got wave clear, and it's because Whalers exists on the map at the moment.
But the problem with that has always been is that Varus is kind of diveable when he's wave clear, slows down his movement to be very telegraphed when he's going for it. So
good point.
That's the one thing about that you have to worry about as a Varus, is that sure, you can clear out anything, but that's if a Fiora's not in your face, if a Trundle's not coming out for you, if Tank or ZZR isn't flying over a wall. So we'll see if during the later stages of the game able to make it work, as Amy stops it back from Martin there. This might be a turret that they get in response.
Might be able to. Of course, Imp does have a lot of damage. He's decided to go for a BF sword before finishing any kind of Zeal item. Just thinks, I've got enough in the way of the attack speed. And the extra crit, of course, getting him up to that 20% cooldown
Martin's being caught out here by Amy.
Oh dear, the culling comes out just the tip as Imp's going to flash after him, but it's not going to be enough. ZZR gets on top. We'll see what he can do. There's the bullet time as Whalers makes his way in as well. Tank just right over the top. That was a fantastic use of the ultimate out of Whalers, though, in response. And the piercing arrow doing a bunch of work. Marin, traffic cone, not going to find him, not going to trap him in there just yet.
Doesn't drop the ultimate. 2 members incredibly low. Tank just ate a piercing arrow to the face.
everyone ate a whole lot of piercing arrows to the face, and that fight went so many different ways so quickly. Piercing arrow now looking for Ella. There's the equalizer, just to get one member.
Yeah, so they get it back though. Still a good trade for Snake, being able to pick up Imp and Amy after what looked to be Martin caught out of position. Flandre now still looking to get something done on the bottom lane.
Yeah, Amy finds his way back in, of course, using that Void Rush. We'll get him around, of course. Ward is going to spot him out.
Mid lane going to be traded for bottom lane, it looks like.
Bottom lane was basically dead anyway. Martin's going to come over. That's a lot of extra damage on this turret. Essence Reaver now completed as well for this misfortune.
Ooh, Amy went up to the minion wave there.
Be careful. That's a frozen tomb.
Yeah, it takes
Don't
still
poke
has
the
the
bit.
ultimate. He's just trying to hold the creeps there so Wayless can come across. This is why when people were giving TVQ a lot of flack, you know, sometimes he more than deserved it. Worlds, for example. But having to do that, what Amy just had to do, hold it like 2 minion waves and just keep it there for the mid laner. It's kind of typical LGD.
Yeah. Well, Imp has said, I need some standing gold. He's going to take the top out of turret here. Of course, it did fall in the bottom lane as well, but this is going to even up the gold game a lot.
In fact, dead even right now. We see Leandris has been finished up. Imp has gone with the cooldown reduction boots, which means our dreams of a Trinity Force officially dashed.
Destroyed. Does mean you are going to get to 40% CDR though, with just those boots and some crit.
He's dead.
Yeah, he's so dead. Bullet time comes through, and that is the combination. And Martin and Ella, they have definitely been practicing together because they already had a whole lot of synergy, but that looked beautiful with the traffic cone and the bullet time.
Yeah, it certainly did, and this is why Misfortune is so high on the must-pick ban list. 1E, a couple of auto attacks, ultimate takes out the top laner.
And you said it yourself, man. Like, first picker, she's silly. And it was the Alistair that was picked up instead. And LGD starting to see why Misfortune is pretty silly. I mean, Imp was playing her last year.
Oh, you had to do it.
So they're no stranger to the Misfortune. Okay, we won't talk about that. I think we agreed never to talk about that.
World-class Bard Misfortune before it was good.
Exactly. Doesn't matter what champion he's playing, still good. But Tank, he's managed to hit his 2-item spike. He's got that Zonya's Hourglass, going towards an Abyssal Scepter now as well. Rounding out those resistances. Bit of armor, bit of magic resist. Feeling pretty good on this Lissandra. Going to be able to sit amongst the team fight quite nicely.
More importantly, they're actives that will be
Exactly.
passives that will be used.
Well, Amy in a whole lot of trouble. The Frozen Tomb comes out. Tank wants more as well. Nice headbutt pulverized from PYL, but Wayless has to be so careful. In goes the culling. Flandre dodges most of it, but Tank doesn't. Takes a lot of his health bar.
And you can see that they want it. Amy doesn't have the ultimate up. Dragon is available. Marin is recalling, and they've sent Tank back. Do they try and fight for this one? No, he cancels his recall. Instead, they're going to shove up waves. Let it go.
Yep. Looks like they are going to be able to get the wave into at least the inner turret there. You can see Marin's picked up a whole heck of a lot of farm as well, but a little bit of a disconnect as Snake were able to pick up that 1 kill onto Amy and then move things forward. Now Wayless looking to try and take down this turret. PYL has to be very careful. He's used the ultimate already. Piercing arrow going to come down. Martin takes half of his health bar, breaks the bullet time very quickly. They're using it to try and dissuade LGD from doing any more. Now off to the side, these two range champions trying to do what they can. Piercing arrow comes down. ZZR just flat out misses that cocoon, which is unfortunate.
He's in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, equalizer comes through as well. Martin takes a whole bunch of damage. Marin's going to lock down the kill as he's going to get all of the focus. As Flandre's going to come in, pops the ultimate one more time. He has the no Zonyas available for Marin. He's going to die. That's going to be a lot of health back as well after that ultimate from Flandre. Amy needs to be careful about his positioning. Wayless is walking as quickly as he can. Traffic cone to the head as Ella's going to try and turn it around on him. Flandre is here, uses the riposte, gets the slow for it, flashes forward, but gets knocked up by Amy. Martin has to be careful of Imp in the background, but he gets ulted because this team fight's been going for so long. Tank has it up again, and he's going to get nailed. Martin also picks up the kill onto Wayless in the back half, and it's all going wrong for LGD.
In the end, that is a 4-for-1 for Snake, able to absolutely dominate LGD in that team fight. And that was all off the back of Flandre, just no hesitation over the wall. That's one thing you could probably only learn from playing in the LPL, is
Yep.
a top laner just flying at your face. And Flandre's still not done.
Every time. Give him a champion that can use dive abilities at you. He's going to use them as he's continuing now onto Amy. That's a whole lot of damage. Flandre is just doing so much work. Amy in trouble. The exhaust is already used, but Flandre's not finished. He's so aggressive.
He is now, though.
Yeah, he's
Might
used
have
the
overstayed his
last
welcome, but
bit.
Baron is going down.
The selfless, incredible aggression of
He's gonna get
Flandre.
Baron's done.
They finished that one off. Flandre may even be able to convince everyone to follow him even further. But no, as that scream of death comes out from the Baron, LGD know exactly what just happened. Let's see it again.
Yeah, let's take another look at this. So ZZR gets caught out and not in a great position, flashes onto the equalizer and dies. And from there, you can see LGD are like, we kind of want to disengage. Not much else is going to happen. But Flandre's like, I'm just going to 1v1 you, Myron. Myron has to walk back into the team to try and get it near Amy and Imp. And this is what we talk about with Trundle, the disruption. Catches Wayless out, doesn't want to immediately burn the flash over the wall, gets a little bit greedy with it. Now has to flash, too late, Flandre's already on your team. Martin out-duels Imp, Tank ults him up, and that's all she wrote. Baron fell down afterwards. LGD now, from going from an even game, now holding on to their lives.
Yeah, and early game power as well in their favor. They managed to get Marin through that early game phase, get him towards his equalizer, buy a couple of items. Now has the Zhonya's finally completed. Maybe a little bit too late as it's 8,000 gold the lead. Sorry, 6,000 gold the lead for Snake. But with a Baron, that is going to only extend as they knock
teleport
down
coming
these
into
turrets.
mid lane. Flandre's going bot.
Yeah, Marin looking for a beautiful equalizer, but the bullet time comes down as well. Amy's going to die. ZZR, very, very tanky, is in the backline. Marin, he's going to explode. Not a whole lot he can do as Ella's going to finish that one off. That pillar placement was pretty dumb, so he might survive. Nope, not going to happen in the end. And look at this freight train rolling as Snake are getting all the way in. Wayless, he's still scary. He's got a lot of damage, but he has to stand so far away from this turret.
Going again. Wayless trying to poke them off. Hits it. So in the end, it's a 4-for-1 again. 3-for-1, sorry. But Snake just continually coming out ahead. They win the team fight 4v5. Flandre very late to it with the teleport. Still gets a bottom lane turret. And LGD now 10,000 gold behind nearly.
Yep, and that's an Infinity Edge completed now for Martin as well. I mean, you were talking about the build not necessarily building that nicely, but when you've got that much gold, it doesn't really matter what your build path is. It's still feeling pretty good.
Yeah, 6,
sitting on all of those items. Crazy amounts of kill participation here as well, as he's only missed out on a couple out of the 13. Wayless is going to be able to take a blue buff, so a lot of piercing arrows to clear out these minion waves are going to be available. Baron buff only with a few minutes, or a minute or so remaining.
And straight back into the jungle. You can see that Snake aren't done. This is where they love to play League of Legends, up and aggressive. Only one outer turret left remaining.
But it's so proactive as well. This is exactly what we weren't seeing in the last series between EPA and M3. It's a complete difference, and LGD, they can't seem to be able to keep up at this point in the game with Snake.
Yeah, it looked like they were doing a better job this time around. Martin gets chunked one more time. This Varus is certainly doing work. Going to probably top damage, but in the end, it's not going to matter at all because LGD is slowly but surely losing this game.
Yeah, 6 turrets to 3 now. That Baron buff has extended the lead to 10,000 in favor of Snake.
And this is why I really dislike the Rumble Pit. Kassadin, Fiora, like even things like Maokai, all stand up to her way too well.
Maokai.
Like way too well in the top lane. You know, Myron, world-class player, not taking anything away from him. I just think the champion is not the same meta anymore, and he's getting punished for picking this time and time again.
Yeah, just a little bit outdated in the hands of Myron at the moment. That being said, played the lane fantastically well. You were talking about his minion wave manipulation, everything like that. It's still on point. He's still a brilliant player. It's just not the champion that he should be playing right now. You're exactly right.
You can see Snake exactly where they wanted LGD. They rotate into the bottom lane. Snake said, we don't want the dragon. Heading down mid lane, top speed. This might be the last chance LGD get it. They have to fight.
Yeah, well, they're not going to be able to. This turret is going to melt. Equalizer goes down. They just wander casually out of it. Tank now finds himself in an odd position as the piercing arrows are going to come through. Utilizes his in order to get out. ZZR is in a weird position. The ultimate goes down. Wayless is going to lock down the kill. Flandre right in amongst it, though, as Wayless has the ultimate rotating around him. Flandre is going to get out okay in the end as the bullet time comes down. Amy tanking that one up. Marin uses his Zonyas. He's so dead, though, as Ella's now going to get on top of Imp. Snake, they've managed to find 2. They've only lost ZZR, and it's going to be the inhibitor at least. Flandre might be in trouble from a piercing arrow.
Top lane rotation coming out as well. Martin still wants it. Home guards will kick in. Here comes Wayless and the rest of the team.
Oh, the traffic cone from Ella was brilliant there as well.
Teleport from Tank.
Yeah, Flandre's going to find Amy here as well as Tank finds his way in. The double teleport doing wonders here for Snake as Martin says, please don't do that anymore because it was very uncomfortable. But still going to be able to get the auto attacks off.
And in the end, they get double inhibitors. Flandre probably going to survive as well with a dash. Twice he's got away with nothing.
It's the traffic cones. Ella once again saving his teammate on this Trundle. This pick has just been so good.
And you can see the frustration officially started. They've caught Martin, maybe.
Oh, he's in trouble. Flandre is going to be able to dash out of the way. The riposte use another traffic cone. My goodness. There are roadworks today.
Mid lane.
Marin going to shoot his way forward. They're looking to try and stop some backs. Baron Buff not going to be there. Yeah, they've used the scrying orb. He wants to be able to get out. Oh, the flash forward. Oh, because it was a shield. Not going to be able to stop him.
Shield takes the damage.
Hex drinker, man.
All he needed was one auto attack. Couldn't get it done.
Oh, that is heartbreaking. Oh, man. But, look, get what you pay for. He had a Hex drinker. What kind of AD carry buys a Hex drinker?
Well, now the build makes a little bit more sense. Percentage penetration not going to be good against a team that doesn't have any AD tanks. Do you know what is good? Flat penetration.
Good point.
From the Masteries, not yet nerfed on the current patch 5.24. Yomu's Ghost Blade, more of Malmortius, all the crit coming out of the Infinity Edge with that ultimate. No wonder Martin is tearing people apart. 8-0 and 6.
He is legendary at the moment. You can see inhibitors top and mid lane. It's a bit of a no-brainer, but without any Baron to go to for another 20-odd seconds, they're going to head towards the bottom side, make it rain just to scope out this brush. And Martin moving forward with those deadly auto attacks. LGD waiting in the wings. They're going to have a lot of wave clear. Martin not going to tank up that one. I mean, one thing about this is the fact that, and it's not until Martin's at low health that he's going to get any lifesteal. But he's not too worried if he can find the right position.
Well, he didn't even get touched in the last fight, just unloaded with the ultimate. As soon as Tank goes in, Tank is honestly a sacrificial lamb. He's just going to throw himself at 2 people. If the W hits 2, going in.
Yeah, well, you can see Flandre still takes a lot of damage from Imp, who's managed to build himself up a few items. Rapid Fire Cannon, Infinity Edge, and the Essence Reaver, so he does a lot of work.
Wayless gets knocked out of his queue.
Traffic cones. Traffic cones. You can see Ella has the Zeke's Harbinger as well, so not only has Martin got a lot of armor penetration, but 100% crit is going to be a thing. Odd times during this. Flandre going to pick up the blue buff as well. Amy, not a whole lot he can do about that one.
Baron now under fire. You can see they've done a good job of pushing the waves out. The Snake don't really care. They have their teleport available. They can even send Flandre into the bottom lane if they really feel like it. Instead, as soon as they see creeps going back into the base, they'll just start up the Baron.
Not going to be a whole lot that LGD can do. They need one last-ditch team fight that they definitely win if they want to be able to take this game. But if they lose it, it is going to be all that she wrote. Prey Seeker is actually going to find some prey.
You can see they're not even starting it up just yet because the minions aren't on the turrets. PYL goes back to base. They're going to see him in a second as he runs past.
The cow running out of the base pretty quickly, so we'll be back with his team relatively soon. So not going to pull any triggers on any Barons or anything like that on the side of Snake.
Problem is teleport is available for Marin, for Flandre, and isn't for Marin. So if they lose this fight, Marin teleports to the base, and it's game over.
Well, Amy's going to try and find the Desperation Steal. Just gets ulted up by Flandre. It's a decent knock up there from PYL, but Flandre is going to be able to get the ult off. A lot of healing available, and PYL now in the middle of no man's land. Completely off the Baron. Didn't care about that one at all as they're trying to stop LGD from doing anything this game. Flandre with a decent flanking play, but Imp does run into him. The exhaust comes down. Look at the bullet time. That was ridiculous. Equalizer's there, but it's nothing in comparison to all of that AoE damage that Snake had for them. And
It just wasn't on the 2 carries. In the end, Martin was off to the right side of the fight, gets a bullet time across everyone, 10, 0, and 8. LGD don't ban Misfortune and they get made pay.
Completely dominating performance from laning phase to the team fights. Really, really looking good on the side of Snake, and we didn't know what to expect from this team. We haven't seen them since sort of September last year, but man, they look good.
Yeah, and Flandre just 1v1 Myron. Fiora versus Rumble. It's definitely in the Fiora's favor, as we said. Just blind picking this champion. Fiora was the last pick and a very good counter.
Yeah. Frustration on the faces of LGD at the moment. This is a best of 3 series, though. They have an opportunity to now go back, change up these picks just a little bit, find something else that might work. But congratulations to Snake. They played incredibly well, and I just don't know whether LGD are going to be able to pull themselves back out. It just looks like they're in a rut.
Yeah, it certainly does. It started at Worlds.
Yeah.
Like, that's months ago. This team just hasn't been able to get it going. You know, Coach Hart, Acorn, behind the scenes, need to be doing everything they can to be able to pull these guys together. The draft looked okay this time around, apart from the Rumble. Even the Varus stood up relatively well this game and was able to put out a lot of poke damage. It's just that Rumble doesn't give you that pressure that he used to give you because of how the way the lanes are working out.
And there's no power in the Dragon either, so you're not going to have these open fights.
Yeah, exactly right. And you saw time and time again, bullet time was just way more effective, was available. They could have grabbed the Misfortune first pick, coupled it up with something like a Trundle, like we saw on that side. But this is what really impressed me. Tank flying in, wrapping everyone up. And then this is where the bullet time just is so strong.
And it's not even about it killing people. It's about the fact that everyone has to run out of it, so they're not doing any damage, and Snake can just pile on top. And that's the beauty of it. Like, Amy here as well just gets destroyed by Flandre, who's playing a fantastic Fiora.
Yeah, he certainly is, dancing in and out of the fight. You see PYL takes so long to go down. And this is when the small mistakes start happening. They don't have vision on Flandre. They don't have vision on the Misfortune. The equalizer goes down across Tank, and really that should be laid the opposite way to try and cut people off. And the bullet time just destroys them.
Yep. All sort of set up, and then Martin says, all right, now I'll press my R button. And he was all the way away from everyone. Equalizer not doing anything exactly like you mentioned, and that is all she wrote. And that's exactly what they were trying to do. You knew exactly what was going on. Another massive shout out to Ella, because the use of the Pillar of Ice was stunning. Of course, the traffic cone that was going up left, right, and center. He was brilliant on that champion.
But the thing I don't understand is there's 2 champions on this patch that you just don't let get through, and they're they're Misfortune and Trundle. They're just so good. Like, honestly, the Rumble pick is because they keep letting Trundle through, and they're like, we now officially cannot play a 1-tank team comp. We can't take it into the top lane. So, you know, I completely agree. Ella plays well, but when you got a 7-second cooldown on a pillar, just throw it out every time it's up. Not great drafting out of LGD.
Yeah, well, I think we've definitely gone over that. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hope that LGD can figure something out for game number 2. We are going to have a short break, but when we get back, Snake, will they continue their rampage, or will LGD find a way to fight back? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. We have 1 or 2 more games to go. LGD taking on Snake after Snake's decisive victory. Surprise, surprise, Martin, 8-0-6 on the Misfortune. Going to take
10.
the MVP. 10-0-6? Yeah, just didn't quite get the last couple of numbers towards the end there, but man, he did well.
Yeah, he certainly did. Had a really good game after Imp got, I guess, some extra attention given to him from LGD. They opted to not take the turret in the lane swap, instead give some extra gold across. That meant that he had an early advantage, was able to make it work. But honestly, LGD look like they're doing weird things around the map. So let's start with, let's ignore the draft for a second.
Yep.
They completely drop a lane swap. They swap. They maintain standard lanes, get lane swapped against, try and send 3 people top. They do it about 20 seconds too late. They left PYL down bottom lane for a little bit too long. Amy didn't even join Myron underneath the turret, which meant that Myron had to back away. So they lose a turret for free. They don't match the turret in the bottom lane whatsoever. And then, during the mid game, they don't utilize a rumble. They make one good play in the mid lane, but they're not teleporting bottom lane. That was all on Tank. He was burning double summoner spells on Imp. In the end, that gave a free kill across to the bottom lane of Snake. Again, they send Myron top lane. He overextends with teleport available, has to burn his flash to get away. Flandre kills him. This rumble pickup, A, is a bad pickup, but B, if you're going to pick up a rumble, at least use it in the 15 to 22 minute mark to cause some team fights in your favor. Instead, that game went for way too long, and Snake rolled over the top of them.
Yeah, and LGD had sort of a couple of okay team fights during the middle of the game there, but it was really nothing that they could do anything about. And honestly, 20 CS ahead was Myron in the early game. He got protected by Amy a lot. You gave Amy a lot of credit there for sticking around the top half of the map. No turret there, so Myron could actually farm. He did so. He did so greatly. But in the end, it was just Flandre biding his time, got to the point where the matchup is just going to give it to him in his favor, and he rolled over the top.
Yeah, 100%. And we say this time and time again. Take a split pusher into the top lane. If anyone ever picks something like a Lulu, pick something like a Rumble, because the game hits 35 minutes, you can sit under their turret. They cannot bully you off unless they can force you to teamfight, which LGD couldn't even do because of how big the Misfortune was in the end. Then you're just going to be safe the whole time. PYL wasn't able to get onto the Misfortune. They weren't the ones ever starting the fights. And that just meant that Snake could just pick their moments, pick their poison, and in the end, they pulled LGD apart.
They certainly did. And, I mean, SKT definitely looked good playing the Rumble at Worlds as well. I mean, it does work out if things are built around him, but it just seems like they're picking it into whatever they feel like because they think that, maybe we just need comfort right now. We just need this sort of pick that we know that Myron's happy with. But I just find it really, really strange because Myron's got a massive champion pool. He can play all sorts of things.
And SKT were also a team that had dropped one game.
Yeah, precisely.
Not a best of 3, one game in the whole tournament. So, at that stage, play whatever the heck you want. At the moment, LGD can't win a map.
Yeah, please, now use your brain to build your team comps. Oh, dear. But it's not working out. But on the other side of the coin, of course, it was Snake playing an excellent game of League of Legends. I mean, I handed it to Ella as being brilliant on the Trundle, but it does come down a lot to these picks. And is it something that LGD can solve moving into game number 2 with just some more intelligent bans?
Yeah, it certainly is something. If they get rid of the Misfortune, get a bully lane for themselves in the bottom lane, be able to get proactive League of Legends going down there, not drop the lane swap so Amy doesn't have to stay on the top side of the map so much. That way, Amy can actually pressure the bottom side of the map. That's why a lot of people were so excited to see the new LGD. Amy and Imp, very aggressive jungler, very aggressive AD carry.
Yeah.
This should be a very good match made in heaven. And honestly, Wayless needs to go back to an actual control mage that has AoE impact in a team fight. I'm thinking something like a Victor, something like an Orianna, where he has really good team fighting potential because in that game, he scaled up so nicely. But the problem's always been there with Varus. You need Cleanse, Ghost, and Flash. He's missing a summoner spell. And there are some matchups where you can take the Ghost, and Varus works out really nicely because he can navigate around team fights quite beautifully. But in a matchup where you have to take Cleanse, there's just no way you can get his maximum damage efficiency out.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot he can do. And we know that he has a fantastic Orianna. We know that he's got this very, very deep champion pool, but he goes back to this Varus. Of course, he played his Ahri, his sort of original comfort pick earlier on, and we'll see whether he breaks away from this one this time, whether it's going to be something else that he's going to be able to pull out. And I very much like him on the Kassadin as well. I mean, his Kassadin's fantastic. You can pick that into a lot of the mages that people are playing in the mid lane now as well.
And wow, Snake do them a favor. They get rid of the Rumble.
What? Okay, that's an odd one. They're making the decisions for you, LGD. Don't even worry about it. Gangplank's going to leave the Rift as well. Does LGD deal with that one? But it baffles me. The Rumble pick baffles me right now.
Oh, no, it makes sense. It kind of makes sense to me in a weird way because Snake obviously a very strong team fighting team. And if LGD ever get this Rumble ahead in team fights, it will do great things. It hasn't happened in the couple of times, but maybe they just feel like they didn't really beat us with anything else. Why even risk the Rumble getting ahead and making our lives hell in team fights?
Yeah, maybe LGD decide that they want to build a comp that's actually going to work with the Rumble a little bit better this time. But LGD using their brains this time as well in the champion select portion of the game as the Misfortune is going to hit the bench.
Thank goodness.
Yeah, thank goodness indeed. Another couple of picks that still stand out, though, of course. Trundle is a big deal at the moment. Graves, pretty massive. Haven't seen ZZR on the champion yet. Of course, Amy tried his hand. We haven't seen it so far this series. Lulu is going to be removed. Snake not wanting to first pick that one. And LGD now have an opportunity. Rise is something that's really standing out. And of course, Flandre can play that. I have no doubt that Tank can as well. They can flex that across if they'd like to. But LGD, what do? Do they get rid of the Rise here? They do. So, of course, Trundle is going to be there. Alistair, of course, another first pick that they can grab. But Lysandra, the flex pick, they waste no time and pick it up straight away.
So not surprised to see Lysandra go first pick. Honestly, as far as engage goes, when you're using these junglers like a Grave, something like a Kindred, you need engage in a different area that isn't your jungler. So Lysandra just brings that from a really unique position, being the mid lane. So like the pick up here, and Tank played it very well. He's against Wayless, who's a very good laner in his own right. So give him something he's comfortable on. Make sure he can go back to that.
Yeah, that's very true. And he stayed up. I mean, they both had 10 CS over the 20-minute mark. So sitting at 210 apiece. So both of the mid laners were definitely playing well. A lot of communication going on, but it is going to be the Alistair and the Tristana locked in here for LGD. With ZZR, he can comfortably go towards the Rek'Sai if he wants to. Of course, played pretty decent Elise last time. Going to take that one away from Amy by the looks of things. And Ezreal, consideration for Martin or for Tank. They want to play that one. Trundle has gone relatively unseen, which I find really interesting, but I guess they feel with an Alistair sitting there, they don't need to worry about it too much. Whalers considering the Corki mid. Assuming it's not going to be a Tristana mid. Haven't seen that one for quite some time. But of course, Faker making the Corki mid definitely look incredibly strong. Cassiopeia another option if he wants a more short range burst mage.
This was one of the bans last time around.
Mage.
I believe Lee Sin was banned by LGD. So, looking to pick it up potentially this time for Amy.
The Lee Sin Rek'Sai matchup. Seen that one before quite a few times. But with an Alistair there, I mean, they do have a heck of a lot of dive potential if you involve the Lee Sin in it as well.
Heck of a lot of knockups. Let's just start there.
Wayless. Just grab someone a Yasuo, please. They have displacement everywhere.
Wow, blinds a Cassiopeia. That's brave, is one way to put it.
Does Marin play Cassiopeia?
I don't think anyone plays top Cassiopeia.
It's happened before.
Do not say Honey.
But Poppy has been left available. Flandre can pick that one up if he wants to. Ella says, well, all right. I'll grab a last round Trundle pickup.
You don't even know what direction they're going in yet, depending on what the top laner is.
Yeah, true. Man, they could put anything anywhere right now. Rek'Sai top, Poppy jungle, Trundle jungle, Poppy support. Oh man, anything could go anywhere right now.
Theoretically, yes.
Yeah. 80 carry Lysandra. We could have an Ezreal mid. Who knows? All sorts of things could happen. I don't think the 80 carry Lysandra will be a good idea.
I don't think anything other than Rek'Sai being a jungle is a good idea either. Why let good ideas stop you, Atlas?
Just mixing it up for mixing it up's sake. That's what you got to do. But Poppy and Trundle are going to be locked in. Yet to find out exactly where they are. I have a feeling, you know, the Ezreal will probably be the AD carry. I'll definitely say that much. I think the Rek'Sai will be in the jungle as well. That's the only concedes I'm going to make. LGD Now to figure out exactly what's going to happen. Looks like a top laner possibly will be the one picked up here. As a Lowy. Haven't seen her at all thus far in the LPL.
There's a reason for that. If you're a top laner that does not bring any CC into a team comp, you should not be played in professional League of Legends.
Yeah, look, that's true. She brings a lot of tentacles, though. And that's got to be good. Right, she just does a heck of a lot of damage, man. She like builds one item and then just full tank, and she just does all of this damage out of nowhere.
Oh, the top lane Alistair being considered right now for Vard.
Or no, well, it could be an homage to Flandre as well with the top lane Morgana.
That is a Morgana locked in. I was joking. I have... What the heck?
So, okay, Wayless Morgana in the mid lane. And we're going to have a Cassiopeia top.
Nah, my theory is everyone is staying the same right now. That is a top lane Alistair.
No! Is it? We've still got time on the clock. Spawn, you still could have it. I wanted it to go the other way around. I wanted Wayless on the Morgana. I wanted the Cassiopeia top. I needed it. But no, doesn't look like it's going to be the case.
So, it turns out when you win a world championship and come over to China and you're a top laner, you have to pick the worst counter matchups in the history of League of Legends.
Ah, it's
Lupa
like
would
it's a
not
bet or
let go
something.
of Addy versus Nar
Oh
for like
my God,
5
yes.
matches.
It's always mages as well.
And now we see the Morgana into Poppy matchup.
Well, take us through how that one works, Spawn.
Oh,
No,
who
we'll go. We'll go through it another time. Of course, Rek'Sai versus Lee Sin. That's a little bit more standard. Short range mages, a little bit more mobility on the side of Lissandra though in the mid lane there, in comparison to the Cassiopeia. But
Anything that Morgana does in this matchup, Yorick would have done better.
that is fantastic.
You know, Black Shield on Wayless, just Yorick ult her.
Yeah,
Black
that's
Shield on
true.
him, just Yorick ult him. I
Oh,
honestly
man.
do not understand the Morgana in this team composition.
When you should have just played Yorick, Spawn. That's when you know something has gone wrong, I think. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to get onto the riff. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the rift for Snake versus LGD. Game number 2. LGD need to pick this one up to escape losing this series in a 2-0 fashion from Snake after a dominating game number 1.
Oh, it's for the level 1 invade. I have figured out what Morgana does better than Yorick.
There's a lot of pings. As that ward had already gone down, ZZR going to escape. So level 1, not going to be all that successful. Snake going to grab some vision around the other side of the map.
Flandre invented Morgana top.
He did.
He said he played it. His reasoning for playing it is the only reason to play Morgana.
What's that?
He said, because after I'm level 9, I no longer have to CS. That was his honest reason for playing it.
Because you just put down a puddle and
Because I
walk
can
away?
put down a puddle and leave.
Yeah. Makes sense. That's how I learned how to play League of Legends. It was the only champion I knew how to play because that's that exact reason. I couldn't farm.
Doesn't matter about your items. You can lane swap. Once
Yeah,
you
it
hit
doesn't
level 9,
Doesn't matter about your ability to last hit.
no longer have to last hit.
It's wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. I assume the last hitting portion is not what Marin's worried about. Nor Flandre, for that matter. As Martin and Al are going to start on this gromp. Another lane swap is going to happen. As far as a champion that can deal with a lane swap, I put it to Morgana to be able to survive that one.
Yeah,
See
it's
what I
impossible to gank.
Yeah. Double gromp start. Both of these AD carries. And it looks like once again the lane swap's going to ensue. So we'll see whether LGD, after the last little amount of time, figured out what to do. Wayless. Yeah, there it is. Lands the poison that time. Level 1.
Oh,
danger.
dodges. Oh,
Yeah,
nah,
that's scary.
nah. And is that still... Wow.
Did you think that that one hit?
No, I thought that he would actually go for the Deathfire Touch.
Oh.
Keystone Mastery. But
No, Thunderlord's always the
Underlords
best.
came off.
Every single time. But Imp, once again, just holding onto this wave, not shoving it too hard, of course.
This time around, Amy stays on the top side of the map. And they just make a beeline to make sure that this dive doesn't go down. So this is what LGD used to do. 3 versus 4 means that you cannot dive. You can continue to push in, pressure as much as possible, but hopefully with a Morgana you have enough wave clear.
Yep, puts another puddle down. PYL though, underneath the turret, level 1. Flandre here, ZZR here as well.
So as you can see, there's nothing they can do. So LGD, Crisis Averted, will not make the same mistake as level 1. Flandre has to teleport bottom lane to grab this big creep score, and the lane will normalize in a regular lane swap that we would have seen maybe a year ago.
Well, Rusty the Undying going to come down. Imp's going to stomp on the shield.
Wow, and see, that's the one champion I think Thunderlords is like a must. It's like 90% of your damage league there.
On who?
Poppy.
Oh, and he didn't pick it up? Oh, no.
It went grass.
Yeah.
You just said.
I did just say it, yeah. But Flandre is going to be okay here, of course. We get him a little bit more tankiness. Wayless and Tank still having some fun here in the mid lane. Slight advantage for Wayless, but nothing to write home about.
Martin actually going back to base. Maybe they'll swap back here. Turns out they don't want that lane swap. So LGD, I'm going to say, first time in 4 games, won an early game.
Well, at least by the 4-minute mark.
Very early game.
Yeah. Nicely done.
Actually, he just goes back and grabs a tier. Wayless, oh, he's in trouble.
Yeah, there's
All right,
the
early game gone.
Yeah, Circle of Frost. There's the flash into the knock-up. Wayless, no ultimate to speak of here at level 4. He's going to go down. First blood goes over to Tank. Things looking great for the Lysandra, but once again, the back foot is where LGD find themselves.
When in doubt, gank Wayless. That's exactly what they do. Was not playing towards the bottom side of the map. That's where his Lee Sin was. In fact, Amy was taking a little bit longer to jungle. Once again, LGD 4 behind when it was looking so promising.
It was.
26 CS to 9 was the top laners. They'd set themselves up for such good success. And this is the difference between the LGD that won the LPL and the LGD now. Wayless would have never died last split in that situation. This time around was playing up, almost Dade-esque, you have to say.
Yeah.
And gets picked on.
Well, Imp still able to get a lot of damage onto this turret. You can see waiting in the wings is PYL. He's going to move up now. Flandre doing his best to farm what he can. He's going to go down for no reason at all as PYL's just wandering towards the turret. This is something that Flandre is very used to. As far as a low econ top laner is concerned, Flandre definitely able to do so. But Myron no slouch either, as you mentioned earlier on. Not finding use from range.
Myron's not even low econ right now. He has more CS than his mid laner.
Yeah, that's true.
Maybe with his Q. ZZR doesn't with his.
Nailed it. Jungle battle over. ZZR wins.
Level 5 on both Tank and Wayless. You have to think Tank gets level 6 first. Wayless actually doesn't go with the cleanse this time around. Goes with a kill summoner in the ignite.
So clear out that wave quite nicely, but 44 to 36. Tank utilizing the extra kill. Able to get himself there, going towards the Abyssal Scepter as the first item here as the pillar comes down. Myron having to deal with that. Not going to be too worried at all. He's got a puddle there.
Now look at this. CSing made easy with Morgana.
Oh, it's beautiful, right? Wonderful. Essence Flux not going to do much. You do need to land those Qs.
And
not
3
worrying
members
about it.
heading top. BYL's back going to get stopped. Amy's on the wrong side of the map. Myron not level 6. They need to go before he gets level 6. They're going with everyone.
Yeah, Tank's coming in as well. That Black Shield not going to mean anything if it's
Level
just
6
eaten
range.
away. Tank going to make his way in. He could even ult himself if he wants to. It doesn't even matter as Martin's going to lock down that one. And man, was Myron even there? So much damage.
Yeah, and in the end, it was Martin picking up the kill as well. So Ezreal getting a nice buffer here. And, oh, LGD, just a couple of little mistakes. You could see that PYL, he saw it coming.
Yeah.
He wanted to recall, get back up there, but the back was stopped. Amy, once again, wrong side of the map. Credit him for staying top side in the lane swap. This time wanted to challenge the wreck side on the bottom side of the map. It's just the little things, Atlas. The little things in League of Legends are not going right now for LGD.
It certainly isn't. And everything's going right for Tank as well. I mean, 1-0-1 now for this Lysandra. Picked up the Of course, first blood there in the mid lane against Wayless, and then utilizes his teleport perfectly, grabs himself another assist.
But they're taking calculated risks. They use double flash, exhaust to take Wayless off. That's a big investment, 3 summoner spells, but they get the kill. In response, you know, it looks like everything's calmed down. Then they burn a teleport, ultimate, and another flash on the top side of the map to take out Myron. But once again, there's no response. There is no counterplay to that because Cassiopeia is already scared of dying, so she's being pushed in pretty hard. Bottom lane, they're not taking the turret quick enough because they're only sending 2 members down there because they value farm over structures on Imp. So right now, Snake are just making all the right moves. They're aggressive and maybe they're even a tiny bit of an overreach, but LGD aren't willing to make the counterplay.
Yeah, and the thing is, though, is that if they're making an overreach, that means that they're at least making proactive plays. And this is something that we were talking about M3, that we're now talking about LGD. It's the fact that you have to play to win the game. You can't play to not lose the game. And LGD at the moment, they just look like they're not putting anything in order to try and actively win themselves the game. They're just playing against Snake's playstyle, which is just winning right now.
Yeah, exactly right. And, you know, the more power you give into a Snake team fight, the better off they're going to become. And, you know, a lot of that team comp just revolves around 4 members grouping up and doing whatever the heck they want, and Flandre being able to just control the pace of the other lane. And right now, he was falling behind. He was probably going to always have an okay time against a Morgana anyway because he's a poppy. Now he's caught back up because Morgana's dead. They're going to take a turret on the top side of the map with 4 members. And Flandre, he's just soaking experience down bottom. We said he's a good low econ top laner. He's going to be completely fine.
Yeah, he's just going to dive on top of the AD carry as well whenever he feels like it. The heroic charge is going to always be there for Poppy, and she doesn't necessarily need all that much money because she generally builds like 1 damage item, maybe, and then grabs a heck of a lot of tank items from that point on. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, this is a shorter pause this time around. We are going to be back into the game as soon as we possibly can, and we'll see you in there very, very soon. So don't you worry about it too much. And LGD versus Snake will be ensuing one more time. But I just really hope that LGD managed to get their stuff together. Stop laughing at me.
I really hope someone recorded that explanation of where we're going and when we're getting there, because that was brilliant.
We're getting there now. We're getting there now. It's fine. You use the word "rove" that I don't even know whether it exists, but I like it. Always have. It's provocative. Imp jumps himself onto a traffic cone. Has to be very careful because obviously something's gone wrong. Ward goes down. LGD are able to at least stop that push on the top side of the map. And denying the global gold to the Poppy is a very good idea at this stage.
Certainly is. That's a really good lane swap actually coming out of LGD right now. They got the bottom turret in all of that, so they still keep a slight gold lead. Now they have pressure on the blue buff. Oh, the PYL naps.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Grabs it with the headbutt.
That's a Black Alistair, ladies and gentlemen, strolling across the rift majestically with his very own blue buff.
No, that's just what happens when you have a skin that coveted. You can just steal blue buffs with a headbutt. It does more damage than smite.
Oh, Amy.
Oh, forced to use the flash to get out. Heroic charge comes in. Nice headbutt save there from PYL. Amy, despite having to use the summoner spell, is going to be okay. Imp, in the meantime...
And goes back into the jungle.
Whatever.
Amy, please, let your AD carry take the top lane turret.
Well, he wanted to be there anyway, didn't he? So, protecting Imp. As another turret falls down, Tank, you can see, just farming up here in the mid lane. But Wayless, due to the fact that Tank was outside of his lane, is caught up quite a lot, making his way back towards the mid lane one more time. Only a couple of Doran's rings worth of damage stats, but now stacking up that tier, has those swiftness boots for even more mobility.
You can see Myron, even more attention. He uses a Q again.
Oh dear, traffic cone goes down.
Second
Has to be
teleport
very
this time.
careful. Flandre's going to make his way in. He's looking for it. Nice black shield is going to stop that, but the knockup comes
They
in.
balance the aggro so well. Zizia falls.
He's going to die. Myron picks up the kill. Myron's still not dead
Wow.
yet. There's the ultimate out of Wayless. Ella's going to fall down. Is that all they're going to get, though? Already a double kill. The ultimate's in from Tank. Can they turn this one around? No. Snake Flandre's going to flash over the wall, but Tank is so dead, and Wayless gets all the revenge he needs. In fact, Imp's able to pick up that kill, and they're going to transition to a dragon. LGD, where have you been?
And this time they collapse in the nick of time. Myron outplays everyone. I said that they balanced turret aggro well, and they had, but Myron moved back up towards the 2 members. That's so greedy to do in a turret dive. Meant that everyone else arrived in just the nick of time. They grabbed themselves a dragon, and this is the first time we've seen LGD ahead.
Yep, they're making it actually work for themselves as well, and Wayless feeling good, but here's the replay.
Yeah, so anyone else would have walked down towards the bottom. Instead, Myron flashed up, and ZZR realized that the reinforcements were on the way. Great ultimate there out of Wayless to stop everyone in their track. Flandre burns the Summoner spell to get over the wall. The tank's left to his own demise. Imp actually picks this one up. The Tristana and the Cassiopeia now rolling, and that's all off the back of Myron's brilliant 4v1 outplay.
Yeah, really, really nicely played. Martin even going to get snagged by a Dark Binding there as well, as Myron's just going to deal with this minion wave underneath the turret. Puddle going to go down, just walk away. That's exactly what you said. Tank now looking to try and go up against Wayless, but this is a Cassiopeia with 2 kills on his belt.
Looks like he's going for the double stacking item as well. Maybe an Abyssal, but would like to see him go for the roller.
Now has a blue buff as well, so that tier going to be stacked very, very quickly. Imp is still in the top lane as Myron. He's going to head back, towards the bottom side. You see Snake, there's just so much standing gold left on the map. There's no turrets had been taken. And you're right, the early game, well, truly won by LGD, especially as far as the structures are concerned, utilizing the Tristana pushing power.
Called it really early. Maybe too early, some would say.
You certainly did.
But
You got it right, though. That's the thing.
Correct, Amunda.
Cross Queen's claim, though, completed by Myron. We'll be able to scout out, see whether there are going to be 4 more people diving him on the bottom side. I have a sneaking suspicion that they're not going to try that again, though.
Oh, they might give it one more crack. Still hasn't got his Zonya's Hourglass. But he still is up about 34 CS.
Yeah, things looking good for Myron.
Only going to be more as well. I like watching both Myron and Flandre push waves. Sounds like a really weird thing to enjoy, right? But they always get it past mid lane, which means the wave naturally pushes back. And every single time you have to make the choice. Do I hard shove this or do I slow shove this? And you can see that this time around, Myron drops a pull on it, so that's going to be a hard push. But every now and again, they'll just trim the cannon creeps from the wave, the range creeps. Ooh, Ella caught.
Yeah, might be caught out. Amy finds his way in there as well. Subjugate is down, but Ella is so dead. Myron locks down the kill, and ZZR just still taking his Raptors, or at least trying to. Amy steals them away. This is all going wrong for Snake.
Yeah, it certainly is. Myron didn't even burn ultimate, so they have to be worried about the dive now that can come out of Morgana. And you can see actually just heading back towards top lane. Imp's going to try and shove down the turret.
Top. This is ridiculous. Look at all that vision for Snake on the top side of the map.
Yeah, when you're that far overextended as Flandre, probably need it down there. And the collapse coming out for Martin now. Oh, do they know where he is? This is the test. Process of elimination, they have no idea.
Yep, it's a very cute little backing spot, so Martin is going to survive this time. Imp, though, going to continue to farm. Martin doesn't really build anything of note just yet. Manamune and, of course, the Iceborne Gauntlet are what he wants, but hasn't quite got to either item yet. Of course, Ezreal tends to come online after that stage. The extra 20% CDR is just fantastic from that Iceborne Gauntlet.
Wayless is starting to hit really hard, level 10. So he's starting to now stack up the Q as well as having all the points in the E available. Imp level 9, wow. This always amazes me when LGD does this. They sacrifice so much of PYL's levels to make sure that their AD carry is ahead in experience. And Tristana, that's why I always loved Imp on Trist, just because not only does he get the extra points in Q, but the draw a bead passive is so important. So this is the one champion that I actually agree them doing it on.
Well, Amy and Flandre are fighting. It just smacks him out of there. Myron's not going to be in this one as the Black Shield was on Amy. ZZR finds his way in, is going to be able to knock up Myron, but Wayless is here. The ultimate's down. So much AoE damage. That is ludicrous. Amy's even survived as the Subjugate has come through. LGD, they grab a pick, and Snake are just forced to run.
And that's another teleport burnt for Tank for no avail. Game 1, all of his teleports were coming up gold. This time around, not working out. And meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Imp is still farming. And he's the one person that agrees with less than 18 carries. That Infinity Edge Rush is a bad idea, and that you should go for your Sheen item, Zeal item first.
Yeah, we've seen this before, actually, going for just the BF sword to get a bit of AD there, and then going for the attack speed item as PYL trying to deal with Tank. Just going to get out of there with the Claw of Doom. But this is an LGD in control and starting to strangle Snake.
It certainly looks to be the case, and Martin trying to shove the waves back because he understands that Tristana can do so much work.
Doing what they can. Of course, full vision now available to Martin.
Imp standing on a ward. He must know now.
Yeah, it does now.
Oh, it's so fun watching Tristana slow down. It looks like she's dragging that big cannon.
Or dragging the big dragon. Whoa, that was awkward. Forgot that dragon and dragon actually sound very much the same.
Also completely wrong Cien, but
Yeah, well, you know, it could be a dragon. So. Just wanted to have a spiel spawn. Let it happen. Myron, though, going to be able to clear out this minion wave very, very simply. Flandre knows exactly what's going on here. So he's going to do his very best to get up to his poppy ways.
3-2-3. Finally, Myron having a good game on his new team. Very vocal that his move was because he wanted to win another world championship. He believes that LGD are set up to be able to do that this year. So far, Myron, I disagree with you.
Yeah.
But, you know, I professionally respect your opinion.
Yeah. He's entitled to it, most definitely. I think it's not sure whether the outcome is going to be there. But still very, very early days. Been 3 games lost thus far. That's 1 week. Still a whole lot of League of Legends to come.
1 of 10.
Yep.
1 of 10 of the first split.
Exactly. Not to mention some form of international tournament that I believe comes after that for the next split in World. So look, there is a lot of time, Myron, so you can prove yourself, but we'll see, because at the moment, LGD in control, but before that, looking pretty grim.
Myron needs to be careful now. That's an aggressive shift forward. Teleport available on both top laners.
Rapid Fire Cannon actually completed here on Imp. We do have the Mana Immune done for Martin, but doesn't have his Iceborne Gauntlet yet. The kiting power of this Ezreal not going to be quite available. True Shot Barrage coming through just to try and, as you mentioned before, just deal with this minion wave.
And Wayless is actually starting to just farm everything in his sight. You saw him take the 3 little raptors, leaves a big one for the Raptor Sense. It's not even because he doesn't want the farm, it's because Raptor Sense is way more important now.
Yep.
The green wards aren't there. You need to be able to get rid of the Tracker's Knife's wards as efficiently as possible. But he's been going to Wolves, he's been going to the Rift Scuttler even on the bottom side of the map. He took Dragon with the help of his team. This guy just wants to go into hardcore farming mode. And you can see it was the Abyssal picked up. Now going for most likely that Archangel Scepter. As soon as he gets the shield online, he's surprisingly tanky against tanks damage.
Yeah, that Seraph's Embrace is going to do a whole lot of work for him. The Equinox is already completed here as well for PYL. As he moves towards his next bevy of items. Swiftness Boots there with the Distortion Enchantment. Going to mean that he's going to be flash headbutt pulving as much as he likes. By as much as he likes, I just mean a little bit more than normal. Imp, though, is able to hold on at least.
Yeah, very patient play there by Imp. Of course, Rocket Jump does get cancelled, so waited for Ella to throw that one out.
But Ella and Martin able to at least push this one up. They do have a little bit of health left on this turret before they take that one down. And wave clear a little bit too easy for Imp. Oh, PWL going for the, I believe, pole flash. Yeah, but didn't quite get it. A little bit sad. Would have been a cool play, though.
It is a very nice play. Leaves absolutely no room for counterplay, by the way. That is instant if you're able to pull it off. But instead, BYL, a little bit of a fat finger. And as I said, Wayless, he just wants to farm.
Oh, those puppies will get to be farmed again this time around. Also discovering that these minions were going to take his other minions. He can't have that. LGD going to be able to take at least this Rift Herald as well. So Myron going to pick that one up. And as far as pushing power is concerned, Morgana with the Rift Herald, pretty strong in that department.
But needs to be careful that he doesn't get caught out here. You can see the Wolf Spirit is available, and he must know that means that there is a Rek'Sai on the bottom part of the jungle. No one here to help him right now, so probably should get the heck out of dodge. Although he's reasonably strong. 19 minutes into the game, that's a lane swapped on Morgana that has the same amount of CS as everyone else on the map.
Pretty much. Flandre as well sitting 50 CS behind. We're going to compare them. Myron as well having that Rod of Ages, 3, 2, and 3. So he's had a fair bit of money, not to mention just the all of the CS that he's managed to accrue. That's 2 items. He's more than happy to scale from this point on.
Ooh, Imp goes for the satchel and takes a Q to the face.
Another ultimate.
Yeah, it's relatively low cooldown.
Yeah, Martin having a little bit of respect here though. Imp goes down to about half health. One thing that's really deceptive now is the fact that since you build the stacks on your explosive shot so quickly with
Tristana, it's got a heck of a lot of burst damage.
Yeah, it certainly does, especially if it jumps on you when you have it on.
Yeah.
See if he's able to make that work, although now, finally, bottom lane turret is well and truly under siege. Imp cancels her back. Going to pick up some more farm for himself. Has actually fallen quite far behind. Actually, only 10 CS, I lied. Ignore me.
Yeah, not too bad. Zizialo going to find his way back into his jungle towards the top side. Baron now available, but probably not going to be attempted. As we have 5,000 gold, the lead for LGD. Trying to find their way back into this series. They, of course, need to win back-to-back games from this point on if they want to take this best of 3 to grab the 1 point that is up for grabs. Snake only need to win this game in order to take the point and send LGD home with nothing.
So you can see LGD this time, much more of a good fight. Being put up. Have taken all the outers, so the game has slowed a little bit. As top laners swap into bottom lane, Baron might actually be a little bit more of a priority than we think, Atlas. It's been a while since we've seen a Cassiopeia in a game.
That's
but
true.
If my memory serves me correctly, does it quite quickly.
She does damage very, very quickly, Spawn. That is entirely correct.
Myron looking for Flandre on the bottom side of the map. Here he goes.
They're going to find him. There's the Frost Queen's claim. Flandre unable to move anywhere. PYL's around. The ultimate comes out. Flandre doing his very best to try and stay alive. He's going to do so for a while, but Amy's going to lock that one down. Tank finds his way in, though. Amy in trouble. He's going to try and get out. Tank just going to use that E in order to get a bit more damage and lock down that kill.
In the end, Snake back away. I thought they were actually going to go to face check that brush. Cassiopeia was waiting very patiently. Teleport actually burnt top lane, and Myron gets cancelled. That is so greedy out of LGD.
Really sloppy as well. Marin, obviously.
Now he's cut off.
Yeah, Martin's going to find his way over there. Marin does have his flash. He may have to use it here as well. Just destroyed. The ultimate comes out from Tank, and that's enough.
That is... I'm going to... Wow. Unforgivable. Not burning the flash when he has to. Cheats through the jungle when the rest of his team's backed off. Teleports in full vision of the enemy team. That is a commodity of errors.
A comedy of errors, one could say. Pretty ridiculous, and that's going to give Snake an opportunity to go towards this dragon. LGD doing okay as far as picking that objective up over and over again, but extra 6% stats is going to help out this Snake lineup. Tank going to go back, doesn't have a whole lot of mana.
That would have also been a third dragon at 22 minutes, which is fairly high. Instead, they start off the Baron without their top laner, who doesn't have teleport, and Amy has just got chunked to half health, so turns out that wasn't the best call.
Yep, that's a struggle. Of course, Flandre does have his teleport available. Tanks is now on cooldown as well as Marin. Synced up just a little bit there. Of course, we do have the Mirror Mana transform for Martin. He's got himself cheeky little Vampiric Scepter, probably going towards that Blade of the Ruined King for even more card ability.
Has to be.
Yeah.
QSS. Merc Scimitar has to be the first. Just a Morgana, as well as a Cassiopeia. You would be a very brave man to build a Blade of the Ruined King third item against this team.
Have you seen Martin play? Yeah, so it probably will be a Mercurial Scimitar. Marin is going to clear out this minion wave sheepishly after that last series of events. Now going towards the Zhonya's Hourglass. Going to be a very important item for this Morgana if they want to use it to do any sort of initiation.
See, I used to do this all the time with Marin as well, and I gave up. Because he builds death caps in situations where death caps shouldn't be there.
Ah, right.
So I'm hoping it is a Zhonya's. I'm with you, Atlas, on this one. It would definitely be a good item pickup, but...
I'll put him in the Darien pile.
Yeah.
You know, just players that you just never want to predict on.
Yeah.
Because then they'll build Morellonomicon and Sivana. Still frustrating stuff. 5-7 though is the score at the moment, as Snake have found their way slightly back.
Didn't you kill Banamune on Aatrox as well?
You did do that. I think it might have even been worse. I think it may have been a Seraph's Embrace or an Archangel's Staff. But you can't deny it's entertaining. Though, continuing to farm this one out, LGD most definitely still ahead this game. 5,000 gold, approximately the lead in their favor, but it's been stagnant for quite some time. About 10 minutes that it's been about that much of a lead. Maybe going to be able to clear out all of the vision around this Baron, but Rift Scuttler still there, providing Snake with some idea of what's going on.
Marin about to have his teleport back available, so has maybe made up for the little bit of a error. Still 2 levels above Flandre, and you can see that they want to try and pressure this bottom side of the map.
Zizian not going to get tagged by that Sonic Wave. He tries to take that ward, almost gets it there as well, as Preyseek is going to find him. Flandre is still going to go back, actually cancels it here, noticing that LGD are on the bottom side of the map. POA are going to discover him. Imp going to clear out some vision. Oh man, everyone's just dancing around each other, Spawn.
Yeah, they certainly are. They secure some more farm on the bottom side of the map. That's now out to a 70 CS lead for the Morgana. It's going to be nearly 3 levels as well, looking at the experience.
It's really quite silly. Flandre going to be tested. We mentioned his ability to play low econ. Well, this is some low econ in comparison to his lane opponent. But I guess it's generally in a situation where both the top laners.
And it
are in
was
the
the
same
Zhonya's
situation.
Hourglass, so
Thank goodness.
LGD fans everywhere
Rejoice.
breathe a sigh of relief. Still haven't correctly swept out this area. You see they're putting a lot of onus on the Baron. Now that teleport's back available, probably a more realistic goal.
Well, Dark Binding going to be thrown out for Marin just to try and trap anyone who was trying to back.
4,000 gold up. Wow, that's not low econ. That's digging a hole.
It's ridiculous. He's the richest man on the map, Spawn. Definitely capable right now. And only going to get richer and richer by the looks of things. LGD are going to start off this Baron one more time.
They're
Scrying
still
are available.
No, they're still in vision of the ward. Imp was on top of it. Scrying Orb comes out now. Imp very low. Amy very low. Everyone coming in. This is bad news for LGD.
Yeah, the claw comes down, the kick immediately. True Shot Barrage is there, but they do manage to secure the Baron. Tank now finds himself in an uncomfortable position, but Flandre, he's going to find his way in. LGD are doing the very best to get out. Everyone over the wall. It's only Wayless that's going to get taken off at this point. Over the side. Oh, Zhonya's used interestingly there by Tank. Confused me a lot. But Marin now just trying to walk away.
Wow.
Flashes forward. There's the Zhonyas as well. Everyone's melting. Across the wall is him. Jumps on top. Double kill already. ZZR. He's going to get Goomba stomped. Another couple of autos from Imp, and he locks down the triple kill. Flandre himself is running away. But LGD turned it around beautifully, and they've now got a Baron.
And this is why we were excited to see LGD when they picked up Marin. That is the combination we were waiting for. Marin goes in aggressively. Imp cleans up. And LGD are going to break the base.
Yeah, looking so good while they do it as well. Tank, he does have a bit of wave clear as Flandre is trying his very best just to make people... Oh my goodness, the ultimate's down here from Tank as well. He's trying his very best to get out. Going to do so with the flash. Amy kicks him in the head, and that's going to cause his death. And LGD, after a decent try there from Snake, are going to now be able to break the base, most definitely.
Yeah, but maybe, just maybe, some of the Death Counters will come in. Martin is back up in 2 seconds. The chase is very real between a Blue Ezreal and a Trundle. Instead, the back pinks come out. Everyone will retreat. Maybe grab a Dragon on the way out for their trouble.
And a red buff.
And 5-0 on 1 now. Let's take another look at this. So it all starts actually with Wayless's ulti because it just stopped the team for enough. You see, the black, he was worried about the pull. And they knew as soon as Alessandra wasn't there, Marin just flashes straight back in when he hits Martin with that bind.
Everyone's on the full as well as the ultimate. That's ridiculous.
Great headbutt pole out of PYL. Credit to that man as well. But realistically, that's just brave shot calling. And it paid off so well.
Well, third Dragon gets picked up off the back of it as well. So Baron and Dragon for LGD, and they've taken the inhibitor in the mid lane. That has scored them a 10,000 gold lead.
And it was Blade of the Ruined King. All of a sudden, Martin looks at that last team fight. He's like, what would have been if I had a QSS and I could have got rid of that first binding?
Yeah, well, not sure, Spawn, but I think it probably would have been a good idea. Instead, he's decided to go for a Last Whisper.
Anyone knows the importance of that item. They used to run QSS on Crystal and double Mikhails.
Yeah, Mikhails, yeah.
So Snake, you should know, very good third item right now.
Mm-hmm. It's a very good everyone item. Just always build that item. Even more Siege, but look at Imp. He's just so huge right now. He's got the Bloodthirster, sorry, so even has that little bit of extra shield. The lifesteal there available. This inhibitor turret just did not last. Amy now playing so far up, but Marin, he's the one that you got to worry about. Black Shield's still available as well to go on anyone, and this is an AP Morgana. She's got a heck of a lot of use for that Black Shield. Dark Binding thrown out casually. As Imp's just continuing to do more damage, but that's an inhibitor for free. Baron's worn off.
But still good presence around the map. They're going to rotate, try and cut off this minion wave, see if they can grab another one. A Luden's Echo picked up for Wayless. Interesting.
A lot of damage.
Decision. Tank, need to be careful, mate.
Yeah. Nice Zonyas, stops the headbutt pole. True Shot Barrage not going to find anyone as the Frozen Tomb comes out onto Tank himself. Oh my goodness, Wayless flashing forward with the ultimate. So much damage from LGD. Imp flashing forward one more time. This is the guy we're expecting here in the LPL for this split. Dancing forward, hasn't died yet. Flandre has to be careful, has to headbutt a minion out of the way. And Imp is now taking down base turrets. This Tristana is massive at this stage of the game. And LGD now, they're going to storm through. We're going through a game number 3. LGD have found out exactly what to do. PYL flash headbutt pole. ZZR gets thrown back into the team, but he's still pretty tanky, guys. You have to be a little bit careful there. But Nexus turret number 2 falls down. Nexus to follow. And we are going to game number 3. LGD taking down Snake in the second game after what was an abysmal showing first up. We have to say it.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't. You have to say, from the start of this game, LGD look a much better place. They responded to the lane swap in a much better faction, sent all 3 members top lane. Went a little bit of topsy-turvy from there because Wayless wasn't really respecting Tank in the mid lane, but that secured them so much farm on Marin. Flandre had to burn the teleport, wasn't able to CS to the same degree because he's very melee.
Yeah.
And in the end, that was really what the key to victory was. Marin just continued to build up this CS lead. And maybe that's a thing that Morgana does better than Yorick.
I was going to say, I'd written it down on my sheet of paper. I should have just played Yorick just so that I know exactly what to say at the end of the game. But LGD surprising us. This team comp that a little bit unorthodox originally is what we thought, but in the end played fantastically well. And look, it's all about Marin, all about that flashback in, soul shackles on every single person, just obliterating a whole group on his own.
And the follow-up that came out, Imp, no hesitation, over the wall, jumped in. Martin, man, you really have to be able to pick up that QSS. Honestly, that is a very small thing. But when you get bound up inside a group of 4 people and there's no way you can get out, you saw just how much devastation came across from that point. So, you know, Snake, they still did some things well. They were still able to get farm onto their primary carries. Tank in the mid lane still looks really good. He got caught out at the end there, but the game was already pretty much over.
Yeah, well, the early game that they played, I mean, that first gank on Wayless was fantastic, and then soloing out Marin in the top lane. Of course, not soloing, singling him out in the top lane with 4 people, getting that dive to work quite nicely. Everything seemed to be working there for Snake, but then...
Bottom lane turret dive. You know, they tried it one too many times. This time, Marin played it perfectly, and that's always a danger when you dive world-class players.
With black shields.
We used to say it with going in the top lane. Like, just don't dive the man. Just, like, leave him alone. Let him farm in peace. I'm going to say it about Marin. Like, once, you got away with it. You built a lead off it, in fact. Don't dive him an extra 2 times to see if you can make it work.
Yeah, it's like poking the bear, guys. Just you don't poke the bear. That's the thing. So Marin, in this case, is in fact the bear. But of course, we do now have the deciding game in LGD. If they can play that style of League of Legends one more time, make it work, then things are looking great. But is this sort of team comp that they've built up for themselves, is that sort of like a one-trick type move, or have they got heaps more?
I think the team comp's fine. Like, honestly, it was how they played the early game. The fact that they were able to secure the solo farm, the solo experience, and then they use that to push down turrets. So I like the Tristana in that situation. I like the fact that this time they actually committed to not going for the weird lane swap. They were just like, straight away, send him there level 1. PYL was there before anyone else was, like sitting on the back of the ward. Amy did 3 camps on the top of his jungle, ran straight away top lane. Yeah. They had every single person top that they needed to. And when you've got an Alistar, you've got a Morgana, that becomes an undivable lane. Pulverized Black Shield, just not a good combo to go in on.
Yeah, you're not going to do that. And look, it worked out fantastically well. If only they'd learned it a little bit earlier than this, but finally they have, and we'll see whether they can continue to make it work as we go into the next game. And of course, the next game's coming up as well. I mean, this is a very important one for them to win because we put Snake relatively high up in these standings as far as predictions are concerned. They always sort of stick around the upper side of the middle. But this is the beautiful team fight here as Imp just goes Goomba stomping on everyone. ZZR going to fall down as well. And the triple kill comes in. And now, I mean, Tank, there's not a lot you can do. He did get caught out, like you said. It's just really nice play from LGD.
Yeah, it actually wasn't that horrible from Tank. He got his ultimate off on 2 people, got like 3 people available. It was just that there was too little, too late. And you can see Imp just so aggressive, running into the base. For me, very good in that game.
Yeah, definitely played fantastically well. And we'll have to see whether they can have a repeat performance of that one as we move on to game number 3.
Yeah, and you know, you have to look at what Snake do to adapt now. Poppy top lane didn't work, was forced off too much farm. Lane swap didn't work this time because of the good response. Do they just go back to standard lanes and see if Flandre can do tomorrow what he did in game 1?
Yeah, exactly right. And is it going to be the Poppy that he's going to choose? Maybe he's going to choose a different champion here. Of course, Poppy probably wasn't the problem. It's just managing to get the farm onto him and have him be that force. But we'll see whether he can. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a short break. When we get back, the deciding game between Snake and LGD. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I am Max Alexander. This is Jake Spawn Tiberian. That is one epic way to get into this game number 3 between Snake and LGD.
And the top Morgana comes up with the MVP.
Oh, yeah.
Don't blame him.
He's used to the MVP, though.
What
Let's
a
be honest.
game, actually. 93% kill participation. That is absolutely massive as a top laner.
Yeah, and he was so far ahead of Flandre as
And
well.
the other thing is, it's not because his team is focusing him. It's because the other team was focusing him so much that no one else was getting killed around the map. So credit to Myron. Made the top Morgana work against the man that invented the top Morgana.
Yeah, exactly. And it wasn't necessarily, yeah, exactly right. So LGD wasn't focusing money on Myron. It was Snake that was focusing money on Myron.
Yeah, and I was looking at the victory or nothing that we get in the intro, and that, I know it's the LPL slogan for this year, but it may as well be LGD's slogan as well. They've gone out, they've grabbed a new jungler, a new top laner. This is their first victory. They had a whole lot of nothing against Xiaogu. So interested to see if they can now, moving into this third game, pressure is on to get out of this weekend 1-1. And that game looked much more promising.
It most certainly did, and they're going to need a repeat performance. Of course, they have the momentum on their side, but they don't have the red side on their side this time around because, of course, that happens twice in a row. Or was it the blue side? But, both of the teams have won on the same side this time, and now LGD is going to have to mix it up.
Yeah, they certainly are. And, I think the biggest point is that get the lane swap right. If they swap on you, get PYL into that top lane. Get Amy into the top lane. If they don't swap on you, PYL is unlocked to roam. Myron has a 1v1 lane against Flandre, and I'm expecting fireworks to happen.
Yeah, I really want that.
I really want Snake to pull the trigger on it because, that is a very easy counter to the lane swap. And if Flandre is going to play a melee character, especially against something like a Tristana, it's very hard to bully Trist in lane. So we've already seen that LGD have the answer now. They've executed on it once. Time for Snake to respect that. Try and throw them a different curveball.
Yeah, well, Snake have been known for being able to throw these curveballs in the early stages of the game. And, of course, they have been these sort of pioneers as far as getting different strategies out, especially in the LPL. Tried out different things, brought in completely different champions. Of course, we've mentioned the Morgana already, and Flandre has played that one to great effect and started things off. And we'll see whether they have more up their sleeve. I have a feeling that they probably do.
Do you know what else Snake pioneered? Being able to win games despite bad drafts. And banning Rumble is not a good draft, Snake. I'm going to throw it out there. You want Myron on Rumble on this patch.
Yeah.
Morgana had way more impact, and that is an unconventional top lane, let alone if you start giving this guy a juggernaut up there. So certainly think that right now the Rumble ban, just put it back in the cupboard for a little bit, see if he brings it back out. Because my gut feeling is that Myron won't even play it, so you don't need to ban it.
No, exactly. And I thought that Myron probably wasn't going to play it last game either. They needed to change something. They certainly did in the Cassiopeia-Morgana type combination, and it worked out fantastically, especially after that failed dive in the bottom lane that really got things going there for LGD. Hopefully they don't have to wait that long and wait for Snake to make a mistake as opposed to really making the proactive plays themselves.
Yeah, and that's the other person I want to shout out as well. He had a much better performance. You know, that Cassiopeia ult was massive. He ended up going down first in that team fight, but he nailed 3 members and set up the rest of that for his team to clean up in the around the Baron fight as well. Nailed a huge Cassiopeia ult, made sure that the rest of his team got over the wall. They could reposition, and then they went in for that re-engage because he pretty much solo-handedly chunked out Tank the mid laner with a, fantastic ultimate. So, really excited to see Wayless. It wasn't a classy Wayless game where he was just up like 70 CS on an Orianna running circles around people. He got caught out early in the game, so there's certainly still holes in what he's doing, but much better performance out of the mid laner of LGD.
Yeah, very much looked good. And I want to shout him out again in that Baron pit because if he hadn't have landed that, Myron wouldn't have been able to survive, and that could have been a complete turnaround in favor of Snake. They could have even possibly got the Baron after that as well. So massive props to Wayless there on that Cassiopeia in the mid lane, and we'll see whether he can continue to make a dominating performance. But what I want to come back to is the fact that that's not a Varus. Stop picking that champion and start picking these unconventional mid laners that he's always been known for. Every single game you go into, you're supposed to not know what Wayless is going to play, and when he does play it, he's going to play it to perfection. That is generally what we expect from this guy in the mid lane.
Yeah, it certainly is. The Orianna, we talk about it a lot. He used to go Luden's Echo, movement speed heavily.
Liandry's,
into the early game. Throw in Liandry's. He had some weird builds there. He also came like he would go Diana, go Doran's ring double pot when everyone used to start Flask on to take your W level 1, walk into the lane, shove it out, get your second Doran's, come back to the lane and just bully you out with a teleport. This was a guy that was very, very revolutionary in the mid lane, and want to see him get back to somewhere similar.
Well, we'll see whether he can. We are into Champion Select, ladies and gentlemen. LGD back on the blue side this time around. The side that they lost on last time. We'll see whether they are going to be able to pick up the victory, and Misfortune immediately removed. That makes a heck of a lot of sense. Martin did a whole lot of work in game number 1. Didn't even die. 10 kills in a row, something like that. Definitely not worth letting him have. And Rise is going to leave, as Snake don't want to deal with that one. But so far, not a whole lot of targeting. Just power picks. And Fiora is going to leave. So LGD respecting Flandre here. Don't want to get that one last picked on them once more.
Yeah, too much of a strong duelist there out of Flandre, so completely understand why they want to get rid of that. No solo kills going down from the Poppy this game. And Poppy's someone that even if she gets you one-on-one, it kind of takes her a while to take you out.
Yep.
More of the consistent chase style, and we saw that EasyHoom was punishing that a lot by rotating top when Vici was playing, so you can certainly get there in time. Fiora takes all of about 3 seconds to clean you up, and it is another Rumble ban.
Okay. So Snake going to take away the Rumble one more time.
They're not even next to each other in the Chinese client, so I can't even blame that.
No, it's well, Rumble and Rise are pretty close.
No, that's English.
Oh, yeah, okay, that's what you meant. Got it. Sad times. Well, look, it happened again, Spawn. We'll see whether, you know, Snake are actually banning in favor of LGD or whether they have a different plan in mind. Lulu going to be taken away, of course, one of Snake's definite favorites. More often when Barker was on the team, and of course you as well. But Tank undoubtedly can play it, and Flandre, of course, plays that champion. Gangplank going to be the final ban, makes a heck of a lot of sense there. But Graves, a consideration. Alistair is, of course, still there. They managed to get past the Trundle pick last time around, but Tristana, heck of a lot of priority put onto that particular pick for Imp.
Well, it gives absolutely nothing away, and Imp loves playing it, so do not blame him whatsoever for going back to that one. As we said, Ali and Trundle seem to be very interchangeable at the moment, not to mention the fact that PYL plays a fantastic Braum.
Or Thresh. He plays a heck of a lot of anything. Azizi are going to take away the Rek'Sai one more time. Flandre does have the Alistair there. We'll see, LGD, a lot of options now for them. Shen the hover for Wailers. Very interesting. Of course, Amy can feel free to go back to the Lee Sin if he wants to. He's hovering that one right now. See whether he decides to grab that. All that early aggression was definitely working out for them. Of course, Kindred there. Graves still there as well. But he's going to lock away the Lee Sin. Lee Sin versus Rek'Sai going to happen one more time. And we saw it banned in game number 1 by LGD. And Amy's found success. And the Shen is actually going to be locked away. So a flex pick towards the top lane and the support role. PYL could play that one, or Marin could grab it if he wanted to.
The reason I love Shen on LGD right now is that if PYL takes it, you can no longer dive Marin. The shield at level 6 is just so strong.
Yeah.
The taunt in the lane swap situation is really strong because you can just clean everyone up off it, and it also means you can't time your turret dive well because as soon as PYL pulls the trigger on the taunt,
yeah, it's up to PYL. He decides.
Turret starts hitting it, so don't mind that adaptation whatsoever.
Well, Tank having a look at a Poppy one more time. And they might be expecting the Shen in the top lane, might be the response, but Quinn is also available. We haven't seen a Quinn lose yet, and it's going to be locked in. Tank could play it, Flandre could play it as well. Martin considering the Corki.
This might be the dreaded triple AD carry comp.
With a heck of a lot of knockups to boot. On the other side. Lissandra is still available, of course.
Marin, a very good Lissandra player.
Pretty sure I could just name any champion, and Marin would probably be good at it. To be honest. That being said, doesn't make it any less correct, as Wayless is considering going back to the Cassiopeia. Snake Lady one more time. He's got, look, there's the shadow of a smile on that man's face, and it's been a long time since I've seen one of them. Not anymore, back to a smirk, we've got it. Alawi once again being thought of here by PYL, and look, if he locks this away, I have a feeling it's not the top laner. Tentacles in the bottom lane, man.
That sounds horrible.
That's what it's about. Morgana, though.
Morgana Shen. Never thought I'd say that's a flex to be feared.
And Morgana flexing everywhere as well, but Cassiopeia probably going to be going into the mid lane this time around. But you're right, Shen Morgana can go whichever which way. Snake have to try and predict it to grab their next pick and their final pick to round out this team comp. Will it be the dreaded multi-AD? They could put Tank in the top lane with that Quinn, grab an Ezreal. Oh, sorry, Flandre in the top lane with the Quinn. Grab an Ezreal for Tank if they want to, but LeBlanc, that'd work out as well. A little bit more bully potential onto the Cassiopeia maybe, but still could be difficult.
Still a very scary matchup, honestly, for LeBlanc, because if Cassio ever lives on any health, she has the movement speed to be able to chase you down for days.
I also like the pickup of Morgana alongside Cassiopeia, just because Morgana would be a great counter to Cassiopeia in the mid lane. Just walk at her with a black shield, and you'd feel okay. But as it stands, not going to be able to do that because, of course, sitting in the hands of PYL at the moment. But locked in is that LeBlanc.
And it is going to be Myron on it one more time.
Yeah, PYL opting to go in for that Shen. So like you said, definitely going to help out as far as that early game is concerned, denying any of those dives. Of course, PYL has a habit of not reaching level 6 very quickly. So that portion of the benefit may not necessarily be there.
Oh, the first dive you won't be there. The second dive you won't be there. But that third one that went pear-shaped in the bottom lane, Myron wouldn't have died if he had a Shen support.
That's true. That is true. We'll see whether they're going to be able to make it work. Of course, Quinn versus Morgana this time around. Flandre might find it a little bit easier to grab some farms. ZZR and Amy going to take the same champions, and Tank going to try out the LeBlanc this time into the Cassiopeia. Bottom lanes of the Shen Tristana versus the Corki Alistair.
And a much similar top laner this time for Flandre. Should be able to bully Myron if he's able to dodge out of that Dark Binding. So looking forward to seeing whether ZZR gets into that top lane, tries to impact the matchup early.
Yeah, we'll see whether he can actually do that as well on this Rek'Sai. Last time he was sort of beating around the map just a little bit as Amy, a little bit more sneaky on that champion. And what I want to know is whether we're going to actually get the lane swap or whether we're going to have standard lanes here, whether we're going to have the Corki want to opt in for a little bit more early game poke pressure with that Corki. You can do a little bit of bullying potentially. But we'll see what happens as we hop onto the Rift. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are onto the Rift for LGD taking on Snake, the deciding game, where LGD try to find their first point of the season. Definitely a team in shambles moving into this after Worlds, but were so dominant domestically beforehand. We'll see whether they can prove themselves here as LGD moving as a four-man squad. Oh, don't manage to take down the ward as ZZR is able to scout out that area. Sonic Wave going to miss as well as Tank able to get through, get some vision down. Ella going to do the same.
And we see this time LGD definitely want to be able to spot if there is a lane swap so they can react to it accordingly. Everyone kind of recalling right now. And Ella has been spotted on the exit from the jungle. And it looks like this time LGD want to swap the lanes.
Very interesting. No.
No, they do. Why else would Shen be walking bot?
That's true.
He's going back top. Amy, where are you going? People, make up your mind.
Okay. I'm perplexed. Deep Vision, though, has gone down for both sides, and we'll see how it shakes out. Of course, Flandre hanging around here towards the Raptor camp.
So walking up with your minion wave means that there's no way someone can know if you're lane swapping. So if they do find it out, it means it's a pure guess. As you can see, Flandre will now probably figure it out because no one started the buff, and he's going to take the little Sentinel away.
Yeah. But he's been pinged out, of course, discovered by LGD. And of course, they stopped just a little bit there.
And this time it's good because LGD know that the jungler on the side of Snake started solo and on the bottom side of the map. So there's very little chance that a gank will be successfully played on the bottom half of the map. Myron just has to drop his pull, play very safely back. You can see both junglers leaving their major buff because it takes a long time to do. And instead, it's going to be a lane swap with Alistair supporting Quinn.
Interesting. Well, of course, you can do that. Corki solo lanes just fine. ZZ are going to be able to give away some experience to Flandre as well.
PYL has just completed a recall. Coming back into the lane, he has a pink ward. See where this is going to be placed. Because that's a lot of pressure now on Imp. Support will be joining Flandre quite soon.
Yeah, the two CC bots moving into this lane. Flandre more than happy. That being said, Marin's already got 11 CS, feeling very, very good. Cannon creep lockdown. Flandre, how did that miss? That looked very, very close. Why not going to come in? Ella giving that one away, but you can see, yeah, it's a bit of a lane swap. Quincy AD carry this time around, played by the top lane.
Three-man gank this time in the mid lane. Tank goes in. He's going to get caught.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, that flash
He
was...
failed the flash taunt.
Oh, really? Is that what it was?
Yeah.
I thought it was Tank managing to flash out away in
It
time.
was not close enough. Didn't let enough of the taunt go.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Well, Marin going to take a lot of damage from Martin. Marin versus Martin. Like it a lot. Very confusing. Imp going to use the rocket jump just to try and get away from Ella.
Yeah, Ella walked up level 1, got level 2 as Flandre killed one, and Imp immediately had to rocket jump out of there.
Well, it makes a bit of sense here. But definitely better news here for Flandre at the start of this game. If any change has happened, it's the fact that Flandre has found more than 6 CS before 10 minutes. Very, very good. Marin low on mana now as Martin's just going to jump on top of him.
Yeah, we saw Marin do this last time, and he actually just recalled, bought another couple, bought his gold generation item, then came back into lane. See if that is a similar story today.
You can see now it's just got upside down laning. It's a top laner here instead, but normally you'd be like, oh, it's a Maokai. So this is going to be very weird, but no, it's just basically an AD carry. So more than fine, standard sort of laning. Just a little bit upside down. Bolt's going to come in. POL probably could have taunted that. That would have been so well timed.
Probably would have been under turret.
Yeah, looks like Flandre is going to utilize that bomb just to try and help the wave push towards his turret. Marin getting in here is actually very aggressive with the way that he farms here as Martin. Pushing the wave up. He's actually going to head back to base off that one as well. We'll see where he decides to go. Currently,
Imp actually changed skins. That's really rare for people to do that. Generally, when you play a champion, you play with one skin.
yeah.
For example, I am now Boxer Lee Sin for life.
Yep.
But yeah, in between games, he's changed skins.
Very interesting. We'll have to head back up to it because I haven't actually seen which one he's using.
Go Dragon Trainer.
Oh, I swear he was that one last game. I don't know.
He wasn't.
I'm afraid he was. Thunderlords is going to go off. Valkyrie comes down and the Dark Binding's going to miss. Amy searching for a Sonic Wave. Not going to find it. Martin playing very far back. Understands that things could get a bit dicey with his Valkyrie on cooldown and not a whole lot of mana. In the meantime, Flandre just farming along with him. Keeping up quite nicely.
In fact, this has resulted in a bit of a gold lead for Snake. Because Corki farming much more successfully than the Tristana at this stage of the game.
Or more successfully than the Morgana. No, wait, who's even?
So
I don't know where that extra. Hang on, LGD is caught up.
Yeah, no, Corki went back. He's not in the lane. You can't get farm when you're not in the lane, but
That's
he should
true.
pick it up on this creep wave.
And they'll possibly find their way back up again. So Sheen was picked up by Martin. Does have some boots as well, so not going to be as frightened of the potential Lee Sin ganks. Snake now just waiting for this wave to turn up as well, as Tank has been pretty calm and collected here in this lane so far. 5 CS down, but waves equalizing. You can see Wayless moving through here, but Things are going to get scary. Level 6 has been hit now for the Cassiopeia.
As well as for Myron, you could see straight away he walked at Martin.
Yeah, he's still going too, looking to try and threaten with that Dark Binding. Now just standing in amongst his minions.
Because, of course, Spell Vamp on that passive. Yeah. So, doesn't really matter.
That looked like Tank was just waiting for the Petrifying Gaze to come out. Not going to be used.
Oh, Myron wants this so bad.
Oh, misprediction on the Juke, and that's a lot of damage back for Martin.
Honestly, it doesn't matter. Pull is just such a good tool for getting health back. See?
Do you remember? They actually halved that passive.
Yeah, I know.
Sure. That was pretty silly.
They actually ping out Imp now. He pushes one away. Going to be ganked by ZZR. Needs to flash first.
Oh, he's waiting for the knock up there as well. Is going to be able to get the rocket jump off as Flandre flashes forward. Gets the blind
Still
down as well.
him.
There's another flash. Oh, ZZR looks for it. Is he going to be able to make it? Oh, Imp with the juke away. He's waiting for the rocket jump to come back up. Prey Seeker's going to miss. He's heading back towards Flandre, looking to try and answer it.
He's got ZZR.
Where are you going, buddy? Okay, thought he was going to be able to get out. I would have thought going down to be a better idea. There was no one coming, but I guess he didn't know that.
Yeah, he certainly didn't. There's 3 people in the mid lane in the meanwhile, so that's a 1-for-1 trade. Pretty much same summoner spells burnt. And LGD gets some map presence. Will now back away because they see Ella sneaking in.
Ella finding his way around.
And in the terms of things, trading a kill on your jungler for a kill on the AD carry, that's pretty big advantage for LGD right there.
Oh, most definitely. Not going to say so in the goal, but of course that means sort of nothing right now. No turrets have fallen down. This is the type of League of Legends that LGD really want to play. They managed to get their standard lanes this time around, or as close to standard as you'd like. This Tank's going to make his way back almost towards that Abyssal Scepter, Null Magic Mantle, and that Blasting One now in his back pocket.
And now that PYL is close to that level 6 mark, they feel comfortable putting Myron back in a top lane situation. Also has his teleport back available in a second, so that's a very good swap coming out there for LGD. Quinn also gets really threatening at about this stage of the game against AD carries because of the blind.
Yes. So against anyone, being blind is just really frustrating with how that spell works now.
And we called it like it's not a blind anymore. What is it? Like it's a denial, a vision denial or something.
Yeah, I think it's a paranoia.
So like the old blind was that you could no longer land auto attacks, and people were like, "That's pretty strong." So we were like, "All right, we agree. That's a strong mechanic." So what we're going to do is we're just going to take all the vision off your screen. You can still no longer hit auto attacks, but it's for a completely different reason.
Yeah, you can now not see anyone coming in for a gank either. It's very, very sad. Pink Ward being defended here by
wants
LGD.
to defend it.
Yeah. Or start a fight. Not sure which. Level 6 has been hit by him, of course, so Unbreakable Will not going to be there yet for Ella, who's still level 5. Wants to grab another couple of minions or so. Get himself towards that. Tank going aggressive. Chain's not going to land, so he distorts back. Whalers just happy to tank that one up for now. Has a Null Magic Mantle sitting there. He's more than happy this stage of the game. Not at that point where he's going to be bursting anyone out. He's playing very patient in the mid lane.
And Flandre getting forced off his turret by this Morgana.
Why doesn't he just stand in the pool for a second? Get turret aggro. Interesting.
Then Flandre ultimately dies. He has no flash. Myron ultimately died.
Well, it's definitely happened so far. Myron's just going to push him completely away.
Remember,
from
there's a
full
Shen
wave.
ultimate.
Yeah, and there was
No
also
way
a Lee Sin.
Quinn wins that.
Oh man, Thunderlords. Ugh. Oppressive. 82 to 99 now is how it shakes up there in the top lane. 17 CS going to be the lead.
Myron seems to have been taking that 1v1 in game 1 pretty personally because they were dead even when he rotated back up into that lane. He just built himself a 20 CS advantage out of nowhere.
It's just all of a sudden this Morgana Lord. There's an imp for PYL. Oh man, yeah, PYL, why? Why'd you hit that? Oh. Ella and Martin. Now just going to shove forward on this wave. Not quite towards the Trinity Force yet for Martin. There's that phage component.
Spooky Ghost completed.
Oh man, that's where things get dicey. OEL hasn't really done so much this game. Made his way into the mid lane just a little bit to put some pressure onto Tank, but other than that, not really found himself doing too much. But the reactionary play out of Shen is what they want. Protecting Marin there in the top lane, who's just, ever since moving over to the LPL, it seems like he's had a target painted onto his forehead.
Yeah, because he does things like this. Walks through a turret. Takes 2 turret shots. Quinn's on the way.
Yeah, well, there's the ultimate. Dodges out of the way of the Dark Binding. The knockup comes in. POL
Wow.
able to get the double stun as Tank comes in as well, but POL is so dead. Flandre picks up that kill, grabs the second for Snake.
So once again, why use the bind? Just hold on to it. Allow the Quinn to fly into you. Use your ultimate. As soon as you miss that, you no longer have any presence.
Oh, chain lands. The Ignite's down here. Ella's going to find his way in. There's the flash forward into the Pulverize. Unbreakable Will's there. The Exhaust is down, and Ella picks up the kill onto Wayless in the mid lane. And Snake, they're doing game 1 again.
Yeah, they certainly are. Accelerate the tempo of the game. Able to pick up a couple of quick kills. They will lose a turret in the top lane at least for it. But definitely worth.
Well, Marin looking for a binding. Doesn't find it that time. Black Shield is down. Blind going to come in as Flandre at least gets him away from his turret for now. Amy's here.
But so is ZZR.
There's some pressure here on the top side. But when the puddle just destroys minions that oh, he's going to have to watch that die. That's so hard. Cannon creeps now. Cannon creeps. Very sad. 20 CS though the lead. Marin's still definitely in a commanding position, but 1-0-1 now for the Quinn. And Flandre hadn't been back for a very long time. He can probably pick up a Ghost Blade on this next back, and you were singing the praises of this item as far as a one-item power spike is concerned all last game, and he now has it in his back pocket, and we'll see whether he can utilize it to get himself some pressure around this map.
And more importantly, whether ZZR can stop Marin's back up in the top lane. Doesn't look like he's going to fire a Prey Seeker into that brush, so everyone will go back. Catalyst picked up. Marin's still so far ahead in that lane.
Oh, yeah. Trinity Force, though, completed for Martin. POL just going to dash his way over this wall. Wayless
starting to get bullied, actually.
Yeah. It is going to be the lead as far as CS is concerned for Wayless. Of course, he has never had trouble farming in his life, I don't think. But only by 1 or 2.
There is a pink ward behind Martin right now. They just walk back over it. Will not actually clear it out again.
Oh, man. Just grab it, dude. Going to get a bit of extra money there with that Scrying Orb. That will be fine. It's like you said, Frost Queen's claim completed for Marin there in the top lane, so we can scout out if anyone's going to be coming up there.
Sticking around here in the mid lane.
Dangerous
In comes
times.
Rek'Sai. I think they're banking on, once again, the Shen ultimate, but that's not going to keep you up against a Rek'Sai.
There's an Aegis.
Long.
There's an Aegis on him as well, so Wayless is even going to do less damage to Tank. He manages to get onto him. Masman to come out to try and help clear out this wave, but nice pressure to be brought down by Snake.
You see they cheated down with Marin and cheated up with Amy. Everyone was ready to rotate into that mid lane if fireworks started. Instead, Wayless, he's going to be kept there because Tank just keeps shoving into him. And in the end, he has to go back and just leave Amy underneath the turret.
Yeah, ZZR going to clear out another pink ward here as well.
He's 31 CS up.
He is.
Over Amy. Amy's definitely been playing a supportive role.
Oh, it manages to dodge out of the way of the ultimate there as the Buster Shot, I believe, comes in.
Yeah, heal and Buster Shot expanded because they know ZZR's on his way down. They need to get the heck out.
Yeah, Rocket Jump to be used in order to create some more distance, but this gives Snake a lot of room to play.
They still
in
haven't
this
cleared
bottom
that
lane.
pink ward.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
Flandre can just teleport right now, and he'll be behind him.
You mean Marin?
Oh, yeah, Marin.
Yeah, that guy. Well, Flandre could as well. Probably not onto that ward. Different one, of course. A couple of teleports available on this map, but it's not going to happen. Pulverize just going to clear out this minion wave, and you can see Snake probably trying to get a nice back timing in here for Martin. Grab a couple more items. We'll see whether he goes towards the Sorcerer's Shoes, whether the Corki build has changed just a little bit. ZZR going to get a bit of a hand by a couple of spells from Martin, but he's going to handle that himself. That is Dragon number 1 going to Snake unanswered. A bit of a solo with a couple of spells added in.
And you see Swifty Boots upgraded. right now for Whalers. So definitely going back a little bit
Swifty
further.
alacrity. This is what I'm talking about. I've always loved these boots, even when they were bad, because you go real quick. It's good news.
Gang coming in top lane for PYL. Flandre's been pinged out.
Wayless is on his way as well. They need to stop Flandre from being able to get any sort of channel off. Oh, there's the taunt flash. Marin finds his way in. Binding's going to land. Everyone else is going to arrive, but they're unnecessary. PWL is going to help out locking down that kill for Marin. They'd already taken down the turret. You can see there is an answer as Martin's picked up the package.
I just can't wait for the Corki play. Say what you will about Corki. He's pretty good at the moment, but he's always entertaining. Even when this guy's not good, I'm still probably going to play.
He's got a fun voice too. Everything about him seems to work. Oh, what?
Thunderlords.
All right, that does a bit of damage from Tank, but he may have to use the rest of his spells in order to try and clear out some minion waves. PWL takes a chain, has to use the Shadow Dash in order to get
cute,
away.
though. I like that.
Yeah.
Take the chain, Shadow Dash. No way it's going to hit.
But if he was truly aggressive, he would have just Shadow Dashed into him, locked him down, grabbed the kill, but not happening this time. Imp misses a cannon creep, that's real sad. Locked down a turret though, in favor of Snake, who pulled ahead to about 2,000 gold in the lead, mostly owing to the extra turret that they've managed to pick up here.
You can see they're pinging out the top turret straight away. Want to get some vision onto the top side of the map. Oh, Tank gets nailed.
Nailed it. Really nice. But, look, Locket of the Iron Solari has already been completed now for ZZR. This guy's had the jungle on farm completely, his whole game. And still being able to get involved in a couple of the kills, 66% good participation there. But that is a really important item against this double AP comp.
Yeah, LGD need to get Marin into that bottom lane, see if they can keep shoving Flandre in.
Tank finding his way forward as well. Spooky goes slammed. Amy going to get slowed down at the same time. Unless PWL managed to catch that one out.
The problem is, without Marin in the top lane, they can't really wave clear against all the members that they're sending up there. So this might be another turret falling down and not really much of a response.
Tank going to find his way in. Amy using his resonating strike to close the gap. But now it is a QSS in the back pocket of Flandre. Bit of extra magic resist, but more importantly, he can get out of the CC that Marin can put on him. Possibly answer back. Doesn't have to play with as much fear of the Morgana.
Or the Cassiopeia. Or the Shen.
Yeah, that's true.
As I was saying last
A lot of
game,
options.
QSS, just a really good item at the moment. Builds into a lifesteal item as well.
You should be a salesman.
For QSS.
Yeah, QSS
I would
salesman.
sell the crap out of that because it's a logical buy, Atlas.
You should talk to Mercurial about getting on their support staff or something. It's entirely thought. Who is Mercurial? I don't know whether it's a brand. Might have something to do with Mercury and their treads. Not sure. Never really made that connection myself. Amy going to be able to take down his red buff. Thank goodness there's something that we can talk about on this screen. But you can see LGD. Look at the defensive vision towards the top side of the map. That's 3 pink wards in their own jungle. Making sure that side is going to be well and truly okay. And 2,500 gold. Snake still pulling ahead, inching ahead ever so slightly as the time goes on. Martin building towards... no, what is he doing?
He's going for
Essence Reaver?
Essence Reaver.
Yeah, isn't he going to have too much CDR?
Yep, he is. Or he's going for a Ghostblade Infinity Edge.
Oh, hope so. That'd be cool. Flandre has a Ghostblade. He's probably said that it's cool.
Flandre doesn't do 50% magic damage.
Yeah, he doesn't. Still. People still insisted on building Last Whisper second item for some reason. Oh, Wimp takes a whole bunch of damage. That's only 400 health he has left. It's going to be very hard to defend this one. Amy has the Stand United on him. Marin finds his way in. Everyone's getting out of the ultimate of Marin. He's got his way through. Look at the kick from Amy as Martin comes back and says, all right, well, I've been turned into gold. As LGD picked that one up. A pause to come down.
What a kick out of Amy.
That was fantastic.
See the priority on Lee Sin. We said he's been getting out farmed, but wow, when you can do things like that in the middle of a team fight, boot the AD carry right back into the middle of your team. Certainly going to be some priority on it. And you see LGD during the pause, maybe looking a little bit happier with himself.
Yeah, you look at Amy. He's like, he was just typing something out. Yeah, that was a pretty sweet kick, wasn't it, guys? Definitely looking comfortable there. So we'll see whether we're going to be back into this game very, very soon. Of course, everything pretty much on a knife edge, right? Because after that team fight, things looking a whole lot better for LGD, but they were still behind a few thousand gold.
Yeah, they certainly were. And, even now, they still haven't got the map positioning that they want. Mid lane turrets still available. Bottom lane turrets still available. And Flandre that whole time was still pushing in bottom lane. So even though they picked up a kill, they used a lot to try and get it. And LGD's always been a team that, sure, they can team fight, but it's about how they play the map that's important. Yeah. And, right now, Snake that's the area they're beating them to, which is surprising because normally it's the other way around. Snake win team fights, LGD win map. So, Snake, they've been hammering down the turrets. They've nearly got the top lane turret down as well. That will be all 3 outers. Open up the map. Continue to secure these dragons and the Baron buff for themselves. LGD need to find a way to knock them down.
Yeah, and see whether they can actually force them into these team fights as well. Because, of course, Flandre, he has the Quinn. He has sort of the most, I was going to say quintessential, but I guess it sort of makes sense, right? Split pusher. Because you can just go into bird form, get the heck out of dodge after you take down these turrets, and then you're super, super quick getting back to that point at the same time.
Yeah, 100%. Teleport becomes less important because of the great movement speed that you have available to yourself. Means that even if you're bottom lane, you don't have to burn the teleport to get to Baron if your team's posturing for it. So certainly agree that it is a good split pushing champion, and see whether the difference between a good Quinn and a bad Quinn, all Quins can split push, right? It's just really easy. Can you perform in team fights? When there's Dark Bindings, when there's a Lee Sin trying to kick you back into the team, are you able to do what Looper did, and that is isolate one target and take them out of the team fight? Or do you just run in and act as a regular AD carry? Because Quinn always has that added assassination potential.
Yeah, you certainly do. But you do have that Vault as well, which can be used as a fantastic tool for escaping, but also one of the most awful ways to get yourself right in the middle of everyone and die. So we'll see whether Flandre is going to be able to play that one out a little bit better. Because, of course, he's a tank player, man. He played Maokai 70% of his games last year. Something ridiculous like that. I don't know. I'd find it hard to switch up the playstyle, but I could imagine he's probably just wanting to stay in a side lane and then make it around and do his best Looper impression as far as singling people out.
Yeah, just catch people in rotation and make sure that you have that vision control. And that's why there is so much priority right now on LGD pink warding their own jungle, right? Because they don't want to they are a team that love to cheat. We've already said this. They farm all 3 waves simultaneously, and the way they do that is by going through jungle. So they have to make sure it's safe to do so. That's one thing that even when LGD is playing poorly, their vision control is generally good, to the point that at one stage last year, they dropped too many visions. Like, PYL is actually spending too much money on wards. He's not picking up other important items for his team. So you can see the priority on pink wards made sure that they could get to that top lane turret in time, take that winning team fight, take Martin off the map, and hopefully turn that into an objective.
Yeah, well, of course, there's no outer turret up there, but they might be able to get to that inner turret. They had a large amount of minions heading towards that area. But yeah, that's true. Baron is available. And, of course, as far as people diving on you when you're going for the Baron at the same time, you have the Morgana there who just locks people down. Baron Pit is exactly where you want to fight if you're a Morgana.
Yeah, it certainly is. You generally want your ult up, which it isn't at the moment, but
that's a good point.
100% catch your drift. And same with the Cassiopeia. If you can funnel people through that entrance, Shen, Cassiopeia, Morgana, just so much lockdown CC that can continually be layered. Martin, I reckon it'll be a good idea to pick up a QSS this game, and we'll see whether the Snake are able to navigate all of that, or if the goal is to just split push, let Flandre do his thing. Eventually, he will be able to knock down these turrets fairly quickly and try and drag Marin around the map.
Yeah, and he's got to do that because he's got to not let LGD create this situation where they just bait you into the Baron Pit. And if you don't come, they're just going to take the Baron. And they're going to take it incredibly quickly. And if you do, you're just going to have an awful time when you do it. So Flandre needs to make sure they don't have that option. Speaking of which, he's on your screen right now as we come out of this pause. Marin going to make his way in and pause the game one more time.
Yeah, so he jumps straight back to a pause. Take stock of where everyone's on the map quickly before we jump out of it. Look like LGD, we're committed to shoving that lane very far out. That means to me that they want to rotate into the mid lane. Yeah. They want to force Martin to go up to the top lane to grab all of that CS. So we'll see whether he's able to, I guess, help his mid laner. Because there's a LeBlanc, remember, who has to put her face in the middle of the farm to clear out the wave. Clear that one out. Or whether LGD are successfully allowed to navigate themselves around the map.
Yeah, grab themselves the mid lane turret as well, really open up the map for themselves, because at the moment they still have very defensive vision. They're still playing as if they're behind, and they were, of course, a little bit of extra money in the hands of Snake, so they can then move their vision line forward, play a lot like we would see sort of old EDG, where they just move their
vision line forward and suffocate you out of everything. And that's what they were doing towards the end of last game, where they had such a massive lead built up, and that was after one team fight. This is, of course, only one pick on the Martin. Possibly not the same team fight, but they could eventually get there.
Yeah, it definitely is the case. And, you know, if we take a look at how the gold is dispersed as well, a lot of it that is in Snake's favor at the moment is on their jungler, because we talked about how well ZZR was able to farm up the jungle.
Yeah.
Right now, Lee Sin definitely not as tanky, but when you're able to make the kicks that Amy
Exactly.
just made in the last team fight, Lee Sin definitely going to do his job. So it's one of those things that maybe the gold lead, even though it is there, is slightly inflated because it's on a member that won't be as useful as the game progresses.
Yeah, and we'll see whether that is going to work out in their favor as they move forward, because that kick did a lot of damage. He's got a warrior enchantment, but you're right, it'll get less and less relevant until the very, very late game, where that one kick could rule them all. Back into the game, though, ladies and gentlemen, as Flandre has popped the QSS. Sorry, not the QSS, Ghostblade. Just to run fast.
No, he wanted the attack speed to make sure he could take out the pink ward in time.
Oh, that's pretty
It
cool.
was logic to the madness.
I liked it. Okay. Keeping up with the farm, though, you can see ZZR just going to yell at his jungle, get himself back in there. He's got a nice little network. Some quick movement around this map. Flandre going to try and head back to base here as well. He's got another Dirk in his back pocket.
Yeah, you actually can't head back to base. You can see maybe a package being picked up because Corki is flying out of there.
Yeah, he's come very, very quickly. There it is.
And we'll see whether this is a turret that they want to try and contest for, or whether LGD is just going to be able to pick it up. All of the members actually there, apart from Wayless. So LGD probably have to get out of dodge right now.
They're going to start up the dragon. Could be dangerous. Flandre has his teleport available. He's going to go grab this top wave. ZZR going to clear out this one.
Okay, so now pressure on LGD because they can't take the dragon or contest for this turret because Flandre going to be able to knock it down, and Marin doesn't have his teleport available, so instead have to give up on any proactive play. Just go clean up some lanes.
Yeah, and Tank has already cleared out a whole heap of minions here in the mid lane as well, so he's moving over. Snake now have position around this dragon. And look, Flandre's just hopped back in his bird.
Yeah, exactly right. All of a sudden, Imp has to get out of there. Marin cannot make it down to the fight. LGD posturing to see what they could get. In
Nice
the end, it's
smite
nothing.
from ZZR too. This Tank went in there with his burst combination to make sure that they secured it. Marin is up in the top lane, like you said. But Snake making sure that they pick up something based on their better positioning, which is a very, very small thing to grab an advantage of. They've done so very, very well. Flandre moving quickly, going towards more of Malmortius. He's going to have a whole heck of a lot of magic resist, and against this double AP comp, it makes a heck of a lot of sense. If he can get onto Imp and destroy him, it's going to be more difficult to deal with this Quinn that's just going to do a whole lot of damage.
Yeah, it certainly can. So that's always been the idea when you're an assassin. People like Talon used to do it all the time. Pick up double MR items and then just be able to one-shot the other AD on the team. So see whether he's able to make that one work. As Tank, he can't throw himself into that minion wave because he knows that the Cassio ult is available still, and that will mean a turret falling.
Yeah, well, Tank actually looking for the Mimic Distortion, lands the chain, gets back to his other Distortion as well. That was very, very cute. Getting a lot of skill shots out.
But they got the rotation out of Martin right now. Imp trying to shove this lane in as quick as possible. This might be double turret for absolutely nothing.
Yeah, Flandre actually home guarding down this lane as well. He's going very, very quickly as his bird form. Actually quickly changing position as well. As
Good call out of LGD there, actually. As soon as Flandre disappears off the map, he can be anywhere in an instant. Teleport, as well as bird. Really quick.
bird. Power to me. Speaking of which, jumping back on her back again. Back on her back. My
Well,
goodness.
not on her back at all, in her talons.
I was talking about Valor. Getting on Quinn's back. That's how it works, right? It's Quinn with a jetpack and the bird just hanging on. Have a look at it next time.
How does the bird jump?
I don't know.
The bird swoops
Tell me,
in and talons
This
her.
is a fantasy world, okay?
But it doesn't mean you can create scenarios that don't exist. It's not your fantasy world. Someone else did the work.
That's true, but it looks a little bit like she has a jetpack and there's a bird hanging on, alright? Doesn't change anything. Just
Ready?
let me have- Let's see, look.
Swoops in, picks it up with the talon.
Yeah, it looks like she's skating along though. With a jetpack.
I'm so gone. This conversation is over. Okay, done.
I was having trouble holding on to it, to be perfectly honest. ZZR
super tanky right now, ZZR.
Yeah, huge, especially with that locket, which is so fantastic against this double AP that we spoke about before. Clearing out the vision around this Baron area, they understand that that is going to be very important. Another turret falls in favor of Snake. Still have that lead of about 2,000.
And really, it's just the mobility of the Quinn right now that's keeping all the turrets up, because Quinn can zoom in, actually looking for a kill.
There's the Ghostblade there as well. Wants to try and find this on Marin. Soul Shackles comes down, immediately QSS'd.
PIL was there.
Yeah, and that's... It seemed like Flandre was like, okay, I'm going to go get Soul Shackles. And goes and grabs it and then immediately leaves. I think it had a little bit more to do with PYL. But if they want to go for a fight, they do know that that ultimate is now down. If that chain had landed, that would have been a heck of a lot of damage onto Wayless, but still takes half of his health bar. Seraph's Embrace was still there, if anything more was to happen. But I think he might have been right here, Spawn, because that's an Infinity Edge now picked up from Martin. So he could buy a whole heck of a lot of items now. It could even be a Black Cleaver. Imagine that. That is weird.
I love how your justification isn't even good or bad, it's just weird.
It would be weird. It's double phage items. It's like Rage Passage, two things. It's not like you go double quick. It's just a bit silly. Whoa, okay. The chain's actually proccing there onto Wayless as well. It's a little bit of damage back, but it's going to be very hard for him to stay underneath this turret because a Mimic Distortion would kill him. And in goes the Frost Queen's claim. ZZR looking for the dive as PYL is going to find his way around. My goodness, that is a heck of a lot of damage from Martin. He's going to have a...
Oh, tank in trouble.
Yeah, he's getting caught out here. That's going to be his clone as he wanders underneath the turret.
Also got the teleport out of Flandre this time around.
Marin actually held on to his this time around as well, so they're going to have the teleport advantage here on the side of LGD. But still, that pesky 2,500 gold lead in favor of Snake, but it's just looking better and better for LGD. They just feel like they probably have the team fight that can work, and sort of the obvious win condition in getting towards that Baron area, clearing out the vision, creating a positive scenario for themselves to possibly win this game. Snake still searching exactly what they need to do.
Well, they're searching for their third dragon is what Snake is doing. 28 minutes in. You can see that they're about a minute early to the area. ZZR trying to go for a deep invade, get some good wards down, continue that pressure. The good thing about Quinn, as we mentioned, even without teleport, gets to the dragon area really quickly on the other side of the map.
Super fast. More of Malmortius is completed here as well, as Tank actually took the ultimate from Wayless there in the mid lane. You could see that, but didn't fall down. Almost has a death cap built up, as well as the Void Staff on top of all of the rest. A lot of items. Meanwhile, Martin's been farming up a complete storm. He does have another phage. That's going to be a Black Cleaver.
It's a Snake AD carry. I don't even comment about that.
No, but the thing is, when I get builds right, you know something's gone very wrong.
You know his Gatling gun procs it really quickly.
That's true.
Blah, blah. Good job.
I don't like it. Well, Tank finds his way over the wall, doesn't find the chain, but
Also
POL
puts
still
him
has most of his health.
Perfectly on CDR cap Atlas, if that's what you care about, so you know.
That's true. But what about an Essence Reaver? Then he wouldn't have had to build the old Boots of Lucidity.
Ooh, Marin in trouble. Goes in.
The fight. There's the Zonyas as well. Immediate Soul Shackles is going to be used, but Flandre uses his QSS. Marin explodes. PYL might be in trouble. No, it's Amy who's in the most trouble. The flash forward from Tank. The chains land. Martin picks up the kill, and now Flandre in from the backside. Wayless in a whole bunch of trouble. The QSS is on cooldown, but he still forces the flash out.
And Wayless, because of the Baron, didn't want to use the ultimate. Instead, he has to burn the flash. And that probably means the team can't get to Baron in time. 30 seconds on Marin. Amy down for even longer. They're just going to have to give this one up.
Yeah, Snake's certainly able to get towards this Baron. Down to about 3,000 health, and they have a heck of a lot of damage too. Immediately, Valkyrie's out, does Martin. They're going to be able to get this Baron, get out, and possibly push up some lanes. And this is exactly what Snake were waiting for. Pull the trigger, grab that flank with Flandre, and pick up the kill. And look, Marin tried his very best to make things work, but look, QSS is a really good item spawn.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's what happens when an AD carry actually has a QSS against a Morgana. There's absolutely nothing she can do. So in the end, even though he flashes forward, doesn't get anything for his trouble.
He now has his Black Cleaver completed. I do hate the redundancy of the Rage passive, but Gatling Gun, blah, blah, blah. Exactly what you were saying, Spawn. Etc.
Etc. We threw another one on there.
Yep, superlatives, hyperbole, all that sort of stuff. Get out of there. Wayless is just going to kill minions. Does have his Luden's Echo. This is what I love about Wayless. He chooses an item build and then just sticks with it a lot of the time. Often it doesn't change. Even build order tends to be pretty similar. Imp going down very, very low as there's the flash away from Flandre. Uses his QSS as well, just in case he was going to get taunted. But you can see Snake there moving towards his bottom side. There is no teleport available from Flandre, but he can move very fast if needed. 4 versus 3. Amy's making his way in. Marin and Wayless, though, they got a heck of a lot of wave clear. Things are going to be fine on that front. Flandre just flying around real quick, pressuring this top lane. Spotted Imp out there as well. He almost has his own QSS, which is going to be helpful. Actually, there's just a lot of knockups. If he gets hit by a chain, he's probably dead already anyway, so...
Maybe a Banshee's Veil coming out.
Yeah, could be a good option. Tank sneaking around. You can see Flandre is taking up residence on the bottom side of the rift, where Marin is going to meet him.
And that's just because Flandre matches up against Marin so well at the moment. That's why they're trying to stalk him with Imp who outranges instead of using that Morgana.
Well, Snake just seemed to be able to teleport around this map together. They're just shoving everything in. Really great job by LGD, though, to keep them off these inhibitor turrets, because if they manage to get in range of a lot of them, these can be a problem. Mimic Distortion to come out. Tank just trying to soak up some cooldowns. Martin again going to get caught out and exploded. QSS one more time would have been pretty good. And Marin's here. Massive Soul Shackle. ZZR flashes out, but Tank has been destroyed. So much damage now down from Snake. And LGD find the fight that they want. Even Ella with the Unbreakable Will. He's making it look a little bit more breakable than it otherwise would be as it runs out. Wayless grabs himself a kill, and that is the mistake that they were waiting for.
And Amy take a bow, another kick into the entire team of LGD by the Lee Sin player. This is why they're excited to have him on the team. TBQ, he can play Lee Sin as well, but I don't know if I've ever seen him make a play like that. And Flandre's being a pest.
He is most certainly being a pest. Going to use his Ghost Blade just to give himself some extra movement speed to run away from this one.
Has a Shrine as well.
Oh
He's
my
gone.
gosh. Will he be able to have enough?
He's just out. You can just keep walking normally.
Really? PWL's going to get
Oh,
the... Yeah,
QSS.
QSS comes up.
But stops them on a 3 for from taking any turrets. Let's take another look at this. Goes in, kicks Martin straight. Martin, you have a Black Cleaver and no QSS. Just...
Yeah.
Words cannot explain how frustrated I am watching this man build.
Yeah, it's silly. Really, really silly. But Amy as well then singled out Tank, grabbed him. They picked that kill up really easily after securing the kill onto Martin. Really, really beautiful play. And getting that one delivered for Wayless was beautiful at
And
the
he has
same
another
time.
BF sword. You
What
do
the
no
hell,
damage
man?
dead. 0.
But then, look, there's also the fact that he was just hanging around, right, that turret, after getting tagged by the Sonic Wave. He was like, well, I mean, what's he going to do?
You don't sound anything like Martin.
I've never heard Martin, okay? That was my Corky voice. No, it wasn't even. I've heard that guy, and it sounds nothing like that.
As, once again, Flandre going in on Marin.
Tanks realized, by the way, that a QSS is a good idea. When the LeBlanc can build one before the Corky.
Who has a really good itemization into QSS, by the way, guys.
LeBlanc does, yeah. Curious if it's LeBlanc. It's the best.
Oh, here we go.
Package incoming. Imp has to try and dodge out of the way. PYL uses his feint, but I have a feeling he's going to die as Tank slips his way past, picks up that kill. A lot of follow-up from LGD, but in the end it is going to be the kill. The pick onto PYL. He's down for a few seconds. Might be enough. Of course, Baron Buff is off. Flandre was the only one that had it. It is now done. Flandre going to head back to base. We'll see what he decides to pick up. Might be a Mercurial Scimitar. I'm not sure. But Dragon is going to be taken. That's number 4 here for Snake. 6 minutes on the clock for LGD. 42 minutes into the game.
Has slain the dragon.
That's Dragon number 4. 36 minutes. feels like the game's got another 6 minutes left in it, Atlas, as well. So
Yep.
that 5th Dragon going to loom.
It's definitely Imp. Ooh. Very, very scary.
I honestly don't know if Flandre wins the...
Oh my goodness. Okay. So the pause comes in, but that was indeed a petrifying gaze that Tank managed to bait out from Wayless. You saw it was actually Imp that left the game there, so maybe experiencing a little bit of lag that players have been experiencing tonight.
Yeah, and I was going to say, I actually don't know if that's a 1v1 and Flandre dives in on Imp. Imp has gone traditional AD carry build, so as long as he dodges the blind on the Q, I think Imp wins the 1v1 duel, which is why I was very surprised to see Imp back away from
That's
that.
true.
With Satchel, you know, auto attacks onto it with the rapid fire cannon as well. That's a lot of damage that comes out, especially if he gets a couple of lucky crits. So, you know, Flandre, he's gone double QS magic resist because he wants to be able to survive that. Also has a Steric, so he is he's more of a bruiser bird than anything. So as soon as I saw...
What is that? Is that like a turkey?
Yeah, I have no idea. But as soon as I saw him walk away, I was like, something's wrong.
Yeah. Well, restarting the computer just quickly, ladies and gentlemen, that is what's going to happen. So Imp is going to be back in the game very quickly, and then we're going to get this one back underway for you as well, because this is well and truly into the late game right now. 36 minutes in, and hanging on a knife edge because, of course, clear win condition in that 5th Dragon available for Snake if they want it. But LGD, they've got this team fight, and now they've got this perfect opportunity to know exactly where Snake are going to be around that 5 Dragon time.
Yeah, well, I'm going to let you know that Snake do want the 5th Dragon, you know. That's no secret. They've made it very
That's what I
obvious
mean.
the entire
That's
game.
what I
Well,
mean.
you said if they want it. I was just answering your question.
Oh, yeah, it is still a choice.
Yeah.
I mean, they could just leave it there if they like. LGD, have yourself a dragon. We'd love to deliver that one too.
Yeah, but Baron's going to be up before then, and that's the one I want to talk about, because with the Cassiopeia and Morgana, we've already talked about it. Baron is a very hard area, because you either have to commit 100% to the steal over the back of the pit, or everyone has to funnel into the front of the pit. Dragon generally happens in River, because you can pull the dude out, right? So everyone fights in the River area, whereas Baron is stationary. And this is why, with Fiddlesticks, with Morgana, with the likes of Cassiopeia, everyone prefers to fight in the Baron pit over the Dragon pit, because everyone has to come through the choke point. And as soon as that happens, LGD have their win condition. It's a big wombo combo.
Yeah.
You know, all of a sudden, Amy flies out, kicks Martin back into the pit one more time because he hasn't got a QSS. And from there, it's just game over. So wouldn't be surprised if LGD can shove out these waves, if they don't even wait for the 5th Dragon, if they just try and get them on the Baron respawn.
Yeah, it could certainly happen. We'll see whether they can get them inside the pit in order to make that one work. Because Snake, they may give it up. They may just decide to use Flandre, send him into the bottom lane, break open the base, utilize it that way, just get themselves an inhibitor and try and wait out this Baron, just not go towards it. I don't know what their opportunity is, but...
In saying that, Snake is still ahead, right? So you have to remember that they've been team fighting relatively well. There's been a couple of picks. That 1-3 for nothing.
Martin.
Yeah, that 1-3 for nothing was the first team fight, really, that LGD has been able to win. So... I think that Snake is still confident that if LGD take all that damage, because remember, Amy's the only tank and he's quite a squishy Lee Sin, that they'll be able to win the team fight. So interested to see who pulls the trigger on it first, because right now, Snake, with the mobility of the Quinn, have all the waves pushing in the direction that they want, making sure that they are able to dictate the pace of the game. LGD, on the other hand, maybe not the same position.
Yeah, maybe not. We just found out, I believe, that Imp actually kicked his computer. So that's why we've had a little bit of a restart. Well, it's happened now. He saw Flandre come and kicked his computer. He was like, no! Well, it's happened. Just an update as well, ladies and gentlemen. We do have the ultimate from Wayless down at this stage. Will be up in time for Baron. But it is a big cooldown.
You can see that Quinn has actually left the bottom lane. Marin's going back down there. But
Jetpack.
potentially looking for a pick.
I think I just had a new skin idea. Very exciting. Okay, so clearing out the mid lane, and LGD just on cleanup duty. Flandre flying around.
Spooky Ghost come out. This will be the turret most likely going down.
Oh, the kick flash. Tank just going to use his QSS, get himself the hell out of there. That kick now on cooldown. We'll see whether Snake can get any more. The knock-up immediately as Myron makes his way in. Soul Shackles is going to be here. Immediately out of there as Wayless. As Martin tries to turn his way around, Flandre finds his way in. Wayless does have the ultimate on his back now as well. As Myron falls down, Tank completes that kill. Imp very, very low. LGD now on the run. A lot of burst as Flandre is just stopping them from being able to get out. Picks up the kill. Onto Wayless immediately in bird form. Jetpacking right on top of everyone as Amy trying to run away. PWL there as well. The ninjas. But Imp is just going to get destroyed. Skystrike comes in, getting helped out as Amy. One last auto attack. Not sure what Flandre was doing just there, but it is going to be the last rocket. And it looks like Snake are going to be able to take the game.
Yeah, and in the end, the QSS comes up king because Tank doesn't fall down. Flandre with a good teleport on the back end.
The Mercurial Salesman comes out in the analysis there as well, as the inhibitor is going to fall down. And it's exactly right. It's such a useful item, especially against this team comp.
And you saw that one more time. Myron threw the binding before he went for the ultimate, didn't nail it. Snake, too good on a team fighting front. That's why you never want to get to this point of the game. And they pick up the 2-1 victory.
Really beautiful flank play from Flandre as well, showing that he is a world-class top laner. Snake played that one out beautifully. But what I love was the fact that LGD were with them every step of the way. This could have gone either way, and that's what I want to see out of LGD. Against QG, it was very, very different. Against Snake Game 1, very, very different. They looked like a defeated team. This is an LGD that was fighting back, thank goodness.
Yeah, it certainly looked to be regaining some of their form. But LGD would have really loved to have grabbed that series. You can see it in their faces as the players shake hands, but definitely a well-deserved 2-1 there for Snake.
Yeah, and you can see Flandre on your screen right now. He's the man walking past, and I would want to give him the MVP for this match. I'm not entirely sure what his scoreline was, not sure about anything else, but that was some beautiful Quinn play, and especially towards that last team fight, it was great to watch.
Not only that, just the way he dictated where people were on the map, being able to set up the split pushes. Tank also deserves a very honorable mention.
Yeah.
Bounced back after a kind of sloppy game 2 with his LeBlanc play, so some very good performances out of Snake, but LGD, they're just missing something.
They certainly are. I'm not sure what it is. Seems like their heart and soul, man. It's all about that sort of thing. It's about like togetherness, synergy, feeling like they want to be on the rift, because it just...
No, that was a much more gutsy performance. QG, I completely agree with you, but this time around, definitely went out swinging.
Yeah, that felt a lot better, but look, game number 1, we still had that sort of flavor to it. So thankfully, we have made an improvement, but after that loss, is it going to be even more difficult for LGD to make their way back in? But still early days.
Yeah, it certainly is. And, you know, that's only the first week of the LPL. They did make 2 additions. We already know that it's hard to integrate Koreans onto the lineup.
Yeah, it's true.
So we'll continue to just be patient with these guys because, you know, last split, they showed in summer that they still were the best team in the LPL.
Yeah, it's very, very true. And look, it took a little bit of ramp-up time for them that time as well. But, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for sticking with us through these pauses. That is going to be it for the LPL for this week. We will, of course, be back for 4 more days of sweet LPL action next week. But for now, on behalf of myself, of course, Pastry Time and Rusty that are towards the back who took us through the first match, and Spawn and our whole production team, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you next time.